I'm back.
Hey, y'all, gravity. Any day above ground, live it. We are back. Yes, we are. I had to get a piece of this. Yes, you see the thumbnail and you're seeing it again. Candace Owens went to go see Fresh and Fit. How y'all say it? Tethers found each other and they tethered on each other. It's only an hour and 10 minutes. If I could have slogged through it, you're going to slog through it. But we're not going to belabor it anymore. Let's see who's in the building. Jerry Bradford, hello. Torian Rain, hello. Miss Nisi, hello. Brooklyn Queen, hello. And Cosmo Fury, hello. And for those who haven't said anything in the chat and or the comment section, hello. Let's just get into it. I ain't got nothing else to say. Let's just get into it. We're going to get into it.
You know, let me go here. There's a growing concern.
Yep, they talk to each other. It's confirmed. And of course, they're so original that they have to use a Grand Theft Auto aesthetic, but whatever. Fair use.
People.
Candace Owens. I'm a podcaster, a public speaker. I'm repping CT hard, right? We're repping CT hard tonight. Yes. Nobody ever says that. Mother first, also wife. And yeah, I just tell people what I think. For whatever reason, we live in a society where people are not allowed to just say what they think, and everyone's trying to, castigate thought. So people have probably seen me on the internet. I think I'm trending on Twitter right now.
You always are.
Always trending. Or something.
So can you tell us a little bit about, you mentioned Connecticut earlier, but, people might not know your past. Can you tell us a little bit about your upbringing, what family life was like, and how you became the woman that you are today?
Yeah, so I was born in New York, but then was raised in Connecticut. Been in Connecticut pretty much my whole life, like from kindergarten all the way up till graduating in Stanford. And I mean, life was pretty normal. My family didn't have a ton of money. So my grandfather, when I was 8 years old, came to the crappy little apartment that we were living in and was like, I don't want my grandbabies to grow up like this. And so I moved in at 8 with my granddad and my grandma. The whole family moved in. My mom and dad were in there too. And yeah, I think that was probably what shaped me a lot. I always say those were the formative years because, 8 years old and then through to high school with my grandparents, and my granddad was like super conservative, not politically inclined. My family was not politically inclined, but just like read the Bible every morning when he was like making breakfast sort of a thing.
So he was a regular black man. He was a regular black man. So then it begs the question, how did you get to that point? We know, but okay. But you spent years seeing how your grandfather shaped the person that you're in. Okay. Sure. All right.
And I obviously hated that when I was in public school, and I went the exact opposite way because, public school, atheism, it all is in lockstep. So I became a liberal, not politically inclined, just believed everything that was coming out of the school system. So, the racism, the sexism, all of the isms that is pounded into your head every single day. And then, that's kind of my story. I have two sisters, one brother.
You missed a very key component, ma'am. Maybe you'll mention it later, but you missed a very key component that you cried racism and got a check. But I noticed you didn't tell your crowd over there about that. But okay.
So I come from a pretty, what we consider a big family now, very close with my sisters and my brother. It's nothing too interesting in my childhood. I don't think so.
And I went to high school right around the same time that you did. And I can definitely attest to the public school system. And, Connecticut was super woke, very liberal, very, you're a victim, like, the man is evil and all this other stuff. And it wasn't also, because I grew up fairly liberal myself. It wasn't until I graduated from college and I started to see what the hell, this is BS. Like it's being conservative is not as bad as they try to paint it as. Right. When did you kind of for me, it was after I graduated from college that I noticed this.
Exact same. I think once you're in the real world, you realize that a loser mentality will yield loser results. And if you're a person that's hungry and you want to be successful, it's not going to serve you to go around thinking that the world is out to get you, right? You want to be a part of the world. You want to be the purveyor of your own destiny. And so it just didn't work for me. I wanted to be successful. I didn't consider myself to be a victim. But my big aha moment was definitely because I wasn't paying attention to politics, but was when Trump came down the escalator. I hadn't even voted, like I mean, I was that much abstained from politics. But then, like, because I grew up listening to hip hop, watching them go from like everybody loves Trump, hip hop world, everybody, he's this icon of status, and Jay-Z and Beyonce are sipping poolside at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, if you're listening to music, it's like Trump's fine. And then just like that, a drop of a hat, they were like, no, actually he's racist. He's like wants to own slaves. I was like, what? He definitely hates all black people. He wants you back in chains.
Somebody who said they had the blackest week ever. You missed the point where we don't lionize our entertainers. But all right.
It's like the narrative flip was too aggressive for me not to kind of pop up and be like, what's actually behind this? And then I made a couple of YouTube videos talking about that, and they went viral, and people were essentially calling me a coon, Uncle Tom, just for daring to think outside of the matrix. And I'm very stubborn. So if you're going to tell me that I can't be myself, that's my number one thing. I listened to way too much Kanye music growing up. So as soon as you're going to tell me that I can't be myself, I'm going to be the biggest myself that you've ever seen. I'm going to make you hate how much of myself I am. And I think
oh, if you were still yourself, ma'am, you would be red pill black. Not this cosplay right here. So we're officially 10 minutes into this interview. She's already lied 3 times. Okay.
I've done a very good job of doing just that. There are a lot of people that hate me for daring to be myself,
Oh, yeah. You've definitely done some things that take a lot of courage. I'm going to talk about that here in a second, but you started also something called Blexit. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because again, coming from Connecticut, it's a blue state, right? And everyone that's colored there, minority, they vote Democrat. They say fuck the rich people, because people think that, oh, all of Connecticut is rich. No, that's concentrated in just a few towns on the shore, guys. Connecticut, actually, if you look at most people, they're blue collar workers, are not as rich as you think they are. You're thinking of Greenwich, Clinton, these towns right on the, on the water. What kind of stimulated you to create Blexit, and what was the ideology behind it?
So I think what happened was I started falling down the rabbit hole. And what I mean is, at first I would have never gone to like foxnews.com. Like, that was like the worst possible thing you could do as a black person. And then when I saw them lying about something, I watched a Trump speech live. It was in Dimondale, Michigan, where he made his pitch to Black America. And he just started listing statistics and was like, you've given your vote for 60 years Democrats. Why not just do something else? And I was like, that's not a bad pitch. Like, I'm not for this dude, but like, fair. And then I watched the media that I trusted interpret what he was saying, and they were like, he looked Black Americans in the face, Don Lemon, close to tears, the whole bit, and told them they have nothing and they're poor, and we haven't heard this sort of racist rhetoric since. And I was like, whoa, it really made me go, okay, what's actually up? And so I have to be honest, because I make it sound like it's so easy, but when you wake up one day and you realize that everything that you thought, that you have been propagandized in the school system, you've been told that this is true forever, that you're justified in every feeling that you ever had, and one day you realize that the exact opposite is true, because that's pretty much how it happened. I basically just went flip. You do go through a period of cognitive dissonance. Like, you actually...
Cosmic Fury, you asked, was with people overusing the Matrix reference? They do it now because they found out the Matrix was created by a black woman. So they think they can use it whenever they want. This is their version of being woke. But okay. AW1, we know she has no scruples. We know this. But it's giving her attention.
actually start to wonder if you're crazy. Like, oh, how could this possibly? Like, what do you mean the Democrats aren't here to rescue? What do you mean those racist Republicans could actually be trying to help? Like, that's a lot to go through emotionally, and it impacts. It's going to immediately impact your relationships, right? Because you're coming from all your friendships have this viewpoint, your family members have this viewpoint. So to go through this period of cognitive dissonance, you have to first think you're crazy. Then I just wanted to read, and I picked up the coons. Like, I was like, well, those people that I thought were coons, what were they saying, right? And I started reading.
There it is.
And he was
there. It is. I was waiting for it. Damn, she didn't even get. We're not even 20% through it, as she already mentioned, man. If I said it once, I'm going to say it again. If they give you your thought leaders, you better question it. They gave you Thomas Sowell. He is a Reagan shill. How many times do we have to tell you this? He is the government op. I'll say it again. You jackass conservatives. Thomas Sowell is a government operative. For all y'all running around saying you don't trust the government, you're going to trust somebody who was elevated by the government. Just like y'all ran around reciting and putting up videos of Jordan Peterson. If he was that great of a thought leader, Canada would not have let him go outside. Y'all let him talk for 2 to 3 years, and what ends up happening? He has this supposed mental breakdown, and you don't hear from him anymore. We know what the reason was. People started questioning his bullshit. And he couldn't stand up to somebody questioning him because it was, I'm white and I say so. Then y'all asked us, why? I don't understand why Thomas Sowell's not part of Black History Month, because he ain't doing anything for black folks. That's why. But y'all love putting up his quotes, putting up his picture, saying how great he is. And you go look through his history and you can debunk a whole lot of his stuff. But I don't see y'all doing that. You just like him because he says something that you can try to use against black people. But again, y'all love y'all government ops.
Let me tell you something, man. You see a thing named police, politician. Me not trust none of them boy, the road boy. Remember.
Yeah, he was a good first step in terms of educating myself because he's not overtly political, and he just
He's not overtly political. Do you hear how she lies? He's not overtly political. So how do you sit there? Okay, he's not overtly political. Yet he comments on political things all the fucking time now.
And I started reading Thomas Sowell, and he was a good first step.
Work.
Yeah,
Like
he was a good
yeah.
first step in terms of educating myself because he's not overtly political, and he just made the economic arguments. And I read this book, and I was like, wait, I think I've been a conservative my whole life. I just didn't know it. Actually, I agree with everything that he's saying. This is what makes sense. I just want opportunity.
Another problem, family. If you follow something that somebody says 100%, I can't fuck with you. I'm sorry. I can't. And I know that might sound fucked up, but I can't stand with you if I agree with you 100%. Because then I don't know when you're actually lying to me. Or when you're wrong, I'm so in my bubble about you that I can't see that you're wrong. I have to agree with it. If you can't sit up there and tell me that Thomas Sowell literally advocates for Reaganomics, which destroyed this country and destroyed black people, why should I take anything you tell me about that man serious? This man advocates for supply side economics, which basically means you need to tax a corporation more so they'll produce more. You tell me what corporation on earth is going to go for that. Of all the motherfuckers she could have picked, the first one out of her mouth is a government operative. Not MLK. Hell, I would have respected it if she said Malcolm X first. Nah, she goes straight to Thomas Sowell. It's like every time y'all mention him, this cocksucker gets money in his pocket. Oh, boy.
I want to be able to climb a ladder. And so I went through a year and a half of just reading to make sure that I understood what I felt was true.
I bet you didn't spend that year trying to familiarize yourself with what's going on with Israel and Hamas. But all right.
And then I was angry, right? Because then I realized.
Oh, I thought y'all got mad at liberals when they're angry. Now you're angry. Okay, so you're the angry black woman. Ah, okay. Okay. Way to use stereotypes, man, but continue.
How sinister, how evil, how manipulative, how Machiavellian. I mean, really, the public school system for Black Americans is just a pipeline to the prison system. And I was like, I am going to now be the loudest voice against this. And I understood, obviously, the bullets and the arrows that I was going to have to take, but it motivated me to action. And I just was like, I'm going to start my own YouTube channel, and I'm going to start saying stuff that people need to hear for the first time.
I can see.
Or you meant you started that YouTube channel because you figured out there was a grift there, and you were going to say things that other people wanted you to say, because we already know you don't have any original thoughts. But again, you could disagree with what I said, and we'll do something over here that we normally do when people disagree with what I said.
You bring him here, right here. Do you hear me? Right here.
What?
You heard what I said. Just do it.
Let's see you stand up to all that. No crowd, no teleprompters writing what you write. Nobody's writing your script. Let's see you pick from your brain. Let's have a conversation. Since you've been on your Blackest Week Ever, we'll allow you to continue that.
See that you take things into a different perspective. You just ask the question, why? Why is this happening? What's going on in the background? Let me ask you this, though. What about free speech? Is there really free speech nowadays? What do you think?
No, I mean, obviously not. It's even speech.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The consequences that people suffer. So they've kind of gotten around speech. And if they don't like what you're saying, if they want to control or manipulate what you're saying, they will smear you and libel you. And so people then will not say something, even if they know it's true, or even if it's how they actually feel, because there is this consequence of, organizations like the ADL that exists. Literally, they're not anti-defamation. They are doing the defamation, right? But we're going to call ourselves anti-defamation, but we're actually the ones that are defaming. And by the way, everybody, if you want to get educated on the history of the ADL, they literally existed as an arm of a gang, right? Like, to start calling people anti-Semites when they started looking into gang activities in New York. So they can miss me.
Someone that assaulted a child.
Yeah,
exactly. That's why it was originally created.
Absolutely. And you can miss me entirely. And they're still trying to blame it on a black man. Yeah. Unbelievably wealthy man who raped, sexually assaulted and killed a 13-year-old. And they're still trying to blame it on a black man, as if Atlanta, Georgia would have not gladly hung a black man for the crime if he had done it. But so now you have these sorts of organizations that are doing this kind of bullying tactic, which is why I was
Hey, White Atlanta, she said y'all still down here hanging people. We know it's true, but are you going to stand for that? Are you going to let her ride on that? Let me know.
Dragging someone on Twitter for the last 24 hours who's been trying to thug life, like threaten me into speech, to compel me to say things I don't believe, or to shut up if I do believe them. And so, no,
thug life.
That guy.
Yeah, he's a horrible human being, horrible backwards human being, definitively racist. There's no question about it.
Hey, you so big and you so angry, and nobody tells you what to say. You can't be you. Why don't you say his name, Rabbi Shmuley? Say it. Yes, Jacoby. Good afternoon. She's been on that train. Yes. Come on, Candace, say it with me. Rabbi Shmuley. Why are you so scared of saying that name?
But yeah, so it's speech with consequences. And they go, you still have free speech, but we're going to run this whole arm of people that are going to assassinate your character if you don't say the right things. And I'm not with that at all.
Well said.
You mentioned something, and I didn't want to stop you when you were speaking. You said that the public school system
pipeline to prison,
pipelines black people to black children to prison. What component of the public school system do you think is the most damaging that leads to that?
So this is really important, and I'm glad you asked me this question. So currently, right now in America, 40% of students can't pass a basic literacy exam. Within inner city communities, that's 70%.
That's true, because the CAPT exam. I don't know if did you take that when you were in Connecticut?
Oh yes, I did. Yeah.
Half my class failed it.
Okay. So they can't pass a basic literacy exam.
Yeah.
So they created the public education system for that very reason, to slowly.
I love how they always want to break. Okay, this might sound a little off code, and I apologize, but it's funny they always want to blame the system and never themselves. I get it. It's easy when you have the means. You could send your kids to private school, or you can homeschool them. I get that. It's still incumbent on you as a parent to make sure your kids are getting the most out of their education. You can't just sit up there and say, okay, the school system's bad. Fuck it. That's not how it works. This is why kids are so off balanced. Y'all, for years, watch the inner cities use these kids as basically daycare centers. And now that the coffee venereal disease exposed how education has regressed, now you want to blame the public school system. When you know there's other factors, but you never bring that up. Because as much as you hate the government, you love the government because the government is not subjugating you. Just like she said, you don't have free speech here. That's bullshit. Because if you didn't have free speech and you hate them folks so much, every time you even thought about typing the word Jew, Jewish, Israel, or somebody that's Jewish, your tweet would never go out. Even if you had a blue check, never see the light of day. Everything would say visibility limited. It's like what I said on Torian's stream earlier. There's a very fine line between being controversial and being shocking. You could be controversial, still get your point across, and still have people think. You could be shocking and have people think, and then once they finish thinking, they just realize you're just a stark raving idiot. You're in that box, man. You're in the latter part. I can be controversial on here and still get people to think. You want to impress me, ma'am, since you want to talk about the Jewish community so much? Start talking about Jensen and what they did with the cops. Talk about that. Respect the fact that you're talking about vaccines. That's great. But if you're going to dive into this Jewish commentary and take shots at people, even though you won't say their name, I need you to go all the way. You can't half-ass this. You bringing up Hollywood, that's great. We've already talked about that. Are you really ready to go down that rabbit hole? I don't think you are, because I think you have delusions of going to Hollywood once this grift is over November 5th. But again, this is all alleged stuff that I'm thinking. Who knows? It may come true. It may not. But we're going to continue.
Slowly dumb people down, right? And the reason why you want to dumb people down, the reason why you want to reverse education, it's actually the Department of Non-Education, is because educated minds can be enslaved. It's the reason why we had slave codes. It's the reason why they were
educated minds can be. Say that again.
So they can't pass a basic literacy exam.
Yeah.
So they created the public education system for that very reason, to slowly dumb people down, right? And the reason why you want to dumb people down, the reason why you want to reverse education, it's actually the Department of Non-Education, is because educated minds can be enslaved. It's the
How can educated minds be slaves, man? Maybe she missed that. How can educated minds be enslaved? We're well versed over here, ma'am. They don't like us. They're not trying to enslave us. They're trying to destroy us. Why do you think they're trying to take down TikTok? Because TikTok, people on there actually are using it correctly by putting out information they know on other social media apps. It couldn't go out. And y'all know me, I don't fuck with TikTok like that. But it's just irony that you're talking about the public school system is trying to dumb people down, yet you came out of that system. I came out of that system. Most of us came out of that system. Here's the thing, though. We didn't spend our entire lives trying to be something we're not. We've established our identities. You've changed your identity so much. Do you even know who you are? Dare I say, your education system in Connecticut made you an idiot. You dropped out of college because you couldn't hack it. You became an extreme liberal, doxing people. Then you figured out the grift called Trump coming down the escalator. I became a conservative. And now you're trying to tell people, okay, I did some cursory research on different subjects and I'm an expert. Y'all need to listen to me. Give me your money. Yet we've seen you in debates. You have no charisma. You can't control the room. And then when you do talk, everybody, including my 16-year-old sister, knew this way before you said something. Oh, I also forgot about the fact that you keep jumping from think tanks to conservative areas for money. And that's where your education is. You're not on the streets. You're not putting in the work. You're not consuming different perspectives. Yes, Vic Stack. She dropped out of college. Yes. She went to the University of Stanford, I believe, and dropped out.
The reason why we had slave codes. It's the reason why they were not allowed legally to teach.
Who is we? Okay, so you went all the way to Miami and you started talking French.
Who is we? Who is we?
Candace, you're the same person who talks about people who ask for reparations should get over it because you weren't slaves. Now you're talking about slave codes. Oh, God. Ma'am, didn't you just apologize to the Muslims the other day? Maybe I missed it. Okay. You got it, man. You got it.
Black people how to read when they were slaves, right? And that was such a severe law that if you were a white person in America and you were caught teaching a slave how to read, they punished you too, right? And so the design of how to enslave people, how it works, how you can do that has already existed. Now they're just modernizing it, right? And so they're giving you a fake education. Actually, what they're doing is they're emotionally engineering you, which is why we talk about like, oh, believing in you're a victim, all this stuff, because then whenever they want to press a button and get you to go after somebody, white man, rich man, you'll do it because
you damn right. You will do it. You will do it. PragerU told you to do it, you did it. Turning Point USA told you to do it, you did it. Now Daily Wire let you do it, and you do it. But now when you go after them folk, then they don't like that. Except Jeremy. Jeremy let you go off, but Ben don't like it. All right.
You're not educated about why you're in that circumstance. You don't understand how economics works, right?
Divisive.
Yeah, you don't understand how economics works. All you understand is you have no money and he has money, right? And so when they say, oh, go out and do our bidding and scream, you don't even know who is controlling your plantation. You don't even understand who the plantation supervisor is. You're just warring. You're a bunch of slaves that are warring. And the other reason is to slowly erase history. It is stunning to me how little we know about.
Oh, so now you're a slave. Now you're a slave. Now she's a slave. Oh, you can't write this. I swear to God, you can't write this.
History, how little Americans know, how little Christians know about their history. I mean, once you become awake to everything, you realize that actually what's happening is just holy wars. Holy.
Great. I'm glad you talked about Christians not knowing their history and not knowing. Basically, you're saying they don't know the Bible or what they've been taught. So you do know that the good book, that slave manual, has advocated for reparations to the people, right? You do know this. They actually reference it in there, right? I'm just saying, maybe you're not going to tell us that the Bible actually advocates for reparations.
Wars, everything actually really does trace right back to religion.
Yeah.
And
resources, ma'am. That's what every war is fought over. Resources. But I love how y'all don't want to talk about that because you'd have to go down that rabbit hole, Candace, and realize that this whole war is about resources. Just like the Russia-Ukraine war, it's about resources. It's not about, yes, it's partly about the ISANs, but it's mostly about resources, especially for bricks. But in case of Israel and Hamas, there is land that is arable, which means that you can grow food there and have a sustainable ecosystem. You have oil deposits that have never been tapped. and it's significant, in Gaza. And there's also untapped water supplies in Gaza. And we all know Israel's history with water. So the fact that you don't think that's what this war is about and you won't bring light to it is pretty damning, which is why every time you talk about Israel, you get cooked.
The battle for Earth. But that is another reason, is because then they can edit history or no history. You live in ever present. You're just in ever present. You have no idea what's happened and how you got here. Black Americans thinking LBJ is a hero, validly racist man. Well, they own the textbooks. He who can print the textbooks is king, right? This is what happened to you. This is what happened during World War I.
And he who obtains his own knowledge and is able to teach becomes a god. Well, maybe that's too far. He who learns his own knowledge and is able to teach becomes a master. Please, Candace, since you read so much, tell us about those legendary white master teachers. Because we can have people in this chat right now put in names of master teachers that are melanated. I'll start off. And I know you don't like her, Shahrazad Ali, because she called you a coon straight to your face and dare you to say something. But all right.
This is what happened during World War II. This is the bad guy. This is the good guy. It's all you need to remember. LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act. That is true.
Lyndon B. Johnson, right?
Yeah. But also completely out of context.
Yeah.
He, the decades in the Senate, voted against every single measure that would have given blacks any freedom. He was an avowed racist. He said, I will have those N words, hard R, voting Democrat for the next 200 years. He signed the Great Society Act along with it to enslave Black Americans to the Democrat plantation. And he was forced to sign the Civil Rights Act because of the lack, America was just on fire. JFK had just died. There was riots, there was protesting. Too much was happening. And they were like, this you have to get done. He did it begrudgingly. But they don't tell you any of that. They just say, he signed it, right?
Not to mention he forced a bunch of military people on the USS Liberty to sign a non-disclosure, not talk about them being attacked by a certain place.
He also, I just learned this actually over the PBD podcast, intentionally drafted black men to Vietnam. And so he just was so racist. And yet Black Americans think, yay, that's when we got our freedom. Nope, that's actually
what the fuck? Boy. Okay, I'm gonna play that again.
Military people on the USS Liberty to sign a non-disclosure, not talk about them.
I was waiting to get to this part.
He also, I just learned this actually.
I want to see y'all's
podcast,
reaction.
intentionally drafted black men to Vietnam. And so he just was so racist. And yet Black Americans think, yay, that's when we got our freedom. Nope, that's actually when we were enslaved.
Y'all know where I'm about to go with it. So when LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act, that's when black folks got their freedom. Fuck what happened 100 years beforehand with Juneteenth. Okay. See, so I hope y'all realize what she just said. She said, even though LBJ was a devout racist, I'm going to get a white man credit for freeing black folks, but then enslaving them. But I'm not going to bring up Juneteenth because I don't agree with Juneteenth, but that's really when black people were free and started on the road to creating something of their own until the people that I like to follow, the whites, started burning their shit down and killing black folks. And then lied and said black people have said that Lyndon Johnson is the reason why black people were free, when I've never heard outside of Donna Brazil any black person ever give LBJ credit. Nah, Wallow J, nah. I played Donna Brazil giving praise to that piece of shit. Talking about he was the best president of her lifetime. And we looked at her like, wait, what? Because he signed legislation because the other president died before he could. That makes him great. Okay. Sounds like them white people over on X who were trying to lionize Woodrow Wilson. And that got canceled really quickly. All right, we're going to continue.
He wanted
Reinstated.
Kennedy dead. They never got along either.
Yeah.
He didn't like Robert F. Kennedy either.
Wow.
See, and this is the thing, like, no one talks about this stuff in history books whatsoever. No one knows
Not
this
in
stuff.
school, at least.
But the hell no.
It's not, it's, oh God. Why would they? I get it. It's U.S. history. Why would they? That wasn't significant. Jesus Christ. This is why you're supposed to do your own research. Yes, y'all basically telling me you want the schools to teach your kids and y'all don't want to do nothing.
Oh, they would never tell you this about Lyndon B. Johnson, but they
We just don't know who shot JFK.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Oh man.
Candace knows what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
man.
Candace
I like
knows
Candace.
what's up.
Candace knows
JFK,
what's
so
up.
like,
Okay, answer. The U.S. government killed JFK. What is that? Was that a scary thing to say? I'm sorry. I didn't know when that was a scary thing to say. Okay, fine. YouTube, I'm sure you're not going to give me full monetization on this. Okay, that's fine. The U.S. government killed JFK. What's the problem? They have documentaries on here that allude to that, and y'all haven't taken them down. JFK was killed by his own government. What's the reason? Because he was actually going to expose the hidden underbelly of this country. And y'all couldn't have that. And we know the U.S. government doesn't like the Kennedy family. The fuck? It's funny, all this evidence has come out and they're still scared to say it. There, I said it for you.
I'm going to shatter the CIA and throw him into the wind, and then he ends up dead. And you're like, I don't know. The CIA just doesn't know who did it. I don't know.
Damn, they fucking know.
They know.
You know, Alan Dulles, the original CIA director, didn't like Kennedy. Kennedy had a lot of enemies.
Yeah.
We need a Rumble only episode. We're really deep into this, man. You can't say on YouTube. But
Oh,
hey,
man.
it's funny.
I say it on my
Y'all are already demonetized. You can just say it. Jesus.
show, and I'm on YouTube. I mean, I just don't care. I mean, these people are criminals. It's a criminal enterprise. It's running the country, and they're using tactics of blackmail. Everyone can see it now. I mean, the Diddy lawsuit, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, it's all the same. This is how they've been able to control people. Did you guys read through that Diddy lawsuit?
Yeah. I want to get your thoughts. I know
Wild.
we've been looking at it. I know you've been doing a
Everyone's
deep
attacking
dive.
Diddy from all fronts, literally.
Yeah.
Like,
Crazy. What's your thoughts?
I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, if the person, like, listen, anybody can file a lawsuit and it can be frivolous. With the pictures, the photos, the thing that he showed saying I was in next door in the bathroom and he's allegedly.
You pay $500, sir, for Myron to talk to you for 30 minutes and he didn't talk to you. I think you need to go get your $500 back. Bro, and you in California? Sir, you know what you can do with $500? That's about 7 fill-ups at the gas tank. You paid $500. No, you got a call. We have exclusive. We got an exclusive. I'm in my red pill black phase. We got an exclusive. Here's his voicemail he left you after he got to 500.
Look! We just want the money! You guys walk away!
What the hell could he possibly tell you in 30 minutes that's going to change your life?
Protecting YouTube, you know, that he
Allegedly,
Diddy
yes.
and his son shot someone, and then like this is the guy that you called to clean it up, and then he like had the photos of obviously the shooting took place inside, and then he says this guy comes, he gets the LAPD to come and write a fake report, and the LAPD said that the person was shot outside in a drive-by, and then he showed how the news reported on it and said, oh, drive-by shooting at a recording studio. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like absolutely crazy. And I mean, then you realize that that person that you're supposed to call was the same person that was there, one of the only people there when Michael Jackson died. Like scary stuff.
Oh yeah.
mm,
Oh, God. Okay. Ma'am, we've been speculating for years that Diddy had Biggie assassinated. I'm saying that word because I can't say the other word, but y'all know what I mean. There were rumors that he was going to leave Bad Boy when his contract was up and take his publishing over to Rockefeller, which would have bankrupted Diddy, and he couldn't have that. because Biggie saw some things that he wasn't supposed to see and overheard some things he wasn't supposed to overhear. But y'all are scared to say that. They're so hip to the game. They're scared. All right.
Scary stuff, you know.
Make sure you hit the like.
And it rings exactly like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, where you understand that they're getting, this person is alleging that you drug people, you know, you get invited to these parties and you invite underage girls, you know, are underage, you invite guys, you groom them for homosexuality, and then freak offs, as he called them, and then get them on camera doing the stuff, and then you own the person. And I'm like, that makes sense to me. It really does make sense to me, because
compromise and control.
Yes.
The funny thing is, if nothing else, Tariq's been saying that for years. He even has a documentary about that, but you're going to act like you read one lawsuit and saw some videos and you think you're an expert. Oh, Lord. I wonder how she's going to react when Buck Breaking 2 comes out. I wonder how she's going to react. Because it's funny. He puts that first one out, everybody dismissed it, and then all of a sudden stuff starts coming out, and then he looks like a prophet, but they don't want to give him credit. All right.
Yes, because I'm like, what on earth is even being sold to Black America right now? This isn't even our music. And like, who's controlling that? Like, who's making them produce this kind of filth? And
There she go talking. There she go again. Whole bunch of wheeze. Just because you listen to Kanye does not mean you're part of the Black community, ma'am.
Who is we? Who is we?
Unbelievable, boy.
putting it out there. So it's interesting. It's definitely something worth following.
I always wondered though, like, what would be, I guess maybe control them from a musical standpoint. Hey, I own the masters, I own whatever maybe, because I mean, we know why Epstein did it, right? Epstein did it. We know he was Mossad. It is what it is, right? He was intel for a certain nation. But with Diddy, it's like,
look, he did it. So you mentioned Mossad, but you won't mention the country. These are the people y'all would. This is the family. This is the people they tell you. Okay, I had to calm down a little bit and talk to my daughter. Okay, you mentioned Mossad as an Arab man, but you're scared to say Israel, sir. Everybody in the world knows what Mossad is. These two are the people whom men run to, and they write out testimonies saying how these two men changed their life. But they can't say a country's name because of the implications of said country. It's called Israel. Just say it. It's okay. They're not going to jump out of vans and kidnap you. You scary bastards.
all right, you already got Bad Boy. You're already making a bunch of money. You've been doing this for a very long time. Is there really a need to be doing this? But I guess at that point, it's like, oh, I get all the girls I want. I have all the money that I want. Let me just explore new things.
Well, don't forget the documents also said, like heavily implied, that he was having a relationship with the CEO of Universal, Lucian Grange.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's pretty scary stuff. That's all I'm saying. So they weren't saying that like Diddy was at the top.
Yep.
He was saying that all of the execs were in on it and were sanctioning Diddy to do this. Like Diddy's kind of
middleman.
Yeah, he's the middleman, so to speak.
He's
if those documents are true, exactly.
Clive Davis was involved as well.
And now we're unearthing everything. Now it's like, okay, let's revisit what Michael Jackson was saying. Let's revisit what a bunch of people in the industry have been coming out saying, that there's like some sort of a ring that's happening. But every time those people speak out, you're wacko Jacko, you're crazy Kanye, you're this. It gets the full effort smear thing. He did. And the thing that was crazy at that time was that Kanye showed a text that he had received from that Harley Pasternak, right? And Mia didn't even report on this. That Harley Pasternak like wrote to him, if you don't do this, I'll put you back into like a psych ward, drug you up, and take your kids.
Yeah.
Mia didn't even care about that, you know? So it's now everybody's kind of revisiting the things that have been said by a lot of artists and wondering what's really happening in Hollywood. It's very scary.
I believe Meek Mill, man. I think he's innocent.
I
don't know. I'm just kidding.
Speaking of Kanye, you and Kanye are good friends. You guys went viral with the White Lives Matter shirts, which, you know, it amazes me how that caused so much controversy, because it's like, wait, is there an issue with saying White Lives Matter too?
That was the point.
Like, what the hell? And the fact that you guys went viral for that
sounds wrong.
Is crazy to me. But again, we live in a wild world where you know, no one's life matters unless you're Black, apparently.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about how that came? Well, how you guys became friends, and then how that came about with the t-shirts?
So I'm a person, I believe in frequencies. I think that things happen in your life, and it's whatever you're channeling. So just a funny backstory. I grew up listening to Kanye's music, and leading up to Kanye tweeting me, I was listening every day to why can I never remember the name of a freaking song? You know, the one
Which album?
Which album?
I can never remember the name of a song. It's a freaking one that he FSNL and the whole cast tell him. Yeezy said, "You can kiss my whole," more specifically, my asshole. I'm an asshole. You know what I'm talking about. He was after he did the Taylor thing, and they were like, "You're canceled," and he just came back with a fire song. My beautiful dark twisted fantasy. Twisted fantasy is the. But what's the song called? It's gonna drive me crazy. Power. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah, literally Power.
Oh God. Okay, so you're this big fan of Kanye. You don't even know his songs or his lyrics. Okay. All right. I don't know. I don't know. We continue. I had to give myself a little decompressor.
Okay.
That song is like, that's my anthem, honestly. Anyway, so I was every day just listening to this song, like running on a treadmill, like running like 5 miles a day, just like getting on my like F what the world thinks, because that's what that song does to you. It's like, forget what everybody is saying. You be you and don't apologize for being you. And I was explaining this the time I was working with Charlie Kirk, and he didn't even know who Kanye was. It was crazy. I can't believe he even asked me that question. And I'm playing this music for him. So Charlie starts listening to Kanye's song, and I started talking about Kanye when I met Nigel Farage and somebody that worked with him named Dan. And I just remember sitting there and at my house after all of this, the months leading up to this, and Dan sends me a screenshot, and it's like Kanye's account, and it's like, I love the way Candace Owens sings. And I thought, is this like British humor? Are you being funny? Because I just said to you like how much I love Kanye and like I listen to a song every day and and I was like, this can't be real. Yeah. And then I like go and check, and he just tweeted, I love the way Candace Owens sings. Wild. It was just crazy. It was just, the energy of that was insane leading up to the moment. And I was so excited because his music got me through a lot in life, you know, and his music inspired me to take a chance on myself. You know, the song Power directly inspired me to take a chance on myself. And yeah, so we met up in LA. I then tweeted back like, let's meet up, you know, super like, like, well, actually, I think I actually literally cried.
Wow.
It was just, think about that. Every morning you're listening to the song. You have no idea. He's not involved in politics at all. It inspires you to get in politics. And this person just tweets.
He was more low key with it back then.
It was wild. Yeah. And then, so we met up and we became friends, and that's that. And then the White Lives Matter stuff, it totally was his idea. You never know what Kanye's cooking up. You know, I call it a Kanye carpet ride. You just, when you're with him, you don't know what he's thinking, how it's like mad scientist. And
genius.
Yeah.
I've heard from multiple people that like he'll be doing 4 things at once. Like he'll have like his music people there, his sneaker people there, his clothing people here, blah, blah, blah. And they'll all be in the same place, and he'll work in one station for like 10, 20 minutes. Then he'll go and do something else. And he just does that the whole time he goes around. He's just like, you know, coming up with ideas.
That's smart.
Was he doing that even back then?
Yeah, it's just, you're just like, I don't know what's happening or what's with this person. He'll be like, you should stand here, or like, let me photograph your outfit. I like it. It's inspiring. You know, just, you know, you can't even explain it. And then he was just like, I really need you to come to Paris. Doesn't tell me why. Like, I think, you know, he's doing his clothing line. Doesn't tell me why at all. And then when I walked in and we jumped on a plane, went over there, he just had the shirt and was just like, and I instantly understood obviously, because this is the whole point. You keep saying, you keep patronizing Black Lives Matter, and then when people say like, what about other people? You're like, it's implied that white lives matter. So then this shirt is not going to bother you at all, right?
But
At all. If we rock the shirt, because you're gonna be like, yeah, of course white lives matter.
Yeah.
People were bothered by that
Of course.
shirt. I'm very bothered by that shirt, right? So it proved a point in a very artistic Kanye brilliant way.
Isn't it funny though? Whenever someone's like a creator or has like a change of like, I want to say the game itself, they call them crazy, maniac, something's wrong with you, you're insane. But these people are setting trends where like, they ask the question, why is this happening? Why not this way? And they always ask the question, why? But they call them crazy.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of the times it's sad because it takes somebody dying for you to realize how brilliant they are and what they actually brought you. And it shouldn't happen like that. You know, we should be able to respect these people when they're alive and not like in the legacy where it's like, oh, it was so great. I know we all like jumped on the person and called them this and canceled them and did all that. But now in the retrospect, we really loved that person, you know?
And he predicted a lot of things that he was right about. People talk shit and he was right about a lot of things. Because they'll say, they might say, that's anti-Semitic, or we don't like this, we're racist, or some other bullshit. But it's like, was he wrong?
I'll say this, man.
Oh, wait.
Well, hold on. Number one, what? Vultures.
Yeah.
That's all
hey, man. Number one. I will say this. So you did a documentary, fantastic piece of work. I really heavily advise everyone to go watch this documentary. The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, covering the George Floyd incident, Black Lives Matter, etc. Can you tell us a little bit about that documentary? I know that documentary probably got a bunch of hate for doing it. I think it was powerful and needed to be done because it's a topic that people are scared to talk about. So people are scared to discuss, but people know privately this is what really went down.
Of course.
This is way over the edge. Like we it's not even over the edge. We died already.
This is beyond the event horizon. Like we about to hit the vortex.
Yeah, we about to hit the vortex.
Yeah.
We're scared to talk about it. Motherfucker, George Floyd has been in people's mouths for the last 4 years. It's been in people's mouths for the last 4 years so much, they're trying to equate Ashley Babbitt to him now. What the fuck are you talking about? It's going to get worse, family.
Can you tell us about that documentary a little bit?
Yeah, and I mean, you could say this, it goes back to what we were talking about with people using smears to prevent you from talking about anything, any subject they don't want you to touch, any powerful institution they don't want to get close to. And, you know, Black Lives Matter as an organization, it was just so obviously fraudulent. It was so obviously racist. It was so obviously going to lead to Black Americans setting themselves back, looting and rioting their own communities. And I kept saying it and I was just being called a coon and like, this is the thing we're doing. We're finally getting power. Okay. You're finally getting power by taking a flat screen TV because they're going to allow you to do this for a couple of months. And then what? The businesses are all, they're playing chess, right? The businesses are all going to leave the Black neighborhoods because why would they stay, right? They're making no money. You're allowing people to steal. We've already done this in the 60s, by the way. They called it the white flight.
Who the fuck is we? I wouldn't even say that. Who the fuck is we? Go to your mom. My mom's on the phone. Tell her to go get your son.
Who is we? Who is we?
Yeah, because only black people were the ones outside looting. Okay. Only black people. Okay. Never mind the fact that these corporations used that as an excuse to finally get out of the hood when they were losing money for years, even though we were patronizing their stores. We started figuring it out and we stopped going there. We started going to the mom and pops again. Let's negate the fact that people were using Amazon more than going to the box stores. Nah, we're gonna use the summer of love to blame why that happened. Okay, all right. Not the border jumping, the border jumpers and their theft rings. Not the white folks. No, we're not gonna talk about that. The Asians with their theft rings. No, we're not gonna talk about that, right? Nah, just black people because y'all were hyper focused on Brooklyn, Chicago, and LA. All right. All right. I guess you're not going to mention how they were dropping off bricks in our neighborhoods. And it was white folks that were doing it. Nah, we forgot about that.
Everyone's leaving because you keep rioting and looting. And so I just saw it happening in slow motion and knew that a lot of times what happens with emotion is you're all in and then you're finally ready after some time to look back on things with clarity. And it was something that I received a lot of heat from, not obviously bowing down to the George Floyd narrative and also knowing how much they lied about it. I mean, they didn't even show the full arrest date. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Lie. Ma'am, all this access you claim they have, how the hell did we see the whole? I don't understand how this woman lies like this. She claims she has all this access and she gets all this insider information and she sits there and says we didn't see the full arrest. How the hell did we see it? We literally watched the entire body cam. They have it on YouTube. We saw the body cams. We saw the independent filming. What did you not see, ma'am? No, EJ, she pisses me off. Sitting up here lying. We didn't see it. Everybody saw it. People in Japan were talking about it in their chats. What are you talking about, ma'am? I know what it is. These are the same type of folk who sit up there and act like exactly what the white Republicans be saying. We don't have access to the internet. So because a few people don't have access to the internet, we don't know nothing. I talked about it. Everybody knew black media talked about it. So what the hell didn't we see? We just didn't show the video. Oh, that's what it was. Because you knew YouTube would get at us for showing the video. So you thought we didn't say something. So we were going off. You thought our commentators were going off what other people were saying. Ah, I get it. I get it. That's the thing. We talked about it, but because we never showed the videos, you think we were taking it from other people and we were just speculating. Ah, got it. Okay. We got you. We got you.
Yeah. It's crazy. This is a great example of how biased the media is. Who was the guy? Brad Parscale worked for Trump, and he got arrested. When I tell you they had his arrest tape, full arrest tape on the internet within like hours, it was amazing.
Yeah.
With George Floyd, it was just that one angle of the girl's phone.
Yep.
That's a lie.
That's all you were allowed to see. You couldn't see that. They tried to get him in that car peacefully. I mean, from the jump, he acting weird, not answering. They're asking him questions. Are you okay? Like, why are you acting weird? They put him in the car. Could have been a totally peaceful arrest.
Okay. All right. So we're not going to talk about the fact that it was the second time them cops came outside on him. We're not going to talk about the fact that that store owner's employee, basically the Palestinian, I'm sorry, I should have prefaced that. The Palestinian employee from Cup Foods called the cops on that man because he couldn't determine if the $20 bill he gave him was fake or not. Instead of getting his boss to do it. Even his boss told him, don't worry about it. He still went and called the cops. But y'all not going, I'm surprised y'all didn't come outside and say he was a hero. But it's going to get worse, family. You thought it was bad now. Just wait till what you hear she say.
He asks to get out. He says, I want to get out, blah, blah, blah. He asks to be put on the ground. It's just wild. It is wild. They put him on the ground. They wouldn't let him breathe. He had enough fentanyl in him to kill a horse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lie. We already proved that when I did the fall in Minneapolis. That's a lie. The amount he had in this system was not going to kill him. But I like how y'all just focused on just the fentanyl and not the rest of the shit that he had in his body. But okay. Okay. Then I had some dumbass on X today try to tell me, oh, because on the stand they said that the amount that he had in there, he was on the ground and he was already overdosing. Okay, Great. Let's just go with your assertion that he was already overdosing. I don't think he needed the knee on the neck for 9 minutes to help him finish overdosing. I'm sorry. Now, y'all can tell me I'm wrong here, but I think if you shoot somebody 5 times and they don't die, but I shoot the person in the head the 6th time, I think they're going to give me the deletion charge. I'm just saying. Maybe I got it wrong. She don't. She stealth listens. She probably will, but that's all right. She could take it. Y'all know where I got it from. Well, you know where you got it from.
Okay, that is a fact. There's just no way to look at that.
So you're arguing with the New England Journal of Medicine, who actually did the research on how fentanyl affects the body and what levels it's going to take to actively throw you into an overdose. Got it.
You can be upset about that fact all you want, but at the end of the day, this is a man, and his story should have been a conversation about what led to his addictions, right? Maybe we would have looked back on Big Pharma. Who knows? Maybe it started with
What the
him taking
fuck?
pills for pain, and it ended up the story of a man who then became heavily addicted to fentanyl, whatever it is, right? And
No, she didn't.
Yo, fuck nuts.
No, she didn't. So now George Floyd should have been a conversation on drug use. Okay, ma'am. You know where you should have had that conversation and you would have saved yourself years of trying to catch up? You should have went to Appalachia. Since you're so ingrained with white folk, you should have went to Appalachia and looked at their drug usage. Or I get it. That's rural life. You not about that life. You from the urban sector. Cool. You could have went to Southern California and done interviews with all those prissy ass white people that love to come down off the hills and go to the hood to go score their weed and their coke. Maybe you should have did that since you want to analyze and have conversations about drug use and big pharma. How they in them societies like to pass around pills. They have pill parties still, family. Yes, they do. Why don't you have that conversation with them? No, we're going to use George Floyd and his M word to have a conversation about drug use. We're over 100. Hit the like. You gotta love it.
And talking about addiction is always going to be a compassionate story, I think. And that's why I had to actually check myself after doing the documentary. I actually am glad I sat down with his roommates because I felt bad for him in that way because he didn't ask to be turned into a martyr.
Yeah.
He never said, I'm a good man living my life well and let my death mean something.
100%.
Right? The media did that. So he was a man from addiction. He died in his addiction. His whole life is a story of addiction.
And ma'am, what happened when the media did that? Did you see a whole bunch of black people say, yeah, George Floyd is our martyr. He's a celebrity. We're going to lionize him. Did that happen? Or did people say, okay, you know what? That cop should never have murdered him. And this is just another long line of police overstepping. But now this was wrong because you watched an entire snuff film and the entire world saw it and people were tired. Maybe you don't know this, but most of the people that got their news from George Floyd got it from people talking. Independent commentators, such as yourself. Technically, you're not an independent commentator because you were on Daily Wire's payroll by then, or you were transitioning there. You were still at PragerU. We were given some of the best coverage of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Christian Obenseli, The dude up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, who got shot by the cop in the head. Amir Locke, Rayshawn Brooks, Tatiana Jefferson, all these people that were unceremoniously deleted by the cops. When the news would just do a blurb, unless the person was gaining traction, they would never say anything after that until you found out if the cops were going to get indicted or not. Most of the times, and they'll never admit this, but we know it's true, they got their information from us. But you're going to give them, you're going to go attack them, which is in turn attacking us, because again, that's where they got their information from. But again, you're the same person who won't say people's names, even though you're talking shit about them. Continue.
He was not a good person. He committed crimes probably just to get money. Career criminal
all over Texas.
Yeah.
Who cares?
You know, traumatizing Black and Hispanic people that you.
Who cares? I thought y'all were the people of the Bible, so y'all want to watch people get killed just because they're not a good person. Okay, again, conservatives, if this is who you tout as a leading voice, I have no problem with the government is fixing to do to y'all. I'll just say it like that. If you were cool with George Floyd losing his life on film, but then ran outside and bitched about how Michael Byrd killed Ashley Babbitt, I don't want to hear shit coming out of you when the government's fixing to do what they're going to do to us. I don't want to hear it, because us right here in this little enclave of 100 people plus me and my people, we're going to fight. Y'all are going to be on your knees waiting to grab their zipper so you can go down on them. So you could probably stretch out another couple weeks of life. We don't have that issue.
To care about. These were his victims.
Put a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach.
He literally put a
passed
gun.
the counterfeit bill before he was apprehended by the police in the first place. Like, no one ever talked about all the things that led up to what happened.
Everybody talked about the counterfeit bill. What the fuck? Hey, Myron, this is why you should stick to your bullshit red pill content. When you talk politics, you sound like an idiot. You sound worse than her. She sounds smarter compared to you. Maybe this is indicative of the Connecticut public school system.
Right. It's just pretending like, and then not showing the other angle, which you can see Derek Chauvin actually from the front. It looks like he's on his neck, but actually, and police are taught that to put their knee there once he was on the ground.
Oh, we're going to do this now. Okay, ma'am. See, that's actually a lie too. Now I know y'all got at the police chief for saying that's not the correct technique. It's actually not. It's not supposed to be on the neck. It's supposed to be one knee in the middle of the shoulder blades, in between the shoulder blades, and the other one on the lower back. His mama gave that I'm not even gonna say the C word, gave that woman who did the documentary, Liz, whatever the fuck, gave her the manuals, and they actually had the picture. Nowhere near the neck. It's funny, even in pictures you lie. But okay. I get it. You're so lost in your grift sauce that you gotta keep going. I understand, Torian. I understand.
And so, yeah, you could say that, oh, well, once said I can't breathe, why didn't you move your knee? He was saying I can't breathe from the second they pulled him over. When you see the whole thing, and they were—
That's a lie. She said she saw the entire thing. When did— oh God, never mind.
It's like, dude, what? I can't. I'm claustrophobic. I can't be in the car. I can't breathe. You know. And so it wasn't like
he was in the fucking car already. That's not what he said. He said, "Why y'all coming to mess with me?" That's the first thing he said to him when they pulled up. Cut it out.
They just thought he was BSing. Likely is what happened. That he was just BSing.
Not only that, but if you're able to scream, that means you're able to breathe.
Right. And so here's the thing. Yeah, quite literally, when you take fentanyl, do you know what it does? Yeah. It stops you from breathing.
Yeah. The media saw
the drugs he took worked.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a tough conversation to have. I get it, but I will not.
Yes, it's tough when you lie. Torian asked, what is their big issue with George Floyd? Their big issue with George Floyd is it put their racism on Front Street. That's their biggest issue. They thought that snuff film, plus how George Floyd's history was set up, that Chauvin would have got a walk and the other 4 cops would have got a walk. The problem was, irrespective of how the world reacted to it, even they couldn't justify what he did. Even the hardcore white supremacists in Minnesota and the suspected white supremacists in Minnesota couldn't justify what he did. Because they looked at it as you had the situation controlled until people started gathering, and you went above and beyond. Hell, even the people on the stand said he should have just taken him straight to the hospital. He'd still be alive. Chauvin decided, fine. He said he couldn't breathe. You put him on the ground. You put a knee on his neck. You heard him say, I can't breathe. You should have got off. You had 5 cops there. He was restrained. Y'all had that bullshit restraint on him. Put him in the car. Put him in the hospital. Let it be the hospital's problem at that point. He'd still be under arrest. After they get him stable, you put the handcuffs, you bring your DA down there, you formally charge him. What these 3 idiots are not getting is you had 7 billion people watch a snuff film and you think that's okay. Regardless of what that cop did, he should have went home. But then that same year, y'all were talking about how the government was needlessly having people deleted over a stupid virus. So you're mad at the people that had no control because they chose to give up control, but you're not mad at the person who exerted control and ended up deleting somebody. You're not upset with that. Okay.
Accept turning somebody into a martyr who
you jackasses turned him into a martyr. We didn't do that. You jackass conservatives and you jackass media personalities, both on the left and the right, turned him into a martyr. We didn't. We just outlined the fact that y'all tried to cover the shit up. And if we didn't put as much pressure on that as we did, he probably would be still walking around, breathing free air. And I'm talking about Chauvin. Y'all are pissed at us that we kept that story going. Y'all couldn't try to bury it.
led a life of criminality, and then also at the same, I mean, you had little black girls, little black boys wearing his face, a criminal. They were baptizing people.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I wonder if you're going to say the same thing when people were wearing Che Guevara shirts. Oops. By your standard, people that wore Trump shirts shouldn't be outside doing that, right? Oops. People who had Gandhi quotes on their t-shirts, and Gandhi did things with children. Oh, let me help you. What about all those people that were running around saying, I stand with Israel? Oh, shit. I wasn't supposed to say that. Are they criminals? Candace, you're acting like this right now.
I'll spell it for you. D-U-M-M-Y, period.
in the square.
What?
Yes, they were. You don't remember how crazy it was. They literally tried to make his name synonymous with Jesus Christ. When you go to that square when that went down, there's like a billboard, and they basically were put angel wings on him. I mean, it's nuts what they did to a career criminal, but that's what they want. They want Black Americans to believe and to defend the people in our community that are doing the worst. That's why it's.
She's talking French again.
Who is we? Who is we?
She's talking about, remember when they had the zone, that free zone in Minnesota? They had a picture of George Floyd on some building with angels' wings. We didn't do that. Nobody came to us and said, can we do this? Ma'am, we had a problem when they had his picture over in Palestine. You think we're going to be cool with them putting his picture up in Minnesota? Somaliland West? Minnesota. I tell you, this woman is so out of touch. It's not even, every video we see now, family, she shows us how more and more she's out of touch. Hey, Candace, I got a book for you. I need you to go get this because I think you sorely need this one time. Since you want to talk about slaves, I think you're a slave, ma'am. This is how slave talk. You've got to be kidding. Let me educate you real fast before we go back to the video. Those weren't regular, ordinary Black folks, because ordinary, regular Black folks are actually intelligent enough to not lionize a criminal. Those are the nouveau Blacks. They've never had an original thought that we haven't given them that they tried to remix. Harlem Shake anybody. We didn't ask for that mural. We didn't ask for Palestine to do it. We didn't ask for some jackass to go spend his money and create a George Floyd memorial in different cities, including Newark, which he had no connection over there, less to my knowledge. But you're saying it's the Black community. So technically that would be you. Like we told them on Fifth Avenue to write Black Lives Matter. We told the NBA to go put jerseys that said Black Lives Matter and put it on their court, right? That was us. We told them to go do that, right? We told the NFL, hey, go ahead and put Black Lives Matter all over the place. We told them to do that. Continue, woman, because you're just gonna, you still got you. We not even family. Do you realize we ain't even halfway? We almost halfway, and we've been streaming for about an hour and 20 minutes.
The racist system in that regard, right? When you are saying to Black Americans, aspire to be filth, right? Aspire to be the next sexy red, the next this person, and simultaneously saying these are your new idols. These are your new.
I'm done. Okay, now the snowball hit the top of the mountain, is going down the other side. We're telling Black Americans are being told to aspire to be sexy red. Oh, wow. The black community is telling their young kids to aspire, the young black girls to aspire to be sexy red. Because you saw her in a couple pictures doing concerts in schools. That was a cosign. The black community asked for that, not the enclave. The black community as a whole. But if I go in on the white community as a whole, then I'm wrong. That's not them. That's not the entirety of them. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Torian. Well, I mean, Torian, I mean, you know, they all the women in that community aspire to take hot loads to the face.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you something.
We don't care.
Well, that was unpleasant for me to say.
Be nice. Yeah. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Interesting. Continue.
Jesus Christ. This is the new Jesus Christ. It sickened me, and it still makes me so angry to look back on it and the people that fed Black Americans that garbage.
You know, I've always said, people, they give me the same term, oh, you're a coon, they say the same thing to me, because I've always said, you know, Black Lives Matter.
We don't call you a coon. Nobody's ever called you a coon, sir. Oh, my God. Now he wants to be included. Okay, fine. You want to be a coon so bad? Here.
Fuck out of here.
Myron Fit Gaines. Nobody's ever called you a coon, sir. Wait. That's not your real name. Fouled. That nobody's ever called you a coon a day in your life. What? Sir, you tried to play black. We didn't take you serious. I never once in my life saw a press photo with you and Fresh and thought both of you were black. Yes, he's an Arab. Yes. Talking about somehow his dad whooped him and his sister with the windows open. Tippy W. No, but he has a lot of suspect photos, especially the legendary one with him in the bed with the white man. And then he lied and said that's what they did when they went to away games with his rowing team. I'm sorry. I didn't do that in college. And I've gone on out-of-state trips in student government. And I was never in a bed with another man. So, yeah. Oh, man. But okay, continue, sir.
It's a terrorist organization.
It is.
I used to work in law enforcement. One of the things we investigated was terrorism. And by definition, you know, using violence or, you know, trying to coerce people from a violent perspective for political ideology is terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
And BLM is a domestic terrorist organization every way you slice it. If you want to go in and call the KKK and these white supremacy groups, you know, domestic terrorist groups, then you got to call BLM too. But they're so scared. The FBI is so scared to label them as a domestic terrorist organization. It's crazy because they don't want to do the backlash.
No, I don't believe that. I think actually the FBI uses it as an operation. Like they support it because it's their up. You know what I mean? Like you think it's just like overnight, every single news channel was suddenly interested in this arrest. Like come on, it was a total up. It was so obviously an up. They were suppressing, trying to find out any real information on the case, not releasing the body cam footage. I mean, everything that happened shows you that the government was
different
complicit.
Corners doing the autopsy.
Yeah,
that was weird.
The government was complicit in the narrative, and they wanted that.
Say that again. Say that again. Fouled. Say that again.
Footage. I mean, everything that happened shows you that the government was
Different
complicit.
corners doing the autopsy.
Yeah,
that was weird.
They cut corners doing the autopsy. You hear this? Now they cut corners. It's funny. They cut corners on the autopsy, yet they did another one that aligned with the first one. What?
Hey, yo.
That is a major cap alert. What? Just say you're pissed that the white man lost.
Government was complicit in the narrative, and they wanted that disruption because it helped to foster an environment in which they thought, well, now no black person is going to support Trump. I mean, there was so much going on. You know, we were
Okay, man. If she's so dumb. I'm sorry, family. I don't like calling people dumb, but she's so dumb. Ma'am, it didn't matter at that point. It really didn't matter at that point. Ah, it sickens me that I have to explain this. Ma'am, the cops were already on shaky ground with the public. Less black people were killed under Trump. That's a fact. You can go look this up. It didn't matter at that point because the next president came in and said he's going to refund the police, which what you conservatives want. So you got what you wanted. Now you want to say the government was complicit in George Floyd's murder? For what purpose, ma'am? Because you saw some report that said the FBI told them to come in and change the autopsy? So how did the independent autopsy that didn't ever talk to the FBI, how did they come up with the same conclusion? Looking at the same body. I need that explained to me. If the FBI wanted to control the narrative, they would have taken possession of the body and done their own autopsy and would have said drugs killed him, and that would have been the end of it. I'm going to give you a word of advice, ma'am. Don't punch above your intellectual level. It does not suit you. I'm not saying you can't talk about that, but you better talk about it from a research perspective, because what you're doing right now is speculating. And it sounds a lot like the people who were speculating early on with the coffee venereal disease. And I'm talking about the people that didn't do any research.
you were in an election season, and so
lockdowns
yes.
were right. It was funny because they're like, all right, guys, sit in your house, masks on, 6 feet apart, etc. George Floyd dies. This is in May. Everyone's riding in the streets.
Yeah. They literally were creating laws that were like, yeah, but
how do you? Oh God. So you're going to use his death to justify the fact that the coffee venereal disease was bullshit when we told you it was bullshit when it first started. We told you it was bullshit in March when it first started. George Floyd died in the end of May. You had 2 months of people telling you it was bullshit. I'm not wearing no mask. Or I'm going to wear it under protest. You can't equate the two. Stop it.
They were carving out exceptions. If you're black and you want to riot and loot your own community down and burn it down, it's allowed. We must have this exception. And so,
Lord.
it was an insane time. And where did all that money go? Which I kept asking, where do you guys think this money's going? You think it's going to go into black communities? Don't be so stupid.
BLM.
They
You
went to
actually did
trans
LM.
organizations.
Yeah, so in the documentary, and I don't want to give it away. You guys need to really go watch it. But
No,
you,
we
go
don't.
over where that money was spent.
Wild.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Guys, LGBTQ trans neighborhood, first ever trans neighborhood that we're building in San Francisco. You know, these trans center for arts. Poll Black Americans. You want to talk about like the community that would not be supporting all of this, the number one community that would be against all this LGBTQIA plus nonsense, it's going to be Black Americans. We're very conservative on this issue, right?
Who the fuck is we? She's still talking French. Oh, man.
Who is we? Who is we?
Unbelievable. She keeps saying we. Man, this is not your community. No, Tippy, they lost monetization. They could still stream. They won their appeal to keep the channel up. They just can't get any money through the YouTube partner program. I mean, if I had time, I would go get the video where Sheldon and Myron was about to cry because they lost monetization. He had to walk off screen. Jesus Christ. Now she's gonna pivot and make us look like transphobes. Newsflash, man, we're not transphobes. We just don't with them people like that. That doesn't make us transphobic. And maybe you done missed it, but most Black people didn't even screw with BLM like that. They understood. We understood what the message was, but we didn't fuck with the organization. But y'all still trying to say that we effed with the organization. That was a beautiful PPP. Give them hell because they're white. I know it was fronted by Black women. It was really controlled by white folk. That's why. Just like Me Too was fronted by a Black woman, but controlled by white folk. There's no way they're going to give back $1 billion. Plus. No way. Y'all gonna yell at me? You know what? I'm not even gonna do that. I'll just say it, but don't do this. I was gonna say the F. You call her fraudulent, but you know how people are. They're gonna take it and then they're gonna mess it up. I don't want to be the catalyst of that. I don't want to be the catalyst of that. We might have to come up with a. We might have to come up with a acronym for her and them type of folk because there's a lot of Black conservatives that are immigrants and from immigrant backgrounds, and they out here talking.
Right. Yeah. And yet that's where for the cost of you rioting and looting your own communities, not only do you now have to live in these criminally rotten communities, but also we funneled your money.
Violent crime is down 8.2% across the board, but violently criminal. You hear her. Because it seems to me the last few mass shootings outside the one in Philly, they have been where? Oh, we're not gonna have that conversation, right? Where were they, ma'am? Including one near your doorstep out there in Green Hills, Tennessee, outside of Nashville. Hey, it's funny. The last 8 months, I'm hitting my imaginary watch. Where's all y'all's videos about those mass shootings in Chicago? And again, remember, I apologize to Chicago live on the air. Where are those videos, man? I don't even see Fox News talk about it anymore. Huh? Hey, ma'am. Should we go pull up the U.S. News and World Report for the violent cities? I'm trying to see something. Don't let me see Nashville on there. Don't let me put, if I see Nashville on there, I'm clowning you. I promise you. Let's look. Okay, we got Ratchet Town, USA. Let me see. There's old Anthony Bryan Logan City. Don't let me see Nashville on this motherfucker. There's Denver. All right, you might be lucky, motherfucker. You. All right. Wait, is this a new one or is this an old one? Oh, this is an old one. Let me see. Let's do past week. Maybe they updated it. Ooh, look. A list of mass killings this year. It's only March. But she won't talk about this. Here's the per capita folk. They pissed. And it's funny. Biden said refund the police. And then all of a sudden, things are a little safer. But we're still violent in the hood. Computer robots, hello. She's not going back to the husband. You don't see every chance she gets, she leaves the 3 kids and the husband and the nanny at home to go fly across the country somewhere so she can go talk. Hell, she's about to go back on the college tour. She really doesn't want to be home. Must be boring in Green Hills.
To LGBTQIA plus organizations that all spawned overnight. So it's a money laundering operation. Obviously.
Not only that, they bought themselves. I always make the joke, buy lavish mansions. They bought like mansions, like because the heads of the BLM are, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 lesbian women.
One, I think one turned to a man. I don't know.
Okay, but they bought some mansions.
Yeah,
buy lavish mansions.
One in Canada. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And if you want a reason that Black people should be rioting, it's because of that. Yeah. But
and it's crazy because I actually knew someone that lived in Minnesota at that time, and they were, I think they ate something and they were like allergic, and they called them.
Why the fuck would we go protest for dumbass people giving them money? That's your money. You want to use it to go fund them? Do your thing. Why should we be the ones to go outside? Oh, God. Ooh. Oh, Candace. Oh, Candace. You love talking. And then you go home to this. $5 million house. 8.35. Almost 4. 3.25. They just put, look at this. 10 million. Must be nice. 3. This is probably the cheapest one I've seen yet. And that's, you probably buy that house and your neighbors that got the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $7 million houses probably laugh at you. They would probably ask you, is this your maid's quarters? The grift pays well. They're building this one. It's going to be almost 4. Look, almost 10. Now, this is a condo. They still want almost 400,000 just to say you live there. Another one. Well, a townhome. Almost 6. This is probably where the Tennessee Titans players be living. Look at this. 5. She talking a lot. Must be nice. You leaving your husband and your 3 kids and a nanny and all this acreage to go talk to strange men. Ain't that something? The land is worth 5.5. Must be effing nice.
Yeah.
Police couldn't even come.
Couldn't
like
come.
they almost died because they're like, sorry, I can't come out there. Like, because they said defund the police. So they have to cut 911 staff. They had to cut police officers and they almost died.
I'll tell you what, definition of shouldn't have given niggas money. Literally, just saying.
No, but it wasn't even, they never got the money. It was like, never give Patrice Cullors money. You know,
Yeah.
that's the crazy thing. And yeah, it's just, it's unbelievable. And yes, it was 100% the Democrats that were supporting that. And I think there is a deep-seated hatred that they have for Black Americans. That's the one I can't figure out. It's always Black Americans. Like, they're always experimenting
Now it's Black Americans, not Black people. Okay.
on Black Americans.
Y'all have made it. They won't say foundational. Y'all have made it. Black Americans is their all-encompassing term. They won't say foundational.
You know, whether it's our bodies, Tuskegee experiment that happened, or whether it's our minds, it's Black Americans that suffer first. They're trying to encourage you to be illiterate by putting up these people as idols who definitely should not be idols in the Black community, like Sexy Red. It's always Black Americans.
Yeah.
So whatever.
The worst role models.
Meg Thee Stallion.
It's
Oh, Jesus. Oh, so the other communities don't have their fucked up role models? Okay. All right. Allison Mack. Yeah, y'all not gonna give last I checked, she's white. Courtney Clenny, whatever the hell her last name is, she white. And she killed somebody. Latinos. Hey, the cunt who killed Selena, she about to get out. Latinos got to claim her. Cardi B, they got to take. Hey, they got to take her. You can't foist us. You can't foist her off on Black folks. She's not Black. Hey, AAPI, y'all got a whole Aquafina. Y'all got a whole Diane Yap. Oh, I know. And she sounds the same at 1.5 too. That's the face I have right now, family. I hope y'all understand that. I'm going to save that picture because when Fresh and Fit inevitably break up, I have something to use for the thumbnail. Oh, EJ, see, what they don't realize is the money's already coming in for foundational Black Americans, but they can't say that out loud. Saying how their people, a lot of your Hollywood types now are going to start saying how their people are from the soil. They're going to be more proud to talk about it now. Some might even use the word foundational. And it'll become a thing offline. Then they're going to get upset because that's when the real delineation is going to start. And I'm cool with it. They're not going to be cool with it. But let's continue.
So there's a hatred for Black America. The people that are running, running America, the criminal organization, they hate Black people first, and there's no doubt about that.
With the documentary, how long did it take you to film it, and what was some of the backlash that you dealt with that? Because I could only imagine.
We filmed it. It took about, I moved quick, so we were like just, maybe like 4 to 5 months to
You guys
film
did it in
it.
the winter too.
Yeah, and I was freaking pregnant, which is why that Patrice thing was so funny when she pretended like I was attacking her outside. I was 8 months pregnant. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not getting attacked by anyone. And the reception was great. You know, I do think, like I said, with time, the scale kind of falls from people's eyes. BLM, the organization, blocked me, of course, because once you start looking into where the money is. But Black people were receptive to it once they saw it and it was being shared on.
Oh, not Black Americans? Not Black Americans? No. 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 Black Americans have to hold the L on Sexy Red, but Black people were receptive to your bullshit documentary. You gotta love the way they can switch out those nouns.
A lot of the like highly traversed Black blogs that are on Instagram, and they were pretty outraged. And now you can see people are saying, yeah, Candace was right. She told us about this. She told us about this. You can see that the Black community has moved a lot from when I first appeared on the scene to now. And I'm really grateful for that. You know?
Well, slowly people are waking up. And I think that's America as a whole. They're starting to see like, you know, fake news, mainstream media lies about a bunch of stuff, a bunch of things that we were told are not true. As they try to say they are. History has been rewritten by the winners a bunch of times. Like people are kind of.
I get it. We were kids in the 90s, but they were doing that. Y'all were cognizant of what was going on in the late 2000s, early 2010s, when the quote unquote woke movement started up again. What the fuck are you talking about, sir? These are all subjects we've been talking about. Y'all were too scared or uninformed to talk about it. That's why you act like now that everybody's talking about it, that you guys are at the forefront because you have these big platforms. You're right. History will be rewritten by the winners. And we are preserving our history. It's a bang up thing about technology.
Kind of like getting an alternative look, and thanks to platforms like Rumble, etc. Like people are able to do that. So in X, right, being with Elon, kind of getting rid of all the censorship. You were gonna say something?
How do you handle hate? I think a lot of people, like for example, we have some girls coming on the show like later on today, and I asked them, Candace is coming. What are your thoughts? Have said she's talking the truth. I like her a lot. I said we hate Candace. How do you deal with hate?
I just don't deal with it. I think people have.
You a lying motherfucker. You a lying motherfucker. Man, we saw you how you dealt with hate when Steven Crowder came back at you. You ran to Tim Pool and started cursing. Ma'am, you don't know how to deal with hate. You let a white woman in the airport call you out your name and you just said, oh my God, this is effing insane. So your cope to deal with hate is to curse. Your cope to deal with hate is watch people talk shit about you, and then you write innocuous tweets and you don't mention their name. Everybody knows who you're talking about. Oh, wait. What am I saying? That's with them folk. Because if it's a black person like you did with Kim Klacik, and I ain't no fan of hers, you made a point to make sure every time you went back at her, you tagged her in your stuff. Got it. We know how the game works, ma'am. Continue.
Have me mixed up. I just told you, I listened to Power on repeat for like way too long, right? So if you want to get.
You should be having Powernomics on repeat. It's probably the only book to get you out of that Thomas Sowell fog that you're in. But all right.
Into my head, you should listen to Power, right? If you think I'm spending time reading comments about how much you hate me, my life is great.
Thank you.
Amazing. I am saying what I actually believe to be true. People are responding to that. I have a husband who loves me, children who love me. They're really cute. Like, not that it'd be different if they weren't cute, but my kids are really, really cute.
Why would you shit on your kids like that? Oh my God. No, she did not just shit on her kids like that. I hope this proves to y'all that there's nobody above her criticism, even her own damn kids.
Power, right? If you think I'm spending time reading comments about how much you hate me, my life is great.
Thank you.
Bullshit, because we see you on Twitter respond to hate comments.
amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
I'm sure it is because you live in a multi-million-dollar house with a nanny, and you didn't work for that. Fuck, I'm gonna get in trouble for that.
Saying what I actually believe to be true. People are responding.
If you believe it to be true, it might not be true, ma'am. Who is the authority that says what you're saying is true? And it can't be you.
To that, I have a husband who loves me, children who love me. They're really cute. Like, not that it'd be different if they weren't cute, but my kids are really.
Why would you even say that about your kids? I don't give a damn if your kids look like Rocky Dennis. You think they're the cutest kids ever. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. No, you didn't just say that. I wonder if they got a picture of her nanny on TV or on the internet somewhere. Wait, she fired her baby nurse? What? Hold on. She fired her baby nurse? That's interesting. So because the baby nurse, I'm sorry, wore a mask in your house and you told her she didn't have to wear that. She's like, I choose to wear it. You fired her because you thought your baby was going to see them in the middle of the night and not recognize the person. That's why you fired her. Oh, so okay. Okay. It's your house. You can run it however you want. I ain't saying nothing else.
Really cute. And that's it. That's when your family life is intact. Do you think I go to the internet for my sense of security? Like, oh my God, let me see what Rabbi Shmuley thinks of me,
Oh, now you finally, we're 41 minutes in, you finally said his name, even though you mentioned him 30 minutes ago. Okay. You took you 30 minutes to get some courage. All right.
Said nobody ever, right? Said nobody literally ever. So I just do not care what the haters think. I wish them well. And I think a lot of times, gratefully, the haters do eventually become lovers because when you're on the side of truth, eventually people get there, right? And so it feels good to be like, yeah, I was right about that. I was right about that. I was right about that. But I'm happy because I want people's lives to change.
You were right about that because you got that from somewhere else.
And for them not to accept this cancerous victim narrative that's being fed to my people who hate them.
Again.
Speaking about the whole George Floyd situation, if I'm not mistaken, there was a civil lawsuit that was kind of independent of the case, but something else was going on. And one of the prosecutors, I think, had to testify, and she said something on the stand about that George Floyd died from fentanyl overdose. Even she said it.
Yeah, no, that was the people didn't even get to see the court case. That was it. The media was quite literally just showing you him one angle dying over and over again because they wanted to propagandize that. And you actually.
So the court case was never publicized. Okay. Now the court case was never publicized or televised. Okay.
Actually got no facts about that case. And like the doctors that testified of what would happen, how much fentanyl it takes to kill a human and how much he had. It was just insane.
That wasn't covered. Like they didn't cover that angle. And then the fact that like this was literally a couple months ago, I think it was when we were in Vegas. Well, like literally the prosecutor testified in the civil case and it came out that like, no, he died of fentanyl overdose. Or even one of the prosecutors admitted this. I was like, what the hell's going on? Like, I don't know. Chauvin has a pretty good shot at trying to maybe get this thing going out. But
yeah, people should be rioting outside for what happened. It's a very scary thing when the Justice Department can do something like that, and it could be any of us. This is why I fight this sort of stuff, because it can happen to you, it can happen to me, right? You just decide a narrative and get everyone against you, and it's not based on fact at all. That is why, like, I was the loudest voice consistently against the Me Too movement. Before it was popular, I got hit by conservatives and liberals when it first started trending because they were like, oh, it's rape, so we can't possibly. I was like, these bitches are lying.
Thank you.
I know what you did. You slept with him because you wanted a job, right? You slept with him. This is like the oldest. This is prostitution. The prostitutes get a refund now. They get that's what Me Too was. It was prostitution refund. Yeah, they were like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm like, what? No. And I'm telling you, go back and read the articles. I showed it on my show. I'm like, because I got hit by the left and the right. Even the right gets in line and then waits a little bit until it's comfortable to start saying something's wrong. It's like, no, it's always wrong to say that I'm going to believe your allegations because I'm with her. Hashtag or like believe women was trending. What a nut! It's insane. Like, just believe women. Oh, women have never lied ever. Women, just believe women. Blanket.
Does that count for you too? So you've lied. Is that what I'm understanding? You have lied. I saw that, Tori, and I was going to go back in a minute. So you've never lied. Say less.
This is why I fight this sort of stuff, because it can happen to you.
Yep.
It can happen to me,
You got
right?
stabbed in
You
prison
just
too.
decide a narrative and get everyone against you, and it's not based on fact at all. That is why, like, I was the loudest voice consistently against the Me Too movement. Before it was popular, I got hit by conservative.
Look at this donation somebody said. Candace O, have you ever had a knee pressed to your neck? I have. You don't do this unless you plan on killing someone. If someone exerts downward pressure using their body weight while you are lying on concrete, the pressure has nowhere to go but your neck. I'm surprised they actually put that up. But I get it. They said $50. You'll have your chat, your message read. Even though they didn't read it, but you know, they put it on the screen. He paid $50 to say that. Yes, AW1, she wants riots because she can be in the forefront and be saying that's the great thing. She's not fooling anybody. Excuse me. She's a Mexican, not a Mexican, a Mexican.
I mean, they're suffering. I'm like, what? She signed a contract and she has to finish out the contract. That's like how business works, right? But she wants out. So then she said that Dr. Luke raped her, right? She just went with the, like, oh, he raped me or whatever. And I was like, this is a lie. You just know, I am certain in my heart, I'm alleging this, that you slept with him because you can't sing and you somehow got a contract at Sony, right? So I can believe that you slept with him, but I'm not going to buy that you were raped, right? Yeah. So she lies, and then they made her a hero. She was on red carpets. They were like, this is her coming out, like, an album since, like, the Sony thing. Lady Gaga was crying with her. And then what happened that nobody likes to talk about? Dr. Luke fought for his reputation. Will never get a refund, so to speak, on how the media covered him. And then they did a deposition of Katy Perry because she texted. He got her text messages, and she texted Lady Gaga, like, yeah, he raped Katy Perry too. And this is why I like Katy Perry, because they brought her in for a deposition, and she was like, nope. We weren't raped. Nope. Just like told 100% the truth. And then suddenly she pulls her lawsuit away. And all this is like absolute garbage human being for what she did. But that's the thing. Once a man's reputation is ruined in that capacity, if he's quietly winning in the court, but nobody's covering it. Nobody is covering it with the same
Can I bring up somebody else that we all know very well? Andrew Tate.
Dude, I just want to say again, she said she brushed her teeth with a bottle of Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, you already know she on some hoe shit for that
also
one.
under Diddy, by the way, as well.
Coincidence?
Coincidence?
Why were you feeling like P. Diddy? Me as a lawyer. Why were you feeling like
about
P.
partying
Diddy?
hard. That song's about partying hard. Tonight we're going hard. Hard. Yeah, it's like, come on, man.
I have questions.
What's going on, man?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. I just think as men, especially with influence in a platform, we could at any moment be under this same issue. And Andrew Tate, good friend of ours, awesome guy, went to his house.
Yeah, we were there a couple weeks ago.
You
guys talk to Bucharest?
Yeah. Super cool family, cool people there. But to see what happened to him close to home was terrible.
Yeah.
His cameras in every place in the house. You can see what's happening in real time. If he was a trafficker by chance, you would have seen everything there plain sight. But you know what they didn't show in court or anything like that? Footage.
Yeah,
it's all
that
here.
goes coming in and out.
Evidence.
All that, yeah.
So to me, it's like, this is unfair as men.
Yeah.
What we can go through for that.
I looked into that specific case, and it is wild.
Yeah.
It is absolutely wild. And everyone's sitting here trying to litigate, well, this is what he said 10 years ago, so he should go to prison in Bucharest. That's like, no, this is absolute madness. I don't care what he said on a podcast 10 years ago, right? Just the fact that he had to sit in a prison cell with no charges for as long as he did.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild. Like, we're just going to look for something and try to find something. The fact that the girls that were listed in those complaints came out and made article and said this never happened. The fact that they're trying to hunt and sit these women down and say, we just want you to factually say that something happened, and all these women are coming out, and like, I don't know why I'm listed in this suit at all, because it's not true. And then the girl that they used to start the whole thing, people that don't know the story, I covered on my podcast, the fact that she has an entire history.
Yes.
I mean, how many times are you going to believe that this keeps happening to one woman? It's just
Gabby.
It's crazy. You have the worst luck ever. This just keeps happening to you your whole life, right? Like, and that's why you just ask questions, like basic questions. If you're a girl and you say, I was date raped once. Okay, like let's look at I was date raped twice. Oh wait, wouldn't you cover your drinks like that? 5 times, 10 times. It's like, okay, well, I have questions. And this is a circumstance where this woman, it's just been a lot of men that she has accused, and for the short amount of time that she was there, desperate to go over there. If you look into the text messages, I mean, allegedly, let us rinse ourselves in the lawsuit free. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. And like even one of the men that she accused, like ended up like offing himself because he couldn't like take it anymore. And then another guy's in jail, and it's just like, and she's like a known sugar baby, and it's like all this evidence is there, and they're like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. Not to mention that they're not going to come back. Come back and testify in Romania. They're fucking long.
Oh, is that what they're saying now? They're not coming back to testify?
No, not at all. Definitely not. Like those chicks are like the one chick is here, I think in Orlando somewhere, and then the other one, I don't know where the fuck she's at, somewhere in London.
Yeah, they went partying. Can I also mention one more person?
Yeah.
Free Tory Lanez, man.
Yeah,
that's my guy, bro.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about
I
that
don't know
one?
about that because I looked into that case and like that was crazy. That was
more, and then another guy's in jail, and it's just like, and she's like a known sugar baby, and it's like all this evidence is there, and they're like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. Not to mention that they're not going to come back and testify in Romania. They're fucking long.
Oh, is that what they're saying now? They're not coming back to testify?
No, not at all. Definitely not. Like those chicks are like the one chick is here, I think in Orlando somewhere, and then the other one, I don't know where the fuck she's at, somewhere in London.
Yeah, they went partying. Can I also mention one more person?
Yeah.
Free Tory Lanez, man.
Yeah,
that's my guy, bro.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about
I
that
don't know
one?
about that because I
Can y'all hear me now? Put a one if you can hear me. Okay. I don't know what the hell just happened. Uh-oh. They I got sniped. I got sniped.
Bro, what you on?
They sniped me, family. Fresh is a sweet guy. Boy, stop. But okay. Now it's not believe all women, right? First she said, don't believe all women, but now Tory Lanez gets brought up. Now it's, I got to believe Megan Thee Stallion. Let's see where she goes with this.
Other one, I don't know where the fuck she's at, somewhere in London.
Yeah, they went partying. Can I also mention one more person?
Yeah.
Free Tory Lanez, man.
Yeah,
that's my
she's
guy,
crazy,
bro.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about
I
that
don't know
one?
about that because I looked into that case and like that was crazy. That was crazy. And I'm not a Megan Thee Stallion fan, but everything leading up to that, like from trying to pay people off, unless there's something that I missed, and if I did miss it, I will correct the record. But you can't just be shooting people in the feet. Like you can't, like, I mean.
Oh, so we're going to believe Megan Thee Stallion now because she's a woman. She got shot in the foot, allegedly. Okay. Okay.
And so what is the conspiracy? They're like, no, her friend shot her in the foot. But the messages that she showed from that night or the night after, and first off, initially they were saying she stepped on glass, which I thought was wild. Like he was at first saying that she stepped on glass. The doctor, I mean, you can't just make up a surgery. A doctor's not gonna say I pulled out a bullet. So like the fact that his story changed, right? Like, oh, she's lying, she stepped on glass, like doing all that stuff. It's like, okay, you wouldn't need to say that if you like were telling the truth from the beginning, unless there's something I'm missing here. But when I looked into it, it looked like Tory Lanez shot her in the foot.
There is some evidence that the friend could potentially did it because they were fist fighting. There was a argument and all that other stuff, and they were fist fighting.
They were drunk.
Yeah, they were drunk. Everybody was drunk as hell.
Yeah.
What was her name? Kelsey.
Kelsey. Yeah.
Because they were fist fighting on the street, her and Megan Thee Stallion. Because I looked into that case as well. And then the doctor even said before that when she first went to the emergency room that like it did look like she stepped on some glass originally when you look at the first police report.
Yes.
But
the police report, but not the doctor. The doctor.
It says in the police report that the doctor said that there were shards of glass, unless they were like he maybe reported wrong. But in that first police report, they did say it.
Oh yeah,
surprisingly.
Like okay, but I'm not saying like the doctor say because like he said he pulled bullet fragments out of her foot.
Yeah, the person at the emergency room. I think she went to go see another doctor after the fact. But the first doctor, when they first originally went to, because remember, she told them, I stepped on glass because she was covering for Tory.
She was covering for Tory, yeah.
So the doctor was like, oh, okay, well, it looks like you stepped on glass too, right? It's emergency doctor.
Yeah, gotcha. So she did tell him, that's right.
She lied
told
first.
Damn, they turned on fresh in the comments. Look on top left. They turned on that now. They turned it on fresh. Wait, y'all don't see it. Hold on. I got to see this comment. Look at the top left. It says, put a table of a fresh mouth, please. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And she said, I stepped on glass, etc. I think she got reassessed again. But we don't know. But like I think there's strong evidence that Kelsey and Kelsey fought, and then Kelsey shot her. Because when she took the Fifth Amendment on the stand, I was like, what the hell?
So there's a story.
But then why wouldn't Megan say that? Like why got, because they're obviously not friends anymore, right? You know what I'm saying? Like she has no love for her. I mean, Kelsey got on the stand and basically pleaded the fifth the entire time.
Yeah.
So why would you want it to be Tory that was locked up and not the woman?
That's a good question.
Right? Because you would just
say,
be like, I hate her and she shot me. And also Kelsey's text, I mean, she could have been lying.
Yeah.
She's not a good person, full stop. Kelsey is the biggest loser in all this. But she like texted somebody right after and said, like, oh crap, like Tory shot her or something like that. And so that shows that like something happened. But if you're saying that maybe it could have been her.
Yeah, I think there's evidence that it could have been her for sure. And I think maybe it's a situation, because that's a good question. Hey, well, why didn't you just say that Kelsey shot her?
Yeah.
Well, I think she dislikes Tory more.
Listen, there's two scenarios here. Allegedly, by the way. Yeah. Either Kelsey shot Megan in the foot, or there was a scuffle, somebody had a gun, and it went off, and she got shot. Either way, what happened is free Tory.
No, because she said he said, dance, bitch. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Then she was.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
come on.
The way she was saying it, like, because he's a short guy, she was like, he stood over the car and he said dance, but it was a really cumbersome thing, like that. I don't know. I think that there's strong evidence that Kelsey could have shot her, but you know, we don't know. The only people that know really are the people that did that night.
We're speculating. But again, there's a story out there, and then there's a real story. So we'll see what happens.
But
he's Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's another thing too that kind of sucks for him, because I
just being in Canada,
he's gonna get deported after this, 100%. That's why a lot of people say, why didn't he just take the plea? He would have got deported if he did that. They would have given him a felony, maybe he wouldn't have got any jail time.
Damn.
But ICE would have been there and be like, all right, you gotta go, buddy. Foreign national.
You got kids, family.
Oh, we actually deport people now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Color me shocked. I didn't know we had the potential to do that.
You know,
just come right back in over the border, buddy. Just
right now,
come right
maybe
back
not.
in over the border.
With Biden in office, maybe not. But if it was like for a felony like that and a high profile person, yeah, they're gonna remove him. Because everyone's like, why is he still here? Like, that's why.
We got like 30K watching, by the way. Guys, this is amazing.
Wow, shout out to all y'all.
Follow Candace Owens on her channel as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
like the
pop
video.
over right now. No, not right now because you're here. But when you're done, you
open
better
up another
go
tab.
Like on my
go support Candace, because a lot of people are coming and hating on her right now. Because you guys can see,
she
she speaks facts.
The truth, by the way. No lies told. Listen, chats you want to do?
Yeah, I can read some chats real quick. Guys, reading only 50 and up, obviously, because we're short on time. We want to make sure that we can get you all after our shows.
W Candace Owens.
We got here. JTK goes, big W having Candace Owens on. Candace, loved your Tucker Carlson episode. So happy to see you on here. Shout out to Myron, fellow Connecticuteer. Shout out to Westport, Connecticut. What up, Fresh, Chris, Mo, Bills, and Angie. Thank you so much. Run out Interstate 95.
All right, that's it. Jesse Kilgore, he's already admitted he's not black. This is what him and his old man said. They're not black. Well, okay. There's that. That was a slog to get through, but got to make sure you have the information. Before I open the phone lines, would you guys like a little present? Put a 1 in the chat if you would like a little present. If not, put a 2 in the chat. I got something for y'all. Let me see. I'm trying to see something. All right, Iron Will said 1. I want to get a couple more. Oh, this Candace.
I want to keep my podcast, Mo. Y'all ain't finna cancel me.
This why we. I said a lot in this podcast. I hope y'all don't cancel me. All right, I got 4 1s. Okay, 5 1s. Okay. Where is Torian? Is he still here? Somebody summon Torian for me. He might get a kick out of this. Family, breaking news. Breaking news. Something is going on Twitter right now that I think you guys might be interested in.
You know,
1,000 men in one
let me go here.
county.
There's a
1,000 innocent black
concern.
men. So
Y'all are seeing that
let me just read this
correctly.
real quick. So this is
Diane
in
Yap is
Dothan,
hosting a
Alabama.
Twitter
12 police
space.
officers in Dothan, Alabama were apparently members
She's
of a
talking
domestic
about
hate group.
per capita.
So remember I was talking about how white terrorist groups in America are infiltrating the police force, right? So have been found to have set
We
up
might
and
have to
falsely
listen to a little
accused
bit of
over
this.
1,000 black men with the intentions to put them behind bars, even though they were innocent. So you can't find I'll cash out you $2,000 if you can give me an example of where black people, black police officers, or none are over policing white communities and locking people up innocently. You can't find an example in America.
The homie
right?
Lou Fact.
So what you guys are trying to do is right. Y'all trying to paint a narrative without bringing context, because context don't make y'all look crazy, right? Because y'all don't have any examples to debate the incentivized rate of black people, right? Being incentivized to lock them up, and judges getting kickbacks for locking juveniles up for longer sentencing.
No,
So
but I'd like
this is the stuff y'all feel to debate.
Bill, please share
So that's my
those
point.
the sources for all of
I'd
that.
just
I would
like to
like to see
quickly
it.
ask you,
I'm
Lou,
finna do it
if,
right now.
You know, judges are being incentivized and prisons are, you know, people are trying to make money. Why would they
Is it
only
me or
want black
I can't hear nobody? Hello?
Can everyone hear me?
Diane, we hear you, but Lou can't hear you.
Oh, interesting. All right, well, maybe somebody could ask him my question, like why
She finally
only
brought her
black
blue
kids?
check.
Why only black people? These people seem to have it. You're saying they have a financial incentive to lock people up. They're getting kickbacks. They're making money off of, you know, every single person they put in prison. Why only black people? Why wouldn't they want every single dollar from locking up everyone of every race?
This is
Also, I
live.
want to be clear too that these people
Oh, I tagged Tariq.
they got in trouble for it. So you can't say that, oh, because they can only get away with it with black people. Because clearly, as you just showed us, the fact that you even know that this happened, they couldn't get away with it. So that won't be a satisfactory answer for you to say that because they can only get away with it with black people, because clearly they can't. So please answer those questions.
Come on, Diane. What happened?
Well, I don't know if he can hear you. It's crazy to me
Is
how
it me or I can't? Because I can't hear nobody.
I
Right
don't
now.
think you can hear the
really don't
host and
understand
the
this.
co-host.
Lou, did you hear PhD when he asked you a question just then on mute? Could you hear anything? Lou? Might be best to drop him down, bring him back up.
Diane, Diane, if there are a lot of issues, one thing you can do is if you restart the X app and reconnect to the space, all the connections get reestablished.
We're gonna take her money.
And you make everything good again.
Yeah, just don't close the space. Just
right. Just kill the app. Exactly, and then start a space, and it'll say, "Do you want to reconnect to that space?" And you say yes, and then they all get reestablished.
Okay, I'll try that.
So ain't nobody gonna talk.
As a co-host, do I have to do the same thing, or is the fact that I'm
Nope.
No,
here?
you can't.
Nope.
You can't.
Her doing it is we'll do it. We'll do everything we need.
Cool.
Yeah, y'all got to remember, Tariq had her in a room and he saw her.
In the
and
meantime,
people told him
I
that
like to
she
just
was
be
in there. He asked her to come up, and she was like, "Nah, she ran."
Before we have this conversation, that this country is, has some implicit bias. I'm not going to say it's racist, right? Or because I think of racism and supremacy is that's different things, right? But we do have some.
Shout out to Red Joker for alerting me to this.
So if you can send them an invite. But yeah, this country does have some implicit biases and prejudices, right? That just is what it is, right? A lot of shit was done for whatever reason, right? For division, to make a certain group believe something so they could be played into that division, right? To vote. It is what it is. There is.
Wait, y'all didn't hear nothing
policy.
I said the whole time?
What's up?
Y'all didn't hear nothing I said the whole time?
Yeah, they heard you, but I don't think
Torian, this is her space. She's talking about per capita. She got Lou Facts up in there.
I didn't hear nothing. My bad. I didn't
Go
really
ahead,
hear
Diane, and ask your question to him again, and I'll follow up with, or you can point out the point that I already made to him, that I was trying to make to him, that I don't know if he heard me though.
Yeah, because I don't cut people off. I don't want y'all to think I'm cutting people off and stuff.
Oh, Diane's got to come back or the space gonna drop.
Yeah, it says she's having connection issues.
Oh, how convenient.
I'd rather wait for her than frame the question.
What was your question though?
Well, my question was, I didn't really have a question. I was just kind of piggybacking off of her and clarifying a possible or kind of preventing you from making a counterpoint that I suspected you'd make to her before she even finished the question.
All right, can I ask you a question real quick? Are you familiar with BlackRock and Vanguard?
I mean, yeah.
All right, so they're the top investors in private prisons in America. It's a prison in America called CoreCivic. It's the biggest prison, the biggest private prison in America, or whatever.
I'm gonna give the brother some knowledge.
Well, I'll wait till she come in here because I wanted to ask her. Is she back? My bad.
Seems like she's back. She's going on and off mute.
Yes, we can hear you. I think you've done it.
I don't hear nothing she talking about.
Yay.
If she talking, I don't hear nothing. Was that her? Sound like she eating some food. Wait, let me. Let me see.
Also, like I was saying, the thing that I added to that was that you can't say, oh, because they know they can get away with it with black people, because you wouldn't even know about these stories if they were able to get away with it just because it's black people. The fact that you're even able to point this out and talk about the punishments they receive show that you can't just get away with this just for black people. I don't know why this is funny to this guy. He's an emoji nut, but I mean, obviously they did not get away with it, or you wouldn't be telling us about it. So I would like to hear.
What the hell did we get away
So
with?
you're saying that most people? So you're saying like the people that do illegal stuff within the police force in real life, they always get caught? Like I don't. I don't get that point.
No, it's because I'm saying that because she asked you, why do they only target black people
no.
this way?
So because we're talking about per capita, right? And we're talking about rates and stuff. So I never mentioned one time that they're only targeting black people in America. I said that we're getting targeted at the highest rate. And then somebody brought up exoneration. So I'm about to post the who's the most exonerated group, and we can talk about racial implicit biases within the police force and the
But that doesn't
demographics of
answer
the
her
police force as
question.
well.
That
So
did
hold
answer her
on, I'm almost
question.
done. So I'm gonna give you an example. So it's like the Nation of Islam policing the opioid crisis, right? It was predominantly affected by white people, right? They was harmed the most. So like, let's say the Nation of Islam controlled the police force in a rural white town, right? They're gonna go if they're getting incentivized, they're not gonna lock their own up, right? As much as they do other groups that they inherently have bias towards, right? So of course, they're not only targeting black people. That's not the argument. I said that they target black people at the highest rate.
Damn, Gray
That's not
Backshar
even a
said he's
debate.
he's
And then I
doing
brought the
something. He
statistics to
can't
prove
do
all
it.
of that.
Damn. I wanted to see Shark up in there, man. Shark would have given her that way. He probably would have kicked him out. So ain't nobody gonna say what is going on with this thing.
Well, if you add implicit bias, if it's
Hang
like
on.
a combination of things, implicit bias within the police force, the blue code of silence, and then you're incentivizing.
Let me leave and then go back because I don't know why he's doing that.
A judge got kickbacks from private juvenile detention centers to lock little black boys up. And then I gave an institutional example where in the Alabama police force, they locked up 1,000 black men. So if you can give me an example, right? Because if you feel like they're
Ooh, you know who I
it's an
should
everybody
tag?
thing.
I just
Give me an
realized
example
it.
or where they targeted
Y'all watch it on the screen.
1,000 white men, right, and locked them up for shit that they didn't do. And give me an example where a black judge or any judge at that for the matter targeted was getting kickbacks to lock white children up. So if you can give me an example, then I'll concede to your point. So you don't have an example.
Why is it people talking and I'm just not hearing them? Is it me?
So you don't have an example.
I don't hear nothing. It's not me, right?
Man, it's historical of having all white.
They said that's what
that
they said. Some country put up. They did some university put up an actual image,
so
3D image
so
of
you
Bret
asked a
Hart.
question. So every
Of Adam,
question you
what he
ask
looked
me,
like.
I ask
And
directly,
came with
and
Bret
then I
Hart.
ask you a
It's
question, and
hilarious.
you ask a question with a question. So I ask you a question. Can you give examples? Because you're saying that it's not a black thing, right? I said specifically, give me an example where No. I said black men are being targeted at the highest rate. Are you disagreeing with that? Okay, I literally made that case. So I said if you can prove me, so if you disagree, give me the similar examples on where I gave you. I said Alabama police force targeted 1,000 black men, and then a judge in Pennsylvania was getting kickbacks, and he paid a $200 million fine. And he was targeting. He was adding longer sentences to black boys and juvenile. So I said,
I don't have an
can you
example.
give me any examples? Yes or no?
Okay.
Because it's like y'all running from the question.
No, I can't give it.
Okay, so y'all can't give no examples. No, those examples was specifically black people. Those examples that I gave you was the 1,000 men was only black men. It was
Yeah, but you
1,000.
also said that black people and black men aren't the only ones that are being targeted that way. It's just the most. So we don't have to provide it. If you
In some instances,
let me
yes.
finish what I'm
In
saying.
most instances, okay.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So if you believe that we're not the only group that's targeted that way, whether we can provide an example or not doesn't matter because you believe yourself that other groups are unfairly targeted the same way.
No, I do
You
not
believe
think
it?
it's equally. No, I never
Not
said that.
equally. Okay, also, but they're unfairly targeted as well, just not as
I don't. No. Nobody's unfairly targeted at the rate of black men.
But
There's
they
no
are
group in
unfairly
America.
targeted. But they are unfairly targeted.
So this is an all lives matter
No,
thing?
no. But I'm just saying, because you believe that they are also unfairly targeted, there's no need for me to go get evidence of them
You
being
can't
unfairly.
find no evidence.
Let
That's
me
my
finish
point.
what I'm saying. The fact that you believe that they're unfairly targeted makes it pointless for me to go find an example of them being unfairly targeted because you already believe that happened.
Okay, so I believe that we're the only people that's targeted now.
Of this right now, and it wouldn't mean anything to you.
All right,
real
so I
fast,
believe that
Diane.
we're the only people that's targeted. Okay, so
Di-
prove me wrong. Give me examples. Give me an Alabama example. Give me the judge in Pennsylvania example of white children, because I'm saying white people are not being targeted at all. I'm saying the people that's being targeted is actually non-white people, but it's black people being targeted at the highest rate. So you can't give me an example of white people because your argument is always comparing us to white people. So give me an example on where judges are locking up white children and getting kickbacks, right? Or locking up white men. Give me an example, and I'll cash up you $2,000 right now.
Okay, but you have to see that. Go ahead, Diane.
I don't hear her. See, look, I'm on the phone and she's talking. I don't hear her. See, her thing is moving. I don't hear her talking. We're missing a whole bunch of contacts.
So y'all don't answer no direct. All right. So
Luke,
I'm trying to figure out: is this a back and forth? Or this is like
I'm answering your
because
question.
I thought there was a back and forth. Like I'm really so confused.
I'm answering your question. I'm telling you right now that you said that it's not only black people who are unfairly.
No, I'm saying white people are not being targeted at all.
Okay, so they're not being targeted at
men.
all, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then we're back to the other question then. Wait, they're not being targeted at all?
Because your per capita argument is comparing white people to black people, correct?
You have to be clear about what you're saying. You can't keep going back and forth. Are they being targeted or are they not being targeted?
Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna be clear as day.
Okay. Okay, let's hear this.
Your question at the top, what's the issue with per capita? Are you comparing all people in America, or because usually the per capita argument is always comparing white people with black people?
I need you to answer that question. Are they being targeted?
Your argument is always based off comparing white to black. So let's keep it there. All right. So I'm saying there's not a situation in America.
She's telling the truth because your fucking headline right here
being targeted
on
from
black
an institutional standpoint in the judicial system like black men. There's no case. So if you can give me an example. Because I was mentioning other groups. I was talking about Hispanics and other groups that's coming here to get targeted. But now let's keep it to white and black. Let's not talk about Asians. Let's not talk about Hispanics. Let's keep it to black and white.
Oh, you about to make Diane pissed off? You ain't talking about the
not a situation in America where white men are being targeted. Where you can give me an example where 1,000 white men are being targeted and putting false cases on to lock them up, and you can't give me an example on white children. Judges getting kickbacks to lock white children up.
Well, sure,
so
I can.
I'll give you $2,000 if you can do
sure,
that.
I
hold
can.
on, wait, no. I'm talking to Diane and.
I know, but I will. This is an easy one for me to settle.
Go ahead.
Discussion. So first of all, when we look at that case, I forget, did it happen in Connecticut with that judge? It was actually, it was a bunch of white kids that were getting locked up. That was sending those kids to that juvenile detention facility. It was a white kid who ended up killing himself, got a lot of national attention. But what you have not been able to prove is that people are directly targeting black people. What you're complaining about is black people are getting arrested and getting sent to prison after they go to their trial and receive their sentencing. Now, the one thing is when I've had this conversation with you, I brought up, okay, homicide statistics. All of that bullshit when it comes to over policing, that goes out the window. They don't pull you over, illegally search you, find a fucking murder in your back pocket, any of that shit. We can also look at
Black Americans are 7 times more likely than white Americans to be falsely convicted of serious crimes.
All right. Hold on.
Murder.
All right, hold on.
Who was that?
Okay, when it comes to the homicide statistics, and of course we can look at the victims.
Sometime.
They're overwhelmingly black in this country. I should say per capita.
Right here.
I forget how many times higher the rate of homicide is for them, but it's astronomically higher. So I mean, there's no way you can claim that when it comes to something like homicide, that is because we're out to get, or anybody's out to get the black man. Black people, black men in particular, just commit a much higher percentage of murder per capita than everybody else.
Oh God!
And so they end up going to prison for it. They end up getting killed.
So it doesn't matter that all the exonerations, you account for 53% of it.
No, it does not
right?
matter at all. Let me.
That's crazy. That's
So
crazy.
he brought up an anecdote of
If
a
you're
white,
doing
of a
more
white child
crime,
committed suicide.
More exoneration. Listen, if you're doing a higher percentage of the crimes, you're going to account for a higher percentage of the exonerations. If you have a
These
higher
individuals
crime,
are not
exonerations. Just imagine
what's the word
simple algebra where there's a
This is why I
formula.
don't go back and
If you
forth
do
with them.
X
I
amount of
cannot,
crime,
because
you're
this is
gonna
what they
account
do
for
all
X
the
amount
time.
of
This word
exonerations. And that's
salad,
the same for
hollow
all races,
talking
right?
points
So if
bouncing
you're
off
gonna
the
do
wall.
7 times the
That's
amount
why
of
I don't
crime,
engage.
you're gonna do how many exonerations more? 7 times, right? So it's simple
It's
math.
not just because it's not just because I'm more
Okay,
of a
well,
criminal,
prove
right?
that then.
So
Prove that.
let's just go under the premise, right?
And
that
they
is
do
so,
use
right?
that
So
per
you're
capita
saying
thing only with
what
black
I get
people.
from you saying, right?
They
on
do it
this
every
is
single time.
you just want to ride on
When
the
you
fence
pull
with
out
these
them
white people
FBI
and say
crime
us
stats, here
niggas.
they come with.
Wait, let me
well,
finish.
in per capita.
No, you're not finishing that. You
We
either
just
address
talked
my
about
point
that on
or
my
say
stream.
something. Or
I'm
not.
addressing the
You're not
point.
about
So
to
you're
start
just
that.
going to say that we're inherently criminals, right?
I
And
didn't
murderers.
say anything.
That's
like
exactly
that.
what he's
That's
saying.
exactly what you said.
You just made that up.
Look,
entirely on your
He
own.
didn't make that
Out
up.
of
He
nowhere.
literally said it.
You pulled that right out
you
of your
see that,
ass.
right?
Top nigga
Like,
on
right
black
out of
crime.
it.
Boom.
That's just unbelievable. I didn't say anything like
But he's
that.
one of the ones that's
Your
going to say.
hashtag says it.
This is what we're going to say when Chris Rock said there's a difference
Address
between
the
niggas
numbers.
and black people. I know.
If
That's
you
what they're going to
account
say.
for more crime, you're going to account for more exonerations. That's how it works.
How?
And that has nothing to
How?
do with me whether I
What?
believe black people are inherently criminal or not. That's just
Sir,
math.
how you're dumb.
I have a whole Patreon where a good 90% of the stories are dealing with some
So
of
if
the
we
most
account for all of
degenerate,
that, then why,
debaucherous
what's the why?
behavior done
Right?
and committed by white people, and it's usually against children.
Why?
And
what?
they wonder why they lead in that category by an overwhelming
Well, you keep
margin.
muting, so I can't finish, right? It's hard to get a thought out.
Why? What?
So if I commit all these crimes, I
How
have
can
a
you?
higher
How
rate
can he mute you
of
if you're the
murder and
co-host
just
and he's
being
the
a criminal,
speaker?
right? And being
Yes.
convicted of these crimes.
Yup.
What's the why, right? Why, right? I don't understand per capita, right? I have a low IQ. That's what it's going down to. This is a white and black conversation. So you just want to ride on the fence and tell me I'm a fucking criminal, right? I'm a stupid criminal at that, right? Not that, no, because we're not.
Now he's being a victim.
No, you're talking about. I still don't know what the co-host is. So you
You know,
want to
I
talk
would
about
see
the
this
per
is the point where I
capita
get petty. Ashley
conversation.
Babbitt. Just
Shout
say
out,
Ashley Babbitt.
Reek. You
Yellow
should probably
Ashley
bring him
Babbitt.
up on the stage too. But you don't want to have the conversation about the why. Let's get to the why. Let's get to the why, right?
Tariq who?
Let's go with the premise that we're criminals,
And we can
right?
go all the way up. Let's talk about January 6th as a whole. How they tried to rationalize that
if you want.
as being
Listen,
a
I've been kicking y'all
non-criminal.
all
So
day. I
again-
don't think y'all want to even bring him up. It wouldn't
Wait,
even
Tariq is in there?
God, no.
Oh,
Please,
come on,
yes, bring
come
Tariq
on. Let
to
me see
speak up.
Tariq. Where Tariq at?
All right, so
again,
hold on,
where
Rhea.
is he?
Hold on, Rhea. Let me respond because Pepe did this bad faith argument earlier. So
I don't
That
see
I
Pepe
said
Tariq.
I'll
person
give them
up there again, they was in
$2,000.
the
Cash app
loop
right
big
now
facts
if they can
chat
give me examples.
I know.
space
Because let's slow this down.
the other
'cause
day. The same guy,
y'all
the one
talk
that was
all
kicking
of
up
this
dust
statistic stuff and
immediately in the
debating,
first
and
10
I'm
minutes.
literally offering the
Word
cash app
sounding like a
2,000. Right?
motherfucker.
So I said
I don't need it.
I brought up a situation in Dothan, Alabama, where 12 police officers, who were apparently members of a domestic hate group, they infiltrated the police force, and they falsely accused 1,000 men with the intentions to put them behind bars, even though they was innocent. Right? 1,000. This was a thing. Okay,
I'm
let me
hearing that
read.
that's not true.
Okay,
According to Slate, I don't know how reliable this is, but apparently none
He
of the
don't know how
documents clearly
reliable it is,
support
but
the
he
claim
gonna
that
pull it out anyway.
police officers
He
planted
gonna
evidence
use
on
it.
more than 1,000 black men. Instead, they appear to allude to potential officer misconduct.
They should have got
such
him
as
right there. You
mishandling
just
the
said
evidence.
you don't know how
Okay.
reliable it
Which
is,
is
but you're gonna still use
Totally,
it.
it's entirely different claim.
Okay. So,
Wait, how come? Hey, how come you can see Tariq and I
prove
can't?
I
that?
don't see him
Post it in
either.
the chat.
And
So
you
let me.
scroll like 3
Can I finish
times.
reading?
Well,
Hold
you
on.
prove it. You're the one who's
Where-
You
saying
made a
it. So
false.
prove that
Wait,
they
I
actually
literally
did
posted
it.
in the jumbotron. I'm reading right now. So it
Maybe
says,
they kicked him out the
Where
room.
is
it says according to reports, and
This black soldier.
it says according to reports, a narcotics
If Tariq
team
was in here, he'd
consisting
be
of
right next to
12
my picture.
white police officers supervised Lieutenant Steve Parson, who is now Dalton's police chief.
Wait, where the hell's my
and
picture?
Andy
I
Hughes,
see.
the
It's like the
assistant
third.
director
It's like the
of
right
Homeland
there.
Okay,
Security
here
of
it is. Yeah,
Alabama.
he would
So
be like
this
right
is from an
here.
institutional standpoint. This is not outside of the institution.
According to reports, so they weren't convicted of actually doing this. Like there was no
So
conviction.
we're talking about targeting and putting. Okay. So look. No, wait, no. 287 people got put in prison. This was over 15 years. So I know y'all probably just looked at.
I just clicked on the part where it says according to reports, and it took me to the Innocence Project, which is a hilarious project, by the way. And it says sorry, the page requested
So why
connection
is it?
down, and I can't seem to.
So why is the
what?
Innocent Project hilarious?
Because it doesn't confirm their bias.
Because they free criminals that go back out
It
and
doesn't
have high
confirm their
recidivism
bias.
rates
That's
and
what's
do
going
crime.
on.
Oh,
No,
so that's
they
the
just do
Innocence
crime
Project's
over
fault.
again.
Okay.
Who was the dude that
All
just
right,
did
so
something
can we
again?
talk about the per capita thing real quick?
Right.
Because y'all don't want to do the offer.
I don't care.
And speaking of
I
Diane,
don't
why
need
aren't they
I
talking
don't need
about
to
what's his
prove
name?
that.
This
That's
man
what
named
I don't need a
Gregory
lot of things, but
Frasse,
I still
who
do it.
literally got
No, I'm not
charged
talking
with
about the money. I don't
operating
need to
6
prove
can't
that
prove
these
that.
white people
prostitution
have
houses.
also been targeted.
But Lou, you can't prove that they.
Wait, I'm gonna leave for a second. Say that again.
I said if they want to talk about somebody in particular, and since Diane is running the room, but apparently she can't get her stuff together, why aren't they talking about this man by the name of Gregory Frasse? I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly or not. Out of Springfield, Illinois, who was running six brothels, and in every last one of those brothels, all of the people that were there were Asian.
But why would he? Why would they? That would make them. That would make their people look bad.
Oh well, good thing I'm not their people, and I'm going to talk about it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, someone sent me that today. I immediately bookmarked it.
You would correct him. Stop playing. She is really Chinese.
Okay, so the
Taiwanese
question
Chinese,
is this,
same
right?
thing.
So,
Whoa, wait a minute.
Where's your
hold on,
capitalist
bro.
from?
Hold on.
That's what I
hold on.
want to
So
know.
I just wanted to speak to the per capita. All right. So the reason why I brought this up, right? Because if you look in America, the people who classify themselves as white in America are MENA, which is Middle East, North Africa. So when people migrate from North African countries, Middle East, they check the white box and they get included in that per capita stat.
Damn.
Hispanics, right? So people from Latin America, they come to this country and check. There's no Hispanic race. They check the white box. Can you concede to that?
Hispanics have their own race in the higher categories.
Okay. So I posted an article. Well, it's on my timeline. I posted up top. So because a lot of people equate violent gang culture with specifically Black Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I posted something where if you look at a lot of immigrants who migrate here to LA specifically, it's a lot of Belizeans, right? So there's a distinct difference between Black Americans, descendants of slavery that been here in this country, and let's say somebody that's Afro-Latina that migrated here from Central
They're gonna
America.
say they're white.
Can you agree to that? Because that's the reason why I asked you. Is there a difference between, let's say, Chinese and Taiwanese culture?
Yes. There is a difference. I still can't hear her.
Is she supposed to be talking?
Yeah, her thing is moving.
Oh, ethnicity.
We're talking about ethnic war.
So let's
How is
get
it
to
that
the
she's
co-host.
talking and we can't hear her?
Hold on. Let me just finish my point.
But they can hear her, but we can't.
Yeah,
so,
they can.
What is she
people,
talking in Morse code?
Gang culture and violent crimes, which is specifically Black Americans, right? And if you look at gang culture in LA, right, there's a lot of Belizeans. My pops from Compton, Watts, and all all throughout there in Vegas and stuff like that. So when people migrate here from other countries, and then they get involved in violent crimes, and they phenotypically look Black, but they're not ethnically Black, right? They get included in those per capita.
Someone responded to you with
so that's like
with that fake
somebody
autopsy
from North Africa,
Yeah, I know.
MENA, and they commit a violent crime, right, in America, and they check the white box, and a white person in America get docked for that, right?
Well, are the Black people in Baltimore and in New Orleans?
Here we go.
St. Louis. I mean, something tells me they're not.
You calm down. You calm down.
That's not even the point.
This is not your conversation.
Hey, so hold on. So first of all,
so you calm
down. This is not your conversation.
No,
don't you
people
get
are allowed to say what they want to say on this topic. You're not about to say who's allowed to speak based on where they're from. I mean, especially as somebody who doesn't want people to be racist, right?
The point
Oh no,
is
I
this,
never
right?
said that.
So
I'm very
Pepe's prime
racist.
example, right?
Now, where are you
So
from?
look, hold on. Pepe's prime example. He's bottom tier. He's a
Oh, that's
he's a
that
bottom
Pepe
tier
guy
dude.
again.
He
Yeah,
assimilated
that
to
was him
whiteness
that
in
started
America. He's from
doing the word
Corsica,
salad.
right? They have a Moorish flag. Like literally, their flag is a black Moor, right?
No,
And
it's a chopped off Moor's head. The chopped off Moor's head.
Hold on, respectfully. All right, you're literally.
Lou, you wasting your time.
No, but hold on.
You got to get to the co-host, bro.
He's the one that be going in on y'all. Y'all should. Okay. All right. This space is fucking up. So, but y'all got that little bit of a present. Yeah,
they are.
Either
they
Oh,
are.
this Tariq right. This Tariq right there.
Jamaican posse.
Okay,
Nigerian gangs.
No. I'm not even making this like the Nigerian posse. Hold on.
I see Lucas popped up in there too.
Yeah, I saw him.
Myself, bro.
Yeah, he right there. Shout out to Lucas.
No, I'm not. No,
I'm just waiting for that thing to click the
Hold on,
unmute and watch him go.
It could be a Somali.
She talking to me, my nigga. You just chill, bro.
I still can't hear.
God damn. All right. So my point is, right? We don't know. So what happens is we don't even know the real white statistic because they don't delineate from a Hispanic and a North African and MENA. They all
not even that too.
Are
they
check the white box in America. So you can conflate stats when you include other groups of people from other parts of the world within whiteness or blackness. So that's my point. So when people bring up this per capita argument, it's so bad faith because the people that include within whiteness, right, is North Africans, Middle Easterns, Hispanics from Central America, South America. So it's like the per capita argument is not even based off real data because they're not actually delineating the statistics.
You're not saying
so that's my point.
Well, I guess
Rabbi
you just don't
Shmuley
understand
has
the
been
point of
looking a
bringing up
little
per capita, right?
rusty.
Because nobody would just be bringing this up.
he need to go take a nap.
So you're not going. So you never respond to my point.
Moisturizer.
You just
damn.
Like what? Like
looking kind of dry
I
out
am
here.
responding to it. How doesn't this constitute a response? The point that I'm saying back to you is that it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter which ethnic group of black people is committing these crimes, because when people look at the percentage of black people, like you just did a second ago, when you look at the percentage of prison populations that are filled with black people, you don't bother to delineate between
I was hoping I see D Tubman in here recording it.
Well, are they this one? Are they that one? Maybe it's them, because if they're doing all those crimes, it could just very well be them that's going to jail. And black Americans are fine. So who cares?
Maybe it'll work for her. She got like 30 phones.
Exactly.
I didn't even hear what she said.
Hey, using Lyft. So what are your thoughts on IQ? Because you got this whole IQ thing, and you used to kind of troll at my mentions before, and you never really addressed the IQ thing.
Let's get it. Is he talking?
Yeah, it looks like he finished talking.
Lift,
but
can you hear Tariq speaking?
Yes, that's Tariq. Oh.
Yeah, I can hear him. First, I just want to be clear that I think I addressed, and I don't think we need to continue to go down the road of which ethnic groups of black people are doing the crimes, because nobody bothers to differentiate between the ethnic groups of black people who are going to prison. They just see, oh, well, there's black people there, something's wrong. Okay, well, how do you know it's not all the other ethnic groups of black people that you're saying are actually doing the crimes and thus worthy of being in prison? So until you're going to address that, I don't want to hear you complaining about people mentioning black rates of crime, because you still complain about black rates of incarceration without knowing the specific details of the ethnic groups. Also, for the guy, re-ups, we might let you back up, but you got to chill. I'm Black American. My family's from New Jersey, Georgia, prior to that. Tariq, it's quite the segue from per capita to IQ, but I guess I can connect the two by saying I think IQ is one of the stronger predictors of committing violent crimes. We see within families and across different races that the lower IQ sibling on average commits more violent crimes than the higher IQ sibling.
Of course, because apparently PC has the ones with all the high IQ
amongst Black Americans, because they have lower average IQs than most other groups.
So do you think Black Americans have lower IQs than people from Africa or the Caribbean?
No, I don't think so.
So,
but hold on. But it just depends on which population of those groups you're talking about. If you're talking about the immigrants, I would probably say yes. I think they do. If you're talking about the general population in those areas, I would say absolutely.
Wait. So when you say that Black people have foundational Black Americans have lower IQs than Black immigrants?
Then the ones that, yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, they're
So he
highly
literally
selective
just,
because the immigrants on average, they're going
he
to be
literally
looking
just
for
tripped him up on
upper
his own
class,
logic.
conscientious, hardworking people to
I'm
even
not fucking
bother
with Tory
migrating in
never
the
in
first
life.
place. That's on average. Of course, you get like, you know, you're going to have variance and stuff, but I would say on average, I suspect that they're
Now,
higher.
are you a descendant?
That's just
Now,
how
because
immigration works.
according to your tweets, you seem to be Caribbean, but you seem to kind of hide that.
Uh-oh.
You're
No,
not
I'm not
Caribbean,
Caribbean at all. My family.
so they're
No.
descendants of slaves in America.
Yes,
Okay.
for sure. My family was here. My great grandfather was actually killed by a sharecropper.
Okay, so
Interesting
so
family
your
story on that.
IQ, so you as a foundational Black American, your IQ is lower than
Yeah.
others. So why is your IQ?
No, it's not. It doesn't apply to individuals.
Oh,
This is averages. Yeah, so I suspect that you're smarter than the average white
Arrogance. You
person.
hear
okay.
it?
So why are the average IQs lower for foundational Black Americans? There has to be a reason for it.
Why are they lower? There's a number of reasons. I think partially environmental, partially genetic.
Environmental, like what? Because if we're in the same environment
They
as
really
white
act
people,
like
so what?
Black immigrants
It's slightly
living
different
in
though.
middle
Like I mean,
class
I
once they
remember
get here.
growing up as a Black kid, we didn't have exactly
You know what?
the
He's
same
saying that
environment.
because he
Like what?
probably
Honestly,
copied
Like
off
what?
of a black person who's non-FBA's paper
your
when he was
non-shared
in school
environment
to
is
get
what
good
matters more than
grades,
your shared environment with your family,
and
your friends and
that was
family.
his gauge of
Even
intelligence.
within for Black kids who come from families where
He
like they
paid
come
someone to
from
do his
smarter,
homework.
higher IQ families, I still think that the non-shared environment has some effect probably on their test scores for IQ.
Like what's the environment? You're kind of talking around that. What's the
I'm
environment?
about to explain. So one of them would be, for example, just proper English, right? Like it's not
English.
as cool.
He got him
English is not an
stumbling.
environment, sir. That's a language is an environment.
Exactly. What is he talking
That's
about?
not an
They speak
environment.
English and Caribbean, sir. What are you talking about?
Right. They just speak with a different
The
accent.
usage of
It's a
proper
dialect, but
English
they still
amongst
speak
your
in
peers
English.
is not something that's common.
Okay, so
So he basically
That's
saying
what I'm
how is
better than
it's actually
AAPE.
actively it's actually actively discouraged. So I think that'll help you test a little lower verbally when you're discouraged from learning words that are a little too big.
Is that so? English is an environment.
What? So by his
No.
logic,
environment
English
means
speaking.
I'm saying
No,
the
no. Let him
environmental
explain. Let him
effect.
explain. Let him explain.
English is not an
Oh,
environment.
he must
I'm
be
saying
talking about
in
the
this
King's
environment
English,
that a
where
lot
they
of Black
pronounce
children
every
find themselves
syllable.
in.
Well, according to Adonis's
The
videos,
usage of proper
they're dumb
English
as fuck over
is
there.
discouraged.
Okay, let's get back to this.
And that is an effect, and that has an effect, I believe, on your verbal
Okay,
IQ.
we're talking about the environment first. You said the environment, then you start talking
English is an
about
environment.
English language. So
That's a
you're
new
losing
one.
me, sir. We got to be very clear when you
English is
say
an environment.
Where can I live in English?
Well, I'll talk
The
to
environment
Diane.
is their
I'll talk to
peers.
Diane.
The
Diane,
environment is their peers.
No, the environment is their peers.
the peers.
That's the environment. Your peers, yes. And
Where can you live
within
in your
that
peers?
environment, right? There are things that have an effect on your intelligence. One of those things is the discouragement of the usage of proper
Okay.
English.
So why is there? So
And I
why
think
is there?
that-
So why is there a discouragement? Okay, so you're saying that we have lower IQs because
we
encourage
slang.
lower IQs. That's like the chicken laying
That's
the egg.
one. I think that's one thing. Yes, I think that's one of many reasons that the average IQ.
There's a lot of people who speak slang who are very intelligent.
Thank you.
Well,
and are
I
very
think because
wealthy
it's
too.
seen as being white, and the last thing most Black people want is.
But he ain't gonna give him
not
credit for that
Black,
because they're
but
gonna say the
also
white man
being
gave him
white.
that
I
money.
mean, that's one of the biggest insults that I get is that you're not Black enough, right? You have to be a certain
Oh
amount.
my
of Black.
God.
And
what's
seen as-
So what elementary argument are you trying to reach for? Are you
usage
trying to
of
tell you
proper
that Black
English
people tease you
being
because of how
white.
you spoke? Is that where we're headed with this?
Yeah.
I'm talking white.
Nobody says using proper English makes you sound white. Literally nobody.
It's just that you speak proper.
You just know that's not true.
That's a lie.
There are so many Black people that have.
That's a lie. Dr. Martin Luther King.
A Black person has said I'm talking like a white person just because I'm using correct words.
No.
I mean, are you?
No.
Are you from the
That's
hood?
a
Where
lie.
are you from, though?
That's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie.
Italians, so do Italians, Irish.
So are you
That's
telling me I
what
just
you're
imagine this?
saying
I'm
is
just
a
Asian people
bald-faced
from
lie.
New Orleans talk white? I'm just curious. Asians,
What,
Italians,
listen,
and Irish.
parents told us
what you're saying is a
proper
bald-faced
English.
lie. Black people
They didn't
never
tell us
say
we couldn't
using
speak slang
correct
either. They just
English
discouraged
is
it. We
sounding
still
white.
did it.
They don't
Never
explicitly
say.
say that. They don't say, "Hey, proper English
Malcolm
is sounding white. You should
X
stop doing
Malcolm
that."
X spoke proper English. He's never accused of being white or sounding white.
Well,
Dr.
I don't
Those are
think
different
people
types
said
of
that
black
very
people that
often.
were around back then.
Dr. Martin Luther King
Those are
used
different
correct
types of black
English.
people that were around
There were
Malcolm X and
black
Martin Luther
people.
King.
A lot of black people are articulate, and they're never accused of talking.
There's a famous interview where a black activist, a female, she's talking to an interviewer, and she says to him, "You as a white man should know better."
That was genius. Hey,
So what is she our
the
representative?
interviewer is actually black. She
Is she
mistakenly
our
put
representative?
white
I might as well
because
say
of
our
how he
people's
talks.
representative is Alex Jones.
Is she our
Leave it at
representative?
that.
No, their representative
No, it
is
doesn't.
Thomas
That's a
Sowell.
lie.
There's a radio interview of
No,
it
I'm talking about
happening.
white
That's a
people.
lie.
Well, you can't use Thomas so well
I
because
will
he's
say
No,
totally
he
black
didn't.
according to
Can I
No,
say
he
something,
didn't.
or I'll
He
have to
gave some
mute
kind of
everybody?
anecdotal thing about some.
Okay.
Happened to me since high school, middle school. Other black people talk
Grow
about it.
up
There's
and
memes
grow a
about it.
stat.
What did
People
I
denying
just
it.
say he was going to
That
do?
never
He was
happens.
going to
I gave you a
reach back
recorded
to his
interview.
childhood and say
That's
he
a
got
lie.
his teeth
That's a white supremacist.
You need to
proper.
cure your
I
childhood
knew that's where he was
trauma.
Let me
headed with
say something.
this.
Watch
Every
this.
time
I
they
don't
bring
think
that
the
up,
type
every
of
time
block
they
me
people
bring
after I
that
write
up,
this.
who say
every
these
time they
things
bring up
are
that
often
talking point,
listening
it
to
always
Malcolm
goes
X and
back
Martin
to
Luther
when
King.
I was
So
a
they
child
wouldn't
in
get that
school.
sort of scrutiny because they weren't
They
even in
teased
those kind
me
of
because
conversations.
I was
So they're
speaking the
not
King's
listening to them. They're not
English.
talking about them. They're not thinking about them. The type of people who
Get over
pay
that
any
childhood
attention and can
trauma
quote Malcolm X and
of
can quote
people
Martin Luther
roasting
King
you
would never utter those
for
words. I
quote,
agree with that.
speaking
But there
proper
are there's different
English.
groups. Not every black person is the same. There's different cultures within cultures, right? So yes, this is said by some, but not by all. So yes, obviously you can point to black people who speak well and people didn't largely criticize them, but you're not going to hear those. So, and also you're talking about somebody who's seen as a hero. Like, of course they're not going to get the same criticism as a kid who's just going to school and he's in 6th grade.
Why the
But
Hey,
it's the
hey, so
fact
let me
that
ask
it's
you a
the
question.
fact that
So,
he
yeah,
attached
in my opinion,
language
based off what you just
to
told me,
us having a
it
low
shows that you
IQ.
got inferiority complex because there's Cajuns in New Orleans, right? What do they talk like? There are Italians, there are Irish people with an accent, right? They don't talk quote unquote proper. So the fact that y'all equate proper English with white tells me y'all got inferiority complex.
Not me that
proper
does
And it
English,
makes
that.
by
sense.
the way?
Wait,
What's
hold
proper
on,
English?
hold on.
It's
Hold
not
on,
me
just
that's
finish this
doing
part.
that.
Black
Finish this.
people.
No,
Hold
Other
don't
on.
black
finish.
It's
people.
not
Don't
me
finish
that's
my
doing
That's not
that.
me who did it. No,
I know, right?
that's not me who did that. I just got finished telling you that other
It's not
people
me
said it.
who did that.
Listen. I
I'm
said
talking
other
to
people
Diane,
said it. I
not
never
you,
said
brother.
that I
I'm
believe
talking
that.
Diane, not you.
Huh?
So Diane,
She's talking about that too. She's saying that people say it. She's not saying that that's her belief that it's white.
What?
She's saying that people say that. And they do.
That's not true. That's not true. I've been black longer than.
wait, are you her
I've been
lawyer,
black
bro? Can
way
she speak
longer
for
than you,
herself?
Diane. I know what we talk about. I've been black longer than
Diane, can you
Diane.
speak for yourself?
Why would she talk for herself? She's letting all the black people argue for her.
Yes, I've been black way longer than Diane.
Hey, Diane, let me ask you a question.
He goes against trolling
Can
now.
you speak for yourself?
Okay, what's going on with the buttons here?
Yeah, they keep muting. All right, so
No, it got confused because she unmuted people and then it still showed for me.
Okay,
to
but yeah,
unmute people, so I
Diane, you can't speak for black culture. You know.
She don't know nothing about no black culture. Her black culture was talking about how somebody in the Tenderloin district was about to hit her.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know what she's
Man,
saying.
that's why I'm mad. That's why I'm mad because we can't hear what she's saying.
Facts.
What kind of phantom phone does she got?
I don't know if it's a phantom phone. It might just be the thing because I tried it on my phone. And
The
it
only
wasn't
black
working.
people, you notice the only black people who say that are black people who are hustling white supremacists out.
You know what it is?
Which I
The
love.
people that probably can only hear are the people
that
that's
ones who are
speaking.
hustling, and I'm not mad.
That's what it sounds
That would
like.
be dumb.
I know. I think
No,
that's the only people that can hear her because notice who's responding to her with the emojis is those who are who have the label of speaker. So they can hear her, but those who are listening, like
What's
us,
acting
we
white?
can't hear her. Which
What's
is dumb.
acting white?
So I want to know, what is she saying? We can only gauge about how Tariq is responding to.
Not being ghetto.
Right.
Simply not being ghetto.
Not being ghetto.
Why
White
you
supremacists
why
are
you
the
being
most
passive
ghetto.
aggressive, Diane?
The white supremacists are the most ghetto. What are you talking about? Being ghetto is.
I have had other ghetto. I have had. If you
Look,
have
look,
you
look, he
live in
raised
the
his
hood right
voice.
now? Do you live in the ghetto?
Sir.
Have you lived in a low poverty black
I
people
do not
area?
know. So I don't live in a trailer park where all the white supremacists live. That's the
I'm
ghetto.
talking about black people.
The ghetto are the trailer
You
parks.
said this doesn't happen.
The ghettos
I went
are
to
the
a
trailer
school
parks with meth
full of black
everywhere,
people.
sir.
you
That's
grew up
the
poor.
ghetto.
We get it, bro.
He sounds
Hey,
upset.
Jay dated Flame. We get it. You grew up poor your whole life, and then you don't got to experience with middle class black people to act civil. We get it. You grew up in the projects, okay?
You know what's
So,
crazy
Diane,
though? You know who says this? The middle class black
can I ask
people
you
are
a
the
question
ones
real
that
quick?
say this as well.
No, we don't.
So, do not
we
do
don't.
not add me. Can I ask her a direct question without
He
you
don't
being
know
her
black
lawyer?
people at all.
Respectfully.
Ask me a direct question
Because
without being
every
her
time I
lawyer?
talk to her, you speak for it. So can I talk to her directly?
Yeah, but let me just ask the room something really quick. If you're not a speaker, can you please raise your hand if you can't hear Diane?
Raise your hand, KG.
If you're not a speaker and you can't hear Diane, can you just raise your hand? Because people keep telling me that they can't hear her, but now nobody's raising their hand. Oh, one person raised their hand.
That was you.
Okay, well, there's not that many people doing it. Okay,
You a
there's a
lying
few people
bastard.
doing it. Okay, Diane.
What do you mean it's not that many people doing it? We can't hear.
No,
Look, everybody's
people in
doing
the
it.
chat
What are
telling
you
me
Yeah, like, look.
and they can't hear Diane.
Yeah, a bunch of people are saying that. So, okay.
All right, Diane.
Apparently, yeah. Go ahead. While she's doing that, Tariq, you know you're a damn liar.
No. Look, I respect your hustle because
There's no
I
hustle,
love
man.
that hustle. That's the common soul hustle. You tell these white supremacists that black people want to act like them, and if we don't act like them, we're somehow demonizing other black people. That's
Why
a
would
scam
we
and a
want to
hustle,
act
and I
like
don't
them?
have a
Have they
problem with
seen
it
how
because
they
you're supposed
act?
to get money from white supremacists.
Wait, I'm telling black
But black
people that we
people,
want to
You ain't
act
telling
like
us
white
nothing,
people.
bro. I don't want to listen to
care
nothing you
to
talking about.
act like white people, and speaking properly isn't indicative of acting white. We call people acting white when they say coon stuff. That's what acting white is. Not your.
That's also an example of when they say that. Yes.
Coon
Much
stuff is,
like the
what about
person
black
who's
on black crime?
this
We
using
black
person,
people have
whoever
low
that
IQs.
is.
That's coon talk. That's that's coon talk to make money from the white supremacists. That's talking white.
Your whole job is race based.
That's
to make money,
talking
though.
white. Black people, we're articulate. We know how to talk, and that's not talking white. I talk very articulately. Nobody accuses me of sounding white, so that's a lie.
I think you're still struggling to understand averages, for one.
Oh,
Two,
Jesus Christ. Here we go.
no, listen, man. Like, the fact that these people exist doesn't necessarily mean that you've heard it yourself. I doubt that you've never heard that.
That's a
You probably
white
haven't heard it
supremacist.
directed towards
That's
you.
something that white supremacists say to make themselves feel better. There's a lot of articulate black people.
XIV,
Cornel
he
West,
definitely
Dr.
sounds
Eric
it.
Nice,
He
so many
definitely
black
sounds
people.
like that tone. That
Articulation isn't indicative
Articulation.
of whiteness.
That's
We don't look
that's
at
a
it like
slur.
I want people to.
That's fine.
Hey, Diane,
when
can I
we
ask you a
say
question?
somebody's sounding white, actually it's somebody sounding dumb, like a Kim
That's not
Kardashian.
true, though. That's
That
not
is
true.
This is the per capita
That's not
argument.
true.
Where's
Where's the per
white
capita argument?
people
Where's
tell
that
me
per capita?
We're gonna have to
That's
raise
the
hands.
argument. Not
I was
even
speaking
close.
directly to Tariq, so we're gonna let people say what they have to say, raise their hands, and then go from there.
Oh, jeez.
It looked like Lou was still trying to ask his question to Diane, so if she can hear now, then we'll let her go. There we go.
All right, so Diane,
You muted yourself right after you started speaking.
No, it was a double mute. Diane, so I have a few questions. You there? Yes.
What kind
All
of
right, so I just want to
device does
clarify.
this
So
chick
did you equate talking proper English with white? Because that's what I thought you said. English equals white. Did you say that? Did
Is
you
he?
equate proper English?
He
with
has
white?
a
Yes or no?
black thing.
Is that him in the picture?
So I was reading statistics because we're talking
No,
about per capita or whatever. So I've been reading because I know a lot of Asian women fetishize
You
white
saying
men.
he's
right? And I
white?
know you from Thailand. That's where the first like passport bros.
I don't know.
Oh my bad. I'm sorry. All right. So you're from
He's
Asia.
white, then A.
Okay. So
It makes sense.
okay. So I see you defending a lot of white men, right? So do you?
Wait, I want to. If you got proof, let me see. Because I don't want to put that out.
Well, your statistic, well, your page is literally your page is literally talking about how black men are this per capita, and I rarely see you talk about the harm that white people have done to the Asian community.
Exactly. That's literally when you go to her page. Well, I blocked her too, so I can't go to her page. But yeah, that's literally all she posts.
But you never bring up any stats like Trump blamed China for
for the COVID, which was the
What they should be talking about is
America,
Diane. How is
right?
everything going on
It was
at the
the proper.
Manhattan Institute?
It was the propaganda that So it was the propaganda. Because do you believe that propaganda can eventually lead to violence? Yes or no? So you don't. So you never heard of?
I can't fucking hear him, man.
And this isn't the first time, I think.
Oh no, the people.
That's actually quite.
So wait. So do
Who
you know
does
the
that?
people?
Who kills
Yeah,
Asian people for fun? Who does that?
Is she about to say black people do that? I bet she is.
I bet you she
That's
did.
a lie. Black people are not killing
So
Dad, she said it. I can't believe she said it.
What did I just say? I just told you about a white guy that has at a 6-home brothel.
Those are propaganda videos orchestrated by the Cisco police. Yes, they
Lewis,
are.
no, they didn't fix it. We still can't hear her.
They did the same thing.
We can only base what she's saying off of how people are responding to her.
Propaganda videos out of New York. They were using some of the same actors in multiple hate crime videos. Yes, actors. They were using some of the same people, multiple videos.
It ain't me.
I
try to listen anonymously.
In real crime
It
with
didn't
propaganda,
work.
man.
So it's not.
Now, if you want to talk about, because man,
okay, so now they're arguing.
yeah, because you're using
this is like listening.
So
This is like listening to somebody's full conversation,
man. Because you're not gonna do that. Because if you want to go that, okay, I'm telling you, I ain't talking about that person. I'm not talking about that person. I'm talking about some of the other videos that are clearly staged. No, it's not. It's not happening in epidemic portions. No, it's not a contradiction. It's not happening in epidemic proportions. You just lied. And you just yes, you did. You said you said black people are killing Asian people for fun, and that's a lie. Ma'am.
You said we was killing them for fun. You didn't say that?
Yeah, you said we were killing Asian people for fun, and we're not. That's not
so
true.
Are white men killing
true.
Asian people for fun? Yes or no, Diane?
The people who kill, yeah. Oh, well, I'm doing it.
Y'all been doing whataboutism the whole time, but
white
now
daddy,
when I
white
ask you a
daddy,
specific
white
question,
daddy kills you for fun. White daddy.
Okay, so look, this confirms that you have a.
They caught her.
Okay, so look.
Okay. Oh no. They don't. No. They drop atom bombs on you and radiation and Agent Orange. That's what they do to you, man. That's what they do to you. Yeah. Holler at the people, ma'am.
So
holler at the people who are dropping.
Did they kick him out?
Yeah, white.
She might be having a meltdown.
Is it me?
One at a time. You know, I'm muted. It's one at a time. It's weird how I mute you guys and I can't hear Diane anymore, though. This shit's all fucked up.
Yo, I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Who's
I'm
that?
gonna try something.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if they're gonna let me speak. Maybe it'll work if I ask to speak. Damn, wait. Maybe. Come on.
I had to step away for a little bit. It sounded like I missed something.
Oh, they were giving her the blues. She it sounded like she had a meltdown.
Well, y'all were all the same. You all were the same when it was coming time to support Peter Liang, who killed Ty Gurley. All of these Asian groups got together and supported that. All of these Asian groups got together and supported that. Taiwanese, Filipino, Caribbean, Korean, all of y'all got together. So y'all were on one Asian accord to support Peter Liang, ma'am. So let's stop playing games.
That is true. I never seen so many Asians come out at one time when that happened. I didn't know it was that many that existed.
It might be the Asian Wi-Fi. Hey, so can I ask you a question?
He said it might be the Asian Wi-Fi.
No,
we can hear you. It appears that speakers can hear you, but people who aren't speakers can't hear you.
I see.
Might have to make everyone a speaker.
No, don't you end this
space. Whole notion about black people are harming Asians.
You know he about to go off on her
tomorrow. The reason why Asians could come over
he
here.
He gonna clown her again. I said you in that space right now.
Black Americans, we don't need to harm you. The reason why you have an economic base was because of foundational Black Americans. The white
Harvey
supremacists
just
had a
did a
yellow
video
arrow
today. Did you
thing
see the
going
video that
on.
Harvey
They were
posted up?
demonizing you,
I
and
saw
we were
the
protecting
notification.
these white supremacists.
I saw the
So this whole
notification while
thing
I
where
was
we're trying
streaming.
to harm you for fun,
That goes right
that's
with
a
what
lie,
you
and that's
just
a
said
projection,
about an
man.
Asian family that got
But
some
Tariq, how
help
do
from
you
a Black
deny this
family back in the
exists? Like,
day,
like,
and
is
the
it all
Asian
just
It's
family
propaganda.
paid or
That's
donated $5 million
propaganda
to the Black community.
just
I don't know
accept
to
it
where,
straight
Diane,
up.
you gotta
but
leave
it
and
was
come
maybe
back.
to a Black ran organization or something
Leave and
like that.
do what you did last
Yeah,
time.
you got to leave and come back or
Because
something.
I think it was just a
everybody
story he found
hitting
and
me up.
decided to talk about it.
Because I don't want you to run. I think you're doing this on purpose to run.
Facts.
She is.
She made a statement
She
that
is.
propaganda doesn't lead to violence.
I don't
And I
think
want
she's
her
smart
to.
enough to
She
do
don't
that.
like getting pressed.
Are we going to talk
See,
about
this
the
the
rooftop
pushback
Asians
that she needs.
Hold on, I want her.
Oh yeah, let's talk about
This
it. Yeah,
is
what
the
about
exact
it? Let's
pushback she
talk
needs.
about them. What about them?
Oh, is it my turn? Great, because I had 2 points. The first point was Areva
Yeah, go
Martin.
Why the hell are
Google
y'all
the
letting an
interview for
Australian
Areva
person
Martin.
talk?
She's a Black CNN analyst. She's talking to a Black radio
Why y'all
host.
letting
She
somebody
accused
eat
him
kangaroo
of having
talk?
white privilege. When he tells her she's Black, she says something to the effect of "he sounded white." So this is directly
Sounded
refutes Tariq
white?
Nasheed's claim.
Sounded
Also,
how?
there's
Such a
the
beauty,
How does that
there's the
refute
gentleman
anything?
there's
Shut
the
That's
up.
gentleman
anecdotal.
Coleman. There's the gentleman Coleman Hughes who talks
Who's a
clearly
coon?
who
He
talks
talks
Who's a
clearly
coon?
who talks clearly about
Who's a
when
coon?
he was
He's
growing
Puerto
when he
Rican.
was
His name
when
is
he
Pitch
was
Slap.
growing up, he would get if he went to class on time, if he did his homework, if he
Oh my
showed up and got
God.
good grades, he was accused of acting white. This is
He's
straight
Puerto
from Coleman
Rican.
Hughes' mouth. So you said
Coleman Hughes is
well, he's
Puerto Rican.
perceived
Oh, they
because of
talking
management
about the
black.
New
No,
York
he's
Transit
not.
Whether or
He's a
not
Puerto
whether
Rican
or not
coon.
Why you
You
whether
pay
bringing
him
up
by
no,
white
Coleman
he
Hughes?
people. He
Coleman
doesn't
Hughes
sound.
don't even
Why are
fit
they
the
bringing
You're
up
bill.
he
proving my
Coleman
point.
Hughes?
You're proving my
identifies
point.
as black. If you
That
ask
Oh no,
man
he
over there
doesn't.
swinging
He's
on
a
that
He
Puerto
does
Rican
it.
coon.
And we
with
checked
his
it
he
No,
pants
you're
says
down.
proving my
as a
point, sir.
case of Tariq,
Sir,
you've had your
sir,
turn. Let
he's
me get
not
No,
10 words
black.
now
out,
you're.
He's
please.
not
I'm
black,
putting
and he
you.
doesn't
Now
even
you're
claim
lying.
No,
it.
Tariq, let
I'm
He
him
doesn't
putting
finish,
even
you.
claim
and
it
then
because he's
let
black.
Tariq, I let
Coleman
you get 10
is
words out.
Puerto
Let me
Rican
get
coon
10 words out.
who's
Tariq,
This
you're not
stumped by
upright
letting
white think
lying.
tanks. So you're not going
Tariq,
to play that game,
Tariq,
sir.
You're showing very poor manners. Let me get 10 words out,
No, because
and
you're
then
not
you
going to
can
lie.
judge. Well, let
You're
me
not
get
going to lie.
Tariq. You're
You're not
claiming
going
that
to
you
try
have
to
good manners.
make a
You're
point.
claiming to have.
I'm sorry, but we can't have people interrupting like
Can
that.
I
Let
get
him get
can
his
I get
No,
point.
like
you
90
cannot.
seconds? Is that possible? And then
Yeah, just get your point. You can get your point out, and then
He
he can
has no
respond.
point.
And
He
then you
just had to
guys
come up there and
respond to
spew a lie about
everybody
a person that only
within
claimed
3
to be black.
seconds of their
That
first
wasn't
few
even
words.
black.
So
His
just let him
name
get
is
his point
Coleman
out, and then
Cruz
you can
Hughes.
respond. You're next, Tariq.
And then I want to respond to Hitch Slap. I can't hear nobody right now. I don't know if
yes. So 90 seconds, if it's okay, and then people can respond. Areva Martin, a CNN analyst, she's black. She was talking to a radio
Areva
host.
Martin, that's
She
who
said
you're
to him, he's got
using?
white privilege.
Who?
Turns out he's black.
The chick who,
She
remember I
then
told
later
y'all
said she thought he was white because he
she
sounded
was
white.
having a black
So this
conservative
refutes Tariq
on her
Nasheed's
show
claim
and thought he
that
was white.
you know, people,
And then when
black
he
Americans
called
don't
her
think
up,
that certain
he
people sound white because
called
of how
in
they
and he was
speak.
like,
Only
I'm not
hearing
going to
him,
take
she
anything
thought,
from no
based
white
on how he
man
sounded
about black
alone, he was
struggle.
white.
He's like,
Again,
ma'am, you
directly
do know that
refute
I'm black,
Tariq
right?
Nasheed's claim. Coleman Hughes
And then she was
was
like,
asked before, what
oh, I'm
does acting
sorry.
white mean?
And then
Coleman Hughes described
she
it in at
scolded
least two
her,
ways.
I guess whoever put
One,
the interview
getting
together
good
that
grades,
they didn't
doing
tell
your
her that she
homework,
was black.
showing
I'm
up
like, but you
on
were
time.
sitting in the car on the way to
Coleman
the
Hughes
interview.
directly said this.
Why didn't you
Also, he
just
did mention in one of
look
his
him
interviews
up?
the way he speaks, the way he
I know he has a
articulates.
common name.
Some
His
black
name is like
Americans
David
say that
Lee,
he
but
sounded
still.
white. So again, two lines of
Put a
evidence
David Lee
refuting
conservative,
that.
it'll show up that he was black.
You know, if you speak in a certain way with a certain articulation, enunciating words properly, that you will will get derided for quote unquote sounding white. Here we
Oh
have
my
2 lines of
God.
evidence. People can decide for themselves. Areva Martin, it's in the Jumbotron, and people
But the
can
thing
Google it.
is, if there's a black
Okay.
person that speaks with
So
slang,
Areva
here
Martin
they
is
come
a
to say,
nobody
why are you
nothing, okay?
talking like that?
Coleman Hughes
Are
is
they
a
not?
Puerto Rican coon
Facts.
who works for these white supremacist
And
think
number
We could
tanks.
do
two,
this tit for
Further
tat
proves my
game if
point
they really
earlier
want to
is
go
that
there.
the only people
and
who
number
say this are
two,
people who are getting
Areva
paid
Martin
to say
was
this
on
stuff.
that show,
So
Face the
Coleman
Truth with
Hughes is
Vivica
not a
Fox. How the hell
representative
you
of
get cooked by
foundational
Tommy
Black Americans.
Sotomayor?
And me, as a foundational Black American who has been Black for a long time, and I've dealt with Black people all around the country, we do not look
Who the
at
hell's blocking?
articulation
Don't be
as
blocking
sounding
nobody
white.
unless
In
they're being
fact, sounding
egregious.
white means you sound dumb or like an airhead. That's what we mean when we say somebody sounds white. There's plenty of articulate Black people. There's this fantasy with people in the dominant society that we think intelligence and prosperity is somehow
They probably
acting
saw
white.
that
That's something to
that
massage the
I
egos
saw,
of
I
the
saw what he
dominant
wrote. Wallow
society.
J, he's
We
cool.
don't want to act like you. We have our own thing going. We do
I
not
love the TV's cool.
represent ignorance. The white supremacists like to promote ignorance and degradation. And
He
there's a
chilled
lot
with
of
the
these
TV. He
wannabe
ain't know.
white supremacists
Chill.
who like to promote that stuff to deflect from the fact that they come from failed cultures. Like, unfortunately, I don't want to be disparaging, but the Diane Yaps of the world, they come from these failed cultures in Asia and in Europe, and they come over here and eat off foundational Black Americans, and then want to point the finger at the.
Did they mute him?
I hope they didn't. Did they?
Damn, you got triggered? What happened?
She flipped out. Wait a minute, she flipped out.
I don't know.
The minute
I
he
don't even
say
know if
coming
he's
from
here
a
or
failed
not,
culture,
so-
that's what
Diane
Diane did.
muted me when I started calling out her
Failed culture, yeah, there it
Everything
is.
okay, Diane?
She flipped out.
Right, Diane can sit up there and talk all that stuff on her
can hear you.
page, but when
Diane, we
people
can
bring
hear-
it to
can you hear
her,
us?
then
Well,
she want to hit the mute
now that we know
button.
you from Taiwanese.
She said she's Chinese.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's absolutely insane.
Well,
and in fact,
listen, y'all want to point that y'all come from Taiwan and all these places where you want to point the finger at Black people and criminality. We don't have the version of the Yakuza and the Triads and the Tongs and the Sun Yeos and all of these Asian.
The Korean
sir,
gangs.
ma'am, stop. These are your Asian brethren, and y'all have organized crimes all over the place. So that's
Even though we can't hear, like I said, the response.
now y'all want to delineate from Asian, but
because
y'all,
no.
She
Hold
mad.
on, Tariq,
Bro,
how is it
I hope
that
D-Tubman's
you
in
get
there.
to just lump in
I'm
all
loving
Asian
this.
ethnic groups together, but then when it's time
Hey,
to
man,
talk
where's
about Black
D-Tubman?
crime, none of the ethnic groups are the same. They
Look,
all
look,
need to be
look.
treated as
Look who's
distinct
in there.
entities with different cultures, different behaviors. But when it's time for other groups, it's not like that. It's
Fact,
just
you
all-
got
they're just
qualifiers.
Asian.
Y'all cool with that?
How do you juggle that, Tariq, and still look at yourself?
Bro,
William,
they-
you
y'all
are,
do it all
you are
motherfucking
catching
time.
a very interesting conversation right now.
Facts. I was about to kick off,
Okay,
but this is good.
shit. Yeah, I'm playing
Yeah,
that.
he was gonna
I'm
leave
playing
until
that game
Tariq
because
came
if
up
I'm
and was like, "Wait a minute, this might
responsible
get
for
interesting."
what's going on in
Oh, yes,
Chicago,
sir.
and I live 3,000 miles away, and I don't have nothing to do with the gangs there.
But
then
wait a
you're
minute,
responsible
isn't
for the
Diane in
triads and
California the
Yakuzas
same state
and all
that
of this
Tariq is
organized crime.
in? So they're in rather close proximity.
Yes.
But you're the
This is why you can't. This is why you can't trust her.
Right. So now
I just can't help but just think of the
what y'all
last
do.
post
Y'all
I
do.
saw
Y'all,
her
when y'all try
was
to
when she looked
insult
like she was
us, y'all
dressed like
post
she came
pictures
off
of
the set of
Africa
Little
and
House on the
people
Prairie.
getting their hair washed
Yes,
by
sir.
animal piss when y'all try to insult us.
Wait a
So
minute,
you
I
do
have
that
water
all
in
the
my
time.
mouth. Oh
Y'all
my
look
God,
at
I
us as
almost
one
choked.
big Negro. So we can play that game.
When he
too.
said that,
we can play the whole game.
I had to
Look at
catch
your whole
myself.
culture and the failure of it, and why you have to flee. So we can play this game all day.
Fact.
He's an animal piss.
You help. How can you help?
Now
me?
this is
Y'all-
the petty side coming out. Like he said,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
dropping
You're not
all,
helping anything.
he's
You
I'm
couldn't help
dropping all the
yourself back
morals
home.
right now. So I can
Wait,
only
you're here to
imagine what she
fetishize,
said.
white
Yeah,
men
make
because-
sure you unblock
because
him.
listen, you literally said that propaganda doesn't lead to violence, right? And then you conceded that Trump was the person to blame China for bringing COVID to
Everybody
America, which
heard
was
him say
which
it.
I
though.
literally
He
posted
called
in
it the
chat,
Chinese
which
flu.
was the uptick in Asian hate
Or
crime.
the China
So
virus, or
instead
whatever
of
he just
addressing the
said.
person,
But
you know,
he
your white
already-
savior that y'all
bruh,
love, right?
he
Because you know Asian women date white men at the highest
Right,
rate.
he literally
Instead
said
of
that out of
critiquing the
his
white
mouth
men,
for
right,
the
that
world
y'all
to hear.
fetishize, y'all punch down
And a
on
lot
black
of his
men by
constituents
bringing up anecdotes
gravitated
in
toward it.
Frisco.
How else do you think y'all got that
That's
anti-hate
literally
crime?
what
It
the
was
hell's
called
going on.
it was called the anti. I'm not gonna say the word woo hate crime bill that
Ma'am, have you
literally
seen the
came
violence?
after Trump
So
said
you
what
don't
he
answer no
said.
questions.
But y'all had to use black people as a scapegoat to get it.
Let her finish.
I can't. Man,
That's not true. No, because the white ones don't. The white ones don't get reported like that.
I'm Taiwanese and I say so.
The white ones don't get reported like that because
I'm
the white ones
Taiwanese
don't
and
get
I say
reported
so.
like that.
I'm loving this.
I know,
Post
right?
the stats. You ain't posted the
Oh,
stats
we
yet.
can't hear.
If I didn't,
The white ones don't get reported like that, man. That's how white
Red
crime.
Joker
White
put
crime
that up.
usually doesn't
That
get
she was
reported.
having
Why
his
do
face.
they
I
not
would
get
have missed
reported?
all this.
White
Right.
people get away with murder.
Tell us,
Ma'am, the white ones,
Tell us,
the
wait,
white
wait,
crimes
wait,
don't get
wait, wait,
reported
wait, tell us why they don't get reported, and then we got to let somebody else speak for a second. But tell us why the white crimes
because of
aren't
white
getting
supremacy,
reported. Like,
because of white immunity from law. White crimes don't get reported, and if it gets reported, it gets flipped around, and they have an excuse for it. White crimes, white crimes on
Kung
average don't
flu.
get reported like that, and their activities don't even get criminalized.
Time out.
Let's break it down.
So let me say this then. So let me ask you this then. So white people are killing Asians more than black people are killing Asians, correct?
They're harming Asian people. I don't know what the killing thing.
No, because you said the crimes.
Right.
Why are you equating?
They want this narrative of black people harming Asians to be true so
that's what
bad.
she's talking about, and that's what you just
Let's talk about Asian.
How many black people are killing
Let
Asians?
me finish.
I
Let
would
me
have asked how many
finish.
Asians
I know there's
are
not
killing
a
Asians.
high percentage of black people who kill Asians. That is not the point. She said she's talking about that the number of black people who kill Asians is higher than any other number of race of people who do it. And then Tariq refuted that by saying that's only true because the white crimes don't get reported, right? So what you're saying is that there are a number of Asians who are killed with killers who have not been identified, and that number therefore should be higher than the total number of Asians who have been killed by black people, because we
Look
should
at
have a
her
bunch of
page.
mystery murderers, right? Based off of what you
She
just
don't
said.
show
Tariq.
no
If you don't
white
understand what I
people.
just said, let me know and I'll try to clarify.
He really
She
doesn't.
doesn't show
Okay, what you
white
said was a
people.
bunch of deflective babble.
She literally wasn't that her that No, that wasn't her. That's somebody else. I was talking to
So
somebody else.
there are a bunch of mystery murderers that have killed Asians, and we just don't know who they are because they're
Let's
not
talk
being
about
reported,
what happened
right?
in 2000 last year when you had those Asians out there in California in Monterey Park
I
that
know
went and killed other
I don't know why you
Asians.
keep muting me.
Right
Diane.
before what happened with
I'm not
All right,
Tyrese.
somebody, Diane, stop muting me.
Let's
No,
talk
so
about
address the
Diane's
mystery
period
murders because
came
you
in. Now
said
she just
whites
pissed.
are doing this more. It's just not going reported. So then
I'm
that should
talking
show
about
that
just white crime in general. I'm talking about white crime in general doesn't get
okay.
reported.
Why do y'all keep muting?
Because they scaled.
In fact, when they
and it doesn't get criminalized.
Right. In fact, when the Asian down in Atlanta, when the Asian man shot up that massage parlor,
Three of them.
When the Asian man shot up when an Asian man shot up a massage.
What are they doing?
Oh, she's doing it. She's muting them.
Diane, when you mute people, I can't hear you anymore.
Facts.
That's that Taiwanese Wi-Fi.
Y'all out of line.
Can I?
Stop it.
Okay, I don't know why Diane keeps hitting the mute button, but yeah, when that white supremacist shot up that massage parlor down in Atlanta, the Asian community didn't say, "Hey, we need to do something about white supremacy." It was like, "Hey, what's up with the black folks?"
They thought it was us that did it.
So y'all always deflect to us when
because
white
it happened in
mommy, white
Atlanta,
daddy
so they figure, oh, Atlanta, that's a lot of black people. Had to be a
All I
black
heard
person
about
that
was
did it.
white.
And then when they
gun
shot out the
culture
white
when
man, they
that
were real
Asian
quiet.
guy- when they shot up
white
that
gun
Asian
culture.
thing.
My
Are you
ass.
serious?
No, you didn't, because they didn't criminalize them. They started going after black people in New York for yelling at Asian folks. So they didn't
Well,
do
they
anything.
didn't start doing it
They
because
didn't.
of that
They
shooting.
didn't target no
That
white people.
shooting didn't trigger
They didn't
that.
target no white
Are you
people.
saying that
Then
shooting triggered
name
that?
some of the white people who were targeted for Asian crime.
Do you just like time out? Do you think Asians are like just stupid on average or something? Like when they see one
Why
group
you
is
go-
actively
Why
targeting
did
them,
you
like
even
well,
say
we're gonna
that?
pay attention
Like, we
to
didn't
one
say
that
that.
they're
Nobody
not.
even said
Do you
that.
think that's what they're doing?
Yeah, they're not doing anything to white mommy, white daddy. None of
He's
these.
trying to gas.
No. But you're saying that they're intentionally ignoring the group that's actually hurting them the most,
all day.
and
White
instead
mommy,
focusing on the
white
group
daddy.
that's
They're
not.
not going to. White mommy, white daddy's discriminating against them now in schools, and they're not really doing anything about it. They're looking to get-
I'd agree with that.
Affirmative
They're doing it,
action.
and you know who
Y'all
that's
don't want to talk
discriminating
about
against
that.
them in favor of, though,
You
right?
better not say black people.
Oh, 100%.
Sir,
Wow.
don't sell. Don't
You wanna go
don't
this
sell
route,
the
Tariq?
don't
You wanna do
don't
this?
sell the BS that hard, sir. Don't sell the.
Do you want to do this?
Sir, don't
Let's
sell
do
the.
it.
You wanna
There's
do this?
so
I
many
promise you
stats
don't.
out there we can
Sir,
pull where
you about to
Asians
start channel
benefited
babbling, sir.
immensely
They're
from
not.
affirmative action.
Affirmative
I did it the
action
other
is out
night,
there.
remember?
Let's stop with
Yeah.
that. Affirmative action. They
With
the
them in
Asians don't
mission?
get rid of that because
Yes.
They were using 2 or 3.
Oh Lord! So now it's a secret affirmative
And
action.
it was
program.
always number 2.
Even if it
in
did
all
go
these
out of the door,
PWIs.
that doesn't deny the fact that that's what was
No, it
happening in
wasn't.
the first place.
Except
And
for
if
like
it went out
women,
the door, then you
where
can't say that they're
where
actively
the South of the
discriminating
border was like
because
number
they
2.
got rid of the affirmative action, so it's
No,
not.
they weren't.
Anymore.
They were just
So pick-
discriminating against Asians because of white supremacy. They weren't doing it in favor of us. When have they helped us out? What the fuck?
What do you think affirmative action was?
It was
It
supposed to be for us,
benefited
but
mainly
he
white
benefited
women.
most out of it, sir.
Hold on. Really?
Why are
Who
black
benefited the
people mad
most?
it's leaving?
We
if
ain't
it
mad.
wasn't helping.
Nobody's mad.
Oh, you're not?
What are you
Everybody's
talking
cool
about?
with it?
Black people weren't mad at affirmative
Yo,
action.
do y'all go outside?
It wasn't
Like,
benefiting. Affirmative
I
action
did
didn't
so.
benefit
I
us.
actually,
That
I
was for
actually
white
was
women.
glad they got rid of it.
Affirmative
Because
action was
then it
benefiting
exposed
white women for
everyone
the
who
most part. We
benefited
haven't
from it.
benefited from
white
affirmative
women
action in
specifically,
years. We
white
weren't
women
mad over no
specifically.
affirmative action.
We was laughing when they got
We
rid
were
of it.
laughing. I had a whole life.
Your
We got
black
seven
skin
hours
in
of
We
numbers
views. We
knew
was
This guy
that
getting
they
right
was
laughing
going
here.
to be
about
mad
it.
at the end of the
do
day.
not
We
believe
knew
this
that
guy's
it was going to
black
backfire,
character.
and
You
it
don't
did,
know
and it
black
backfired
at all. Or
like
you just hustling
immediately.
these white supremacists. Either one. I think you're hustling. You can't be naive. Affirmative action didn't benefit us. That benefits white women, and it benefited Asians and white Latinos were benefiting of affirmative action.
Because they
Where
can
are
play
all
triple
these benefits that
minority.
black
And
people are
every
getting?
stat they pull up of who
You
benefits
just
from
got
affirmative
finished
action the
saying
most,
that
it
it was
always
hard
goes
white
back to
women.
white
You just
women.
said
Every
affirmative action
Where
was
were
hurting.
Asians
Now it's
being
benefiting
denied in favor of black people? Where?
Exactly.
Harvard, my ass.
Harvard.
Right.
We were
100%.
Harvard.
That's a damn
100%.
lie.
You can look
No.
at the stats, and it
It's not
shows
a
you right
damn
here
lie.
that
That's a
Asians are
damn
the
lie.
second
SAT
highest
scores.
enrolled and
Look at the
Harvard.
SAT
That's a
scores.
damn lie.
They
That's
got
the lie.
mad because
This
a
is
couple of
Ain't too many
students
black
got
people in no
in
Harvard.
over
What are you
over
talking about?
theirs, and they were pissed off
Exactly,
about
and
it.
there'd be even less.
There aren't even
There'd
many
be
black
even
people
less
in
without
Harvard.
affirmative action.
The reason why y'all weren't getting in Harvard, no, ma'am. The reason, Diane, the reason why, ma'am, Diane, the reason why y'all weren't getting in Harvard was because some of your damn scam degrees, y'all have these
Y'all got
scam
taught.
degree missions going on all over
Y'all
the place.
international
That's why
students
you couldn't
gave
get in,
up.
ma'am.
Exactly. He said, Diane,
Ma'am, you guys are the kings and queens of scam degrees. Your scam degrees weren't working, ma'am. Y'all have scam degrees.
Right?
Tariq, it seems like there's a pattern where everything is a conspiracy with you that's not backed
What's
by any
conspiracy?
actual
That's
data.
true.
You have a story and
Google
anecdote like
scam degrees.
Meanwhile, weren't
Okay,
y'all
and
the
then
same
you
ones
and then
that
you
got
Google
upset
the
2 weeks
SAT
after
scores
y'all
for
got
the
rid of
average black
affirmative action?
Harvard
Y'all
Y'all
have
2
did
weeks.
so
something
many
and realized
2
that y'all
weeks.
messed
scam
up.
degree
Bro, they were
mills out
pissed
here.
off
It's
2
ridiculous.
hours.
Okay, and
Because
then
we
you Google the
pointed it out.
SAT scores. Google the SAT
Even
scores of the average
remember
black
the
Harvard
Asian dude
admit
on
and compare it to
TikTok
the average Asian, and
who
then
said
tell
it was
me who
just
was
a
getting
It
in
fad.
wasn't
and
black
nowhere
people
near.
because ain't too many
He
black
said
people
he
listening.
said
Okay,
it
so go
out
look.
loud.
So go look. I encourage everyone who agrees with you to go look. Go look at the black
It
average
doesn't
SAT scores for
matter.
any top school and compare them with the Asian ones, and
Are
then
you
look at the
serious?
It's not based solely on SAT
There,
scores.
Oh
if
my
there's
God.
because y'all always
What's
use
about
It's
to be
not
y'all
based just
always
on
use
crazy?
some
SAT
random black
scores.
person to kind of make
See, they
excuses
doing
for your
that thing
failure.
of,
Hey, hold
oh,
on.
I had a
Let me
high
let, hey, let's
SAT
go
score,
back
I had
to
a high
If you
GPA.
gotta find
Why
a
didn't
black
I
person
get
to make
in over this
excuses for
black
your
person?
failure, some random
It's
black
not
person
just
that ain't
based on
got nothing to do with anything.
academics.
Bro.
Black people
I
have to be
thought we gone over
overqualified
this.
in order to get into Harvard and
No,
other schools.
see,
We
they be
have to be
lying.
overqualified.
overqualified.
We don't get nowhere being underqualified. We have to be more thorough. We were 10 times smarter than you to get in. We don't have fake degrees.
I think if you YouTube how to get an LSAT, get to the
Brother,
law school,
They have that
I
on there
respect
and
your
it
hustle,
still
brother.
with a
doesn't
low
matter.
GPA, you're gonna
See,
see a
he's
ton
moving the
of videos
goalposts
from black
every
people.
single
Like
time.
that's just
He
what it is.
doesn't have a point.
And let me
He's
tell you this:
losing the
the only
argument.
black people who ain't qualified to get in are some of the tether scammers who ain't even foundational black Americans.
Scammers.
Right. They score higher. They score higher than us
I'll
on
put
average,
the
bro.
I'll put the stats in the jumbotron. You can see what would happen if they stopped affirmative action. You can
All
see
right,
the white.
They've
white
already
They
stopped.
already
Hey,
did.
if you don't
They
like black
already
people from
did.
America, are you
Jumbotron,
strong
you
on
can see the
immigration?
He
stats.
doesn't know. He's in Australia. He
Check the
doesn't know.
stats.
They're a day
Jumbotron has the
ahead.
stats for affirmative action.
Wait,
Day
what?
ahead.
All right,
7
Affirmative
years
action benefits
behind.
white. Notice all of the people
That's not
talking
what the
about black
stats say,
people.
Tariq.
All of the
Tariq, the
people
stats say
talking
the
about
opposite.
affirmative action. The white people had a scam going on with the whole paying to get their kids in.
The
Asians have a
college
whole
admission
scam
scandal.
thing
Yep.
going on to get in. We're the only
Yep.
people who don't have diploma scam
Who's in the
deals to
car?
So
get in.
Tariq,
We have to
Tariq,
get
let me
on
say
look,
merit.
look at this
something.
We're the only
bullshit.
people
Let me
who
say
get in.
something.
We're the only people who have to get in on merit. We don't
Tariq,
rely
check
on
Oh
affirmative
yeah. Anyway, let me say something. Let me say something to you, Tariq. So I've got the numbers here. Black applicants have the same chance of getting into elite universities as white applicants who scored 310 more points on the SAT.
No, they don't.
And the same chance as Asian applicants who scored 450 more points. That's almost an entire extra section.
Oh, God.
What do you have to say to that? Do you have proof to deny this?
Yes.
I need proof, Tariq. Actual proof.
The proof is that these groups have scam degrees, and they scam their way from the bottom to the top to get in, and it's very well documented.
They literally said,
Tariq, these aren't degrees. This is talking about undergraduate admission. So again, when it comes to getting into an elite university, a black applicant has the same chance as a white applicant who scored 310 more points on the SAT, and the same chance as an Asian applicant with 450 more points. This is after high school, not after college. So they don't have a scam degree. This is talking about your chances of getting into an elite university as an undergrad. Do you have anything at all to prove that that's not true, and that it's actually the fact that it's the reverse, and it's black people who have to score higher than everyone else?
That's not true at all, because we are still under the thumb of white supremacy.
Where's
white
the
supremacy
proof?
gets
whoever
Because we're under white supremacy is not proof.
Yeah, who gets in and who gets out is decided by
That's
the
not proof.
I don't know.
Sorry, that's not proof. That's not proof.
Yeah, that is
Nice
proof. That is
try.
true.
Where's
That
the
is
proof?
true. Are you saying that all of these? Are you saying that all of these?
Right.
There's
Tariq
only a
says we're
small
under the
group
thumb
of
of
black
white
people
supremacy.
getting into Harvard because all of these other black people are not qualified.
Yes, exactly, Tariq. They're not qualified.
There it is.
What did he say?
He said he's saying black people aren't qualified to get into Harvard.
Yes,
there it is.
Than the Asians.
See, let them talk long enough. And shout out to Jerry Bedford and Denise.
What happened to Jerry Bedford?
They
Holy shit! I got $100.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a blessing. Jerry Bedford, thank you for the
Black
$50
people are
super
always
chat. That's a blessing.
overqualified, and we still get discriminated. Right.
Where is the proof?
Oh my God! Thank you.
Where's the proof? Stop saying it. Just show the
Where's
proof.
the proof?
In the
Stop
damn
saying
thing,
it.
you go to the
You don't stop.
on a black.
If you don't stop whining,
That's the proof.
This is not.
He literally just said it right there that he doesn't
access to
need black
degree.
people
A whole
qualified
campus
to get
of
in
Where's the
Harvard.
pudding?
There it is.
Where's the pudding tray?
There it is.
When you go to corporate America and see
You
one
don't have
black
to go any
person
further
working
than
there,
that. He just said it.
Damn, I wish I could.
That's not proof. That could just be proof that black people are less qualified.
Okay.
Prove that they're
Okay, so let's get into why are we less qualified.
this
Okay, let's get into that. Here we go. Now,
Do not
why are
at
black
me.
people less qualified to get into corporate America?
Wait,
to get into
so they are less qualified?
No, this is what you're saying. You said that's proof that black people are less qualified.
It
Oh,
could
no,
be.
no. Either there's some white supremacy going on, or we're just dumb and not qualified to get in these institutions. So which one is it? Which one is
Hey,
it?
nobody can hear Diane anyway.
we don't care.
I'll
We
just
don't
go
care
ahead
about
and say
that.
At this
that.
point,
That's
we don't
perfectly
care.
fine. I'm fine with
Right.
saying that black people are dumber on
Okay, so
average
what's
than
wrong with you?
Oh shit! I could send people DMs.
Nothing
But can you
wrong with me.
statistically prove that
Yeah,
black
dumber
people
on
are not?
average.
Family member.
Then you're
And you're
black.
Okay, but the
So what's
data-
wrong with you?
I want to see
So
you
what's
tell
wrong
me
with
that.
you?
Okay,
Okay,
so if that's the
Let
case,
Tariq
if that's the case,
It's a lie.
Everyone's gonna have to stop jumping in. I know everyone wants their turn, but let Tariq finish his spill.
His
Tariq,
spill.
what do you mean? What's wrong with me? I don't think anything is wrong with me. There's nothing
I
wrong
think
with
something
you. You're an
is.
intelligent
Sir,
black person.
you
That's
don't-
not
I
what
think
it
we
is.
now
It's
know
on
what
average as the
KG. I think we now know what's eating Gilbert
Okay,
Grape.
well then there's something
What's that you said?
I think we now know
inherently
what's eating
flawed that
Gilbert
makes
Grape.
us dumber as a group on
Fact.
average. What is it?
It's not a flaw. It's not a
No,
flaw.
what do you mean then? If we're dumber and on average, as you said, as a group, there's something
Right.
to it. What's the cause of it? Because that's the most important thing. If we have a group of people who are too underqualified to get into college, too underqualified to get into the corporate sector, we need to see what's going on with that group of people and what's inherently flawed
Correct.
about them. That's the main issue. So
that space is.
let me know what's the inherent flaw with black people. Why can't we cut the mustard like all these other groups, according to you?
Well, IQ is partially genetic.
Oh,
There it
got
is.
it. Okay, let's
There
get
it
into that.
is.
Yes. And so what that
IQ.
means
There it
is
is.
that the genes that influence intelligence are less frequently found among some populations than others. And you don't have to use racial lines to
So he's
understand
saying
this.
we are
You can actually
genetically
look at
inferior.
the races
He's
in
saying we're
question here
dumb.
and see the reverse could
Got
be
it.
true. For example, black engineers are genetically more intelligent than white gym teachers. And the reason that
Oh
they're more
my
intelligent
God.
is because they have more of the genes that
Where are
needed
they
for
pulling
intelligence
these
than the
so-called
white
stats?
gym
I mean,
teachers would
I
have.
think I
And
have
so
an
on
That a
idea.
black
average, what you'll see
engineer
is
and
that
a
within
white
these
gym
populations,
teacher.
there's different
That's two
frequencies
different
of
levels of
people's
schooling.
need for intelligence, and they're just less commonly found amongst some groups
Okay,
than
so
others. And you can divide those groups up however you want to, and this will still
that's
be
the bell
true.
curve. That's the same thing they said in the bell curve, right?
Facts.
Right.
Sure.
Okay, so since
He
we
said
have
sure
the
because he
bell
probably
curve,
don't know what the
because
bell
we're
curve is.
less intelligent. You and I are less intelligent. What's the gene?
No.
You
We are
just
not.
said
What do you
black
mean,
people
no?
are less
That's not what I
intelligent.
said.
That means
That's
you,
not what I
sir.
said.
That's
I said the genes are less frequently found. They're less frequently found.
So
That doesn't mean
less
they're not
frequently
found.
in you.
Boy, you all over the
Less
place with it. Either
frequently.
there's a gene there that
I'm
makes
still
us
in the
less
same
intelligent
place.
collectively.
So your mom is
On
dumb.
Okay,
average.
on average. Okay.
Your mama's dumb.
Yes. Do you
So that's
understand what
collective.
average
That
means?
means on average for a collective group, right? Okay, which means you and I. Which means you and I. Which okay, so I have this flawed gene, and so do you, sir, right?
No, there's
Man,
not a
goddamn,
flawed
which one
gene.
is it?
Diane, I'll explain.
He's about to say he's white.
Maybe try listening.
I
This
swear
is
I'm
very
listening.
difficult
I'm
to
listening, and
understand.
I'm going on what you're
Okay.
saying.
Okay. What I
And make
said
it plain.
was
Make it plain. We don't need all of the because my IQ is low. I don't know what you're talking about. So my IQ is low as hell.
it might
I don't know what you're talking
it
about.
just might
Make it plain so that a 5-year-old can understand. Because my IQ is kind
Okay,
of
so
thin.
there are all these magic little dusties that when you have them, they make you smart, right?
What?
Magic.
And in some places you'll find
You're the
more
magical
of them than you'll
Negro,
find in
remember?
others. Right? And for some people, you'll find them more than you'll see them in others.
Like
For
black
example,
people, like black
your
people,
own
you'll see. Let's make
Somebody
it plain.
said he's
No,
white.
I mean even individually, like within your own family, you might have more of these dusties than your sister.
But
Dusties?
we're
You might
talking
have more
about
of them than your
collective group.
parents.
Dusties?
I'm trying to explain
This
it
guy
myself.
may be black, but that mindset is
No.
it's very PC.
I heard dusties.
Anybody can have these
I want to
magic
see
dusties,
something.
right? But they're just found more frequently in certain places. Okay? So in the places where there's less, they're still there. And some people might have a lot, but they're still less on average in that area than someplace else.
So now,
Does that make sense?
so if there's only one or two black people in some of these Ivy League schools and in corporate America, that means a lot of us have the magic dusties, right?
I'm sorry, I was reading something. Say that again.
Since there are so few black people who are qualified, according to you, to go to Ivy League schools and to be corporate America, to rise to the upper echelons of society, that means
Who getting on a plane?
I don't know.
Whoever
Right next to me, they need to mute their mic because it's like you can tell that they're
some of
driving.
us have.
He about to go pick up something on you in the lift car.
Look, if we're only one or two people in the Ivy League schools and in corporate America, it's a vast amount, right?
It's a vast amount who don't have it. Yes,
I don't know if you saw the live I did on affirmative action.
We are not in these schools like that.
The
We're
one
not in
subsequent to
corporate
that.
America. We're not running
Before that,
corporations like that. So either it's two things. Either we all got these magic dusties, or there's some white supremacy. I say it's white
they got
supremacy.
caught and they
Say it's magic
invalidated
dusties.
all of their scores.
How come so many of us have these magic
And
dusties?
even with the high scores, they weren't even getting in.
There's so much information
down to their
we're not allowed in
We
these
used to have a standardized.
You saying it's fake?
Came down to their
where I was
we're
at that they had to get rid
not
of
allowed
because one of the
because of
counties
merit.
they found out they was
It's legitimate for them to
they
not
had
allow
go
us
out the
into these
entire
circles.
test.
So
And
it
this is
must
back
be
when I was
magic.
in elementary
No,
school.
I wouldn't say
It was a
they should
statewide
not
test.
allow us. That would say that because we're black. I don't think that people should not be allowed places because they're black.
It's the
I would
magic
never
dusties,
say
right?
like that's some part of it.
He-
Yeah, I mean,
he was getting ready to say yeah.
Smart.
He's getting ready to say
Smart.
yeah.
I have an high IQ.
Let me,
Send me to college. I don't think it should work like that. It doesn't exactly work like that. So that's not what I'm saying.
Who the
And I'm
hell
not
is
saying it's
ordering
legitimate
Taco
for them
Bell?
to keep us out
You
of
don't see them. They're right next to
Let me take you
me.
there.
No.
just
We're
have to
talking
have-
about the magic
They
dusties.
click the link and
It's
came
magic
up, but you never
Okay.
We're
muted
just
them.
not smart enough.
Yes.
Collectively.
I don't know who. I
Jacoby.
can't see the name because it's blocked by
Jacoby,
the.
are you ordering
Yes, the
Taco Bell?
intelligence level of black people is not
No,
high
my
enough
mom is
on
here.
average
I'm
for
helping my
black people
mom.
to be as equal,
Bro,
to
put
be
your thing on
equally
mute for me.
represented.
Yeah,
in
you was
any
unmuted
required
for
I don't know about that
10
box.
minutes.
Don't get that.
as
Get
they,
some water.
as they are
Okay.
represented
Okay.
in the
Thank you.
general
Okay, so
population.
now with
Correct.
that being said,
I thought that was the space. I was like, he's
shouldn't
a
they give us
box
No,
reparations?
they was in the
Because
chat trying
we
to tell
can't
you.
cut
They
the
was like,
mustard. We need
who's driving? Like
That is a
and I
great
was like, who
argument,
is that?
honestly. Yeah,
I
I
thought
mean,
it was
you
a
can
space
make
the
a
whole
No,
time.
no, it
Right.
wasn't the
You can
space. It
make
was
that point.
yeah.
I don't know if that's the solution.
Yes,
They was
it is.
I was
unmuted for a
making
good
jokes on
10
old
minutes.
boy.
Based on that,
Maybe
okay, I'll go
never.
with that. I got some magic dusties and I'm not smart enough. Now give me some
You got a new
reparations
member.
because I can't cut it. I
Oh,
can't.
and Louis
I'm-
Mills,
That
thank
is
you for becoming
definitely
a
an
member.
idea, but I
99
wouldn't
cents.
say to do that by race.
It'll
I'd
help me
say to
invest
do
in the
that by
platform,
all
buy toys for the
lower IQ
baby.
No,
people.
no,
Like
no, no, no,
someone
no,
like
no, 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 no,
Miss
no,
Denise,
no, no, no.
as does
someone
this
like
happen
you
on
and I
X
wouldn't
often?
need this.
She's
No,
never
I would.
held a space
I got
before. She
magic
Sure,
was
dusties.
still
I need
lurking, though.
reparations. I
But
can't
yeah,
cut it.
usually when Tariq
Like
shows up,
you just
it goes
no,
crazy.
you might have the magic dusties though.
Because if
You
I
can
got
change.
magic
You can
dusties,
change
then
your
I'm
IQ.
then I'm a special
You can
needs
develop.
person.
You can develop.
Huh?
No, you cannot change your IQ.
How can you change your IQ,
I'm special
sir?
needs. If I got the magic dusties and my IQ is just
How
genetically
can you
lower
change your
than other
IQ?
black
They all
people,
ask the
we're
similar
special.
questions. question.
No, you misunderstood the Magic Dusties. The Dusties are good.
Oh, I don't have the Dusties. Oh, okay. So I don't have the
You
Dusties.
have to have, if you don't have enough of the Dusties, then it'll
What
be
is he
difficult for
talking
you to
about?
make.
Okay,
He's not
right.
being serious.
Okay,
right?
Not
so
necessarily impossible.
so instead of
Tariq knows he's not being serious. That's why he's playing around with him.
What the fuck happened? Oh no. I need. Oh my god, it closed. Wait a minute. My bad, y'all.
I want to know more about the Magic Dusties
I would love to know about the Magic Dusties.
and how we can attain some. You know,
Yeah, we going right back in there. Hell no. We my bad, y'all.
Society.
no.
Like you're
No.
not just guaranteed to do something good or bad based off how smart.
No.
you are.
If we
But
have,
do have
if we are
limitations,
flawed genetically and intelligent, and we don't have
it's not we. It's
no.
people.
You know this ain't rare when
According
Tariq
to
shows
you,
up in
it's
a
a
space.
collective.
They go in.
But I wouldn't say we should be setting rules based on the collective. I didn't say this is a collective.
It is
thing.
a collective.
This
thing,
is
sir. Based on your
No, it's
logic.
not.
So that means we need to get special
That's not
treatment.
what my logic says at all.
We
Tariq.
should
That's not what it says at all.
not be mass incarcerated if we have less intelligence, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what it means at all. That's not what it means. For one, it's not a we thing.
It is a we
That's
thing. We're
not the
talking
problem.
about black people
Only
and why we're not getting into certain
oh, they up there. I saw
I
that
say
video. I was
white
trying to see what they was
people
talking about.
You say we don't
said
have
that,
the
right?
That's
Dusty.
because the people talking
You
about
say
the
we don't
morph
have the
character.
Magic Dusty.
Yeah. They said they
to
were
have
get
them at the
fast.
rate that you would like them.
Guess
to
what?
be.
I will still be watching.
We're
it
not
on-
in
Bruh,
none of these
next-
institutions like we
you
need to be.
understand
So that
next
means a
week
lot of
is
us
gonna
are
be
not
flawed.
next week, the week
Either
after.
we're dealing with white
No, that's
supremacy
what I'm
or a
saying.
lot of
Next
us are just
two-
genetically flawed.
no.
So
The right
we are
tail,
The
right
It's
20th.
tail.
not
Tuesday is gonna be a
genetically
movie.
flawed to not be super intelligent.
that's a
Most
What's
people
happening
flaw.
are not
next
smart
Tuesday?
If you
enough
have
to
to,
No,
if
next
you have to
Wednesday is gonna
deny
be a
It's
people
movie.
not a
education,
What's
flaw
happening
to
next
not be
Wednesday?
able to get
if we
into
That's when it
Harvard.
premieres.
we
It's
can't
March
get an
20th.
education,
No, the 20th is not next Tuesday.
No, I said, you know what I mean.
100%.
I forget y'all operate until the weekend. Y'all don't recognize next week is too close. I understand. Okay, 11 days. 11 days.
Because
a week and
they
a half.
use- they
it's going to be a movie.
Because
It's 10 episodes.
let me tell you, because they use
Yeah.
you as buffers against
They said they
us.
had
They know
enough
you're
for
not
4
going
seasons.
to fight white supremacy, so they
I'm
use
fine
you
with
as their
that.
tools. That's why.
Mhm.
Wouldn't we want, if we were using them, wouldn't we want them still to be under us to literally serve as a
They
buffer?
are under them. They are under
Oh,
the white
really?
supremacists
Well,
dominate.
why are
Asia.
they getting? Why are they out
They got
earning
a whole
us when it comes to
Dragon Ball on there.
PhDs? Hold on,
they
hold on.
must
One
know
second.
the job, so they're
Which
under
star
Hold
are
on,
you
Lou.
thinking
Hold
is?
on,
You think
Lou.
that's the third
Lou, hold
star?
on. They have higher
Huh?
life
You think that's
expectancy.
the
They
3 star?
end up getting involved with the criminal justice system less than us
That thing look like
whites.
it's
They
burning.
achieve college
Who holds
degrees
more
and advanced
institutional
degrees at
power,
higher
them or
levels.
you?
And they also end up earning more than us on average. So by every metric,
Oh, that's that Pepe guy
Asians are, I
talking.
guess you can say they're the Ubermensch. They're the ones that are doing really well in this white supremacist society that
You know what I'm
Tariq
thinking?
Nasheed is
I'm
talking
thinking
about.
Because you allow them to. Because you allow.
I think
Because
you know
you
what?
allow
He probably set it
you
up
allow
that
their
only the blue
criminality.
checks
A
can
lot of
talk.
the crime that happens in this country comes through the Asian community. A lot of the drugs, the guns, the fentanyl, because you're the buffer.
I didn't know that was the
When they
thing.
talk about black crime, where do we get the drugs and the guns from? We get them from really Asian.
That is an ugly ass white woman.
Because they need a buffer.
That's
They've always needed a buffer against us. It's all about subjugating us. No.
That's not.
They
That was
always
not
have to sub because we're the only people who's
2024
going to
bingo
challenge
card.
white
A
supremacy.
woman is
Diane Yaps
anyone
are
who
not going to
identifies
challenge
as
white
one.
supremacy. You're going to lay in bed with Zaddy and do what you're told.
But they're
Lord.
doing better than us.
No, they're not.
They're
Stop
being
it,
the
stop
ones.
it.
They're
No,
the
not.
ones being
Stop it.
superior.
You're capping. You're a white man, and you know that's cap.
No,
The
they are.
white
Tariq. Check the
supremacists,
stats.
the white
Check the
supremacists can
stats.
shut down any country in Asia tomorrow. So stop it. They got
they
warships over there in China monitoring them right now. So stop.
Asians don't even hold a lot of institutional power.
Tariq, I have a
outside of,
question for you.
Look at what the quartering said.
How can I
I
gotta let
rarely
somebody
see the
else
black
up real
community
quick,
calling
but
bad
actually,
behavior
I'm
out.
sorry, Tariq. I gotta let
I
somebody
Maybe
just
it's
else
don't
up.
because I
know
don't know how
People
to
are asking
access
to speak,
Black
and they've been
Twitter.
waiting forever. But I don't know how you can
this
think white people are capable of oppressing you, living their own lives, oppressing
What
China,
is he?
able to do all these different
That is
things,
the quartering.
and
What do you
not
expect?
actually think they're
I
superior.
hate
Like I
this
think that's
motherfucker.
actually the argument you're making is that you
Another one that don't go
think that they're
outside.
superior to everyone else because I don't see how you can believe that they're
Damn,
capable of all
anti-cheetah
these different
P.
things. Like they have the
Jesus.
time, the power to lower our
Jesus.
IQs and to make us,
All right,
do
since it
all
be
of
a thing,
these crimes and to take over China tomorrow
nigga.
if they wanted to, and to live their own lives and they're stealing this and stuff from. I mean, what kind of argument are you making exactly? It doesn't sound like you're making one that they're not superior. That's for sure. But anyway, let me let Jay speak. Jay wants to speak, so
all right. Let me
go
see
ahead,
what Jay
Jay. You've been waiting a while, and a few other people too.
What Jay got?
Then Harry.
Come on, Jay.
Jay, are you still there?
Oh yeah.
me?
Let's go. Come on, Jay.
Okay, before Jay speaks, let me finish that. But let me address that last point before Jay says anything. And then I'll bounce. I'll address that.
And I'm going to bounce too because I don't want to hear nothing else.
You said that, well, I must think that white people are supreme because they can dominate China. Well, that's what white supremacy is. They dominate the entire planet. And they get people who are non-white to bow down to them. And they even have you, my brother, sitting here quoting stuff from the bell curve so that you can get a couple of dollars from the white supremacists. So that's how powerful they are. And I acknowledge
I don't get paid for this.
Sorry, you're trying to get a check, sir. I mean, these talking points, getting black people to regurgitate white supremacist talking points, that's a way to get a fast buck, unfortunately.
Do you really think that that's what people get paid
Yeah,
for? Like,
100%. He quoted Coleman Hughes, and that's whole Coleman Hughes gets paid by white supremacist think tanks.
Show me the black person who believes that there's genetic differences between blacks and whites that lead to disproportionate outcomes. That's getting a check.
Oh man, the Candace Owens. That's big money. Thomas Sowell. What are you talking about? There's big money in
Thomas
that.
Sowell doesn't believe that.
Yes, he does. Regurgitates all of these white supremacists.
He made the cultural argument. He made a cultural argument. He doesn't believe there's any genetic differences. I'm literally like the only.
Then what do they talk about on his videos all the time?
Oh my God, he talks about white and black, sir, and he always
and they always hold him up in high regard. And not even for his economics.
That's all right, and I'm not even mad at the hustle. But you and I both know the truth. You and I both know the truth. The truth is, we're under a system of global white supremacy, and then they use all of these other groups as buffers against us as black people.
Oh, go back down a little bit. I wanted to see what the community tab said. Oh. It says this stream was copyrighted on YouTube. The VOD is up in its entirety on Kick. The X account Candace mentioned in the tweet is not Destiny.
And they're going to be, and they're going to do just what Diane Yap is doing, demonizing black people.
Exactly what Diane is doing, demonizing black people. That people don't pay attention to her.
Okay. Well, that was
anyway. Well, Diane, listen, I like it. Diane, listen, I don't have a problem with you, Diane. I'm going to Panda Express right now. I don't have a problem with Diane. I really don't. But we just have to tell the truth about what's going on.
Go to Panda Express. Why you gotta be an asshole?
All right, Jay, go ahead and speak.
Yeah. So my point is actually a couple parts. I think one of the things that I notice is that there's a little bit of race essentialism, especially in a lot of the points.
Don't sleep on Panda Express.
One of the biggest challenges
I think it's like
we can't even admit to the things that are potentially
Panda Express is
wrong on
basically
one side
like the Asian
or
version of
on the other.
Chipotle.
And the challenge with that overall.
But you can't customize the food though.
Well, when I go to Panda Express, when I do go, or when I did go, I used to always get like the romaine or the lo mein, whatever the noodles was with the chicken.
He said the romaine. you get the lettuce?
Yeah.
You get the lettuce? What you get?
The lo mein with the chicken and the teriyaki. And I always had them double up on the chicken.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, me and the family had it twice since we've been down here. My wife said never again. And I actually got a shitload of food for like $30, and we ate it once, and it was sat in the fridge. And then I said, okay, maybe it might be like Waffle House. It might be just that one, so I ordered it from another one. Yeah. I was like, nah, I'm better off cooking it.
Yeah, it was one Panda Express I had looked up, and they had some kind of a wrap or something like that. But it's like it was exclusive to a certain region. It wasn't the region I'm in, so I couldn't get it.
But hey, family, what did y'all think of that whole live?
That was
I mean, not live.
That space. That was very interesting.
I can't believe you got black people in there lying and caping for this Asian woman.
I know.
I can't. The
world is upside down. Literally, we are in Hawkins, Illinois.
Yeah, or I hear you, or it could be one of these situations
that the world is correct.
The world is correct because there's no reason how you sit up there and watch this chick and listen to what she says and you don't scratch your head. They literally, the dude started bringing up affirmative action. We literally showed how they have consultants out there basically setting them up for college, and they're still not getting in. And they had affirmative action. So tell me what you think is going to happen come next month when they start getting their letters back and saying they didn't get in. Who are you going to blame then? Because I already know what Harvard's going to do. There's going to be a whole bunch of white and black people. The Asians are not going to get in, and then they're going to go outside and bitch.
They kind of already did that in New York. Remember where they was? I forgot what I talked about it too.
You talking about the STEM program?
Yes, the STEM program.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and why I torched them on that. That program has been in effect since the 80s. They didn't have a problem with it until their numbers started going down. Then they're saying, oh, it was because of affirmative action. No, they wanted to include other people. And y'all kept saying, well, Asians make the most money in this country and they're a minority. Okay. And what did they say? If you're white or Asian, you have to come from a lower tax bracket. What's the problem?
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't want to stand on your positive? Fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Oh my God. That was great. That was classic. That was worth staying on another hour.
Yeah, that was very entertaining, to say the least. Unfortunately, we just couldn't hear what Diane was saying because she was using that MIB phone.
MIB shit. What was that Huawei, that Korean one? Huawei? HUAWEI.
Oh yeah, the who are we or the Huawei? What how you pronounce?
Who the fuck are we? Who the fuck are we, folks? Yes, the gym teacher and the engineer. This is family. I hope y'all understood what happened with that particular exchange. That's why they think they're so smart. You just denigrated a black engineer. You said they're slightly above a white gym teacher.
Mm-hmm. That goes back to that thing that LBJ said. If you can convince the lowest white person that they're better than the best black person, then you got them.
Yeah. So
and they got us, and I remember that quote started to surface a lot more, especially in the last month. And they got mad behind that because they know it's true. They know that they've been getting by on their mediocrity.
Yes, sir.
That's really a lot how all of them really have. Their whiteness and their mediocrity. Their whiteness is what gets them ahead, but the mediocrity is what keeps them stable. That's why when I was talking about is the PC man losing his woman to the culture, and I ended it off with I said the reason why they gravitate is because your culture is boring.
True. Well, we know their culture is boring. Look at it. They think Taylor Swift is the epitome of pop music. You gotta love these supremacists, boy.
They said, but we can see Floyd's arm. His arm bears a substantial amount of Chauvin's weight.
Is he serious right now?
The man is dead.
I told you.
That's why I keep telling people I told them this year I'm not going back and forth with them.
I didn't even want to put this picture up. Yeah, y'all could call me off code, but I didn't even want to put this picture up.
That's why I said I'm not going back and forth with them this year. All I'm gonna do is just simply block them. If they get upset, oh well.
Look at where his knee is. He's trying to tell me that. Look where the left knee is.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to tell me
that is his arm. But all in all, the fact remains that this man is dead. Derek Chauvin is in jail. He's most likely not going to get out, so they can file all those appeals that they want. I don't even know how many more appeals he has. I think he already done filed like 5 of them, and all 5 of them didn't failed.
I literally told this fool where to get the information from, and he telling me put the source. New England Journal of Medicine, sir. Go get your account and go look it up. I'm done helping y'all. I'm done helping y'all.
Right.
I'm done helping you.
I don't even bother. I'm like, that's why when they be asking, when somebody asks me PC, I don't tell them what it is. If they find out, it's most likely because someone told them or they found out on their own. Wow, someone in another Discord server that I'm in tagged me and said your girl getting destroyed, and they was talking about Diane.
Yeah,
because even the other people in other Discords that I'm a part of know that I don't like her because they see me going on her.
Nice. Oh wow, that space. I feel like I should clip it and put it up separately, but I don't want to do it because without her context in it, it wouldn't make sense. Why is Keke Palmer? Okay. All right. Do your thing. Food Network, F Fentanyl. All right. All right, pause. Whoa. Budget is $155 million for the Michael Jackson movie. Wow.
What happened?
The Michael Jackson movie budget is reportedly $155 million.
Okay. That's probably mainly due to the technical stuff.
Yeah, the studio's banking on it and make it near $1 billion. It's gonna go over $1 billion.
I can predict that this is gonna be a very this movie's gonna make a lot of money for sure.
We're gonna see them photos. Everybody with the Thriller fit on.
Oh yeah, it's gonna
somebody
be
gonna show up with the Remember the Time.
It's gonna be like the revitalization of Michael Mania back in the 80s and early 90s.
Facts. I already know there's gonna be a photo of the brothers coming in with the They Don't Care About Us fit.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be just like when Black Panther came out.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna wait. They said the summertime, right?
For what?
The movie.
It comes out April, I think 18th of next year. So it's like right before the summer, like late.
If it's warm enough, I might do the Eddie Murphy fit in that song. What's up with that?
Oh, with the white tank top?
with the white the black jeans and that belt buckle. I might do it.
What I always said I felt was one of Michael Jackson's best outfits was when he was doing the teaser for History. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. No,
that outfit is fire.
Yes. I could either do that one or I could do the You Rock My World fit. And then before I walk in,
because that's real simple. It's just a black suit with a red shirt. And
then the hat too. But then I walk in the movie theater when he was walking down the stairs. That's how I walk in the movie theater.
Like I said, Michael Jackson had a lot of iconic looks. It's hard to say which ones were the best ones or your favorites because the man pushed fashion forward.
Me and the wife could do the Scream one.
Oh, the black with the black. Y'all gonna wear black leather pants?
I would do it.
Well, it won't be too hot, so I mean,
nah, yeah, I would do it. But yo,
yeah, it's gonna be an event. You got people coming up there with the Jerry curl wigs. People gonna have the white glitter glove on. People gonna have the penny loafers on. People gonna be
somebody gonna show up with the Smooth Criminal fit.
Mm-hmm. I actually dressed like the Smooth Criminal. Well, it wasn't like for anything in particular, but when I was in college, we had an event, and I actually had like a Smooth Criminal like type of fit where it was the white cream suit with the blue shirt. The only thing I was missing was the fedora. I had the blue socks and the white shoes and everything. If I had the fedora, the people would have thought I was trying to remake that look all the way from head to toe. Denise, that is a good one. That bad suit that he had on the album cover and in the video was nice too, with all the buckles and whatnot.
JLS 23, thank you for the $10 super chat. You said also Also, they brought up about Asians being smart and earning more, yet they didn't mention the bamboo ceiling that they hit in the tech sector and other professions. Well,
True.
They got one of them out the paint. He beat his old lady with his fist.
Oh yeah, that was a crazy. And they both were engineers for Google. I don't know what. I still don't know what he did. And before I uploaded the video, I went back and looked to see if there was any update to see maybe they gave a motive of why he did it. Still no motive there. It'll come out in court.
Probably cheating.
That's what someone else said, that there probably was an infidelity there. But still, he beat her to death with his fist.
Me watching you leave after pretending no one was home. If I send you this, just know I stole your meme and ain't finna give you credit. This was funny. I don't know if you saw this. This was hilarious.
Who was that supposed to be next to him?
Sheila Jackson Lee. Remember on I don't know if you were.
Oh, I see the hair.
Yeah, that was Sheila Jackson.
Didn't she just win something?
She won her primary, but she still got to get past that Republican.
You think she will?
No. And then they're gonna come outside and say you shouldn't have ran. You should let the young girl run. Josephine Baker was a spy. Okay. I did not know that. What the fuck? That's them. You show this to white people, they're gonna lose their mind. Oh, you saw Cat Williams' video when he ran?
Oh yeah, I saw it on Instagram. He took flight too. Like he took off. He said, I gotta prove to these people that I wasn't lying when I said I could run this speed, and he did it too.
I got a lot to say about this.
I kept seeing that all over Instagram to the point where I got tired of seeing it, to the point where it's like, even if I liked boxing or was interested in the fight, I don't think I would be interested anymore because I keep seeing that.
Mm-hmm. Mike better not dive. Mike, you have the integrity of black boxers on the line. You better not dive. Biden regrets using illegal to describe Laken Riley's accused migrant killer.
Speaking of people cheating, talking about cheating. Now, here's something that combines. Well, here's one thing that highlights Asian people's stereotype of them being some of the biggest gamblers.
Yes.
And there's two. Wait a minute, is it two separate stories? I'm trying to think. Is it two separate stories? Wait a minute, I think it is two separate stories. Let me see if it's the same person. Okay, no, it's the same person. So apparently, this person who is from California went to Chicago, and he cheated two Chicago's casinos out of $219,000 when he got caught cheating. The way that he did it was he believed that he sent images of deck sequences to an accomplice. They examined the images that was provided. So basically, he got to look at the deck before the deck was divvied out. So he knew what cards were coming before he got them.
Wow.
So he knew how to beat the dealer.
The house always wins, though.
Yeah. See, that's the scary part. People are scared when they hear that the house always wins part. And it was, and guess what? You want to know? You guess what table it was at? Just give one guess what table it was. I mean, think about
which game?
Yeah, like which card game do you think it was? When you think about if you went to a casino, where do you see Asians the most at what card game?
Well, it's either I'm gonna see either blackjack or Keno.
Nah, it was at the Baccarat.
I forgot about the Baccarat.
Yeah,
Baccarat. They love that.
Yeah, they love that Baccarat. You go to any casino, it don't matter where you go. It could be in a predominantly black area. At that Baccarat table, it's going to be filled to the brim. They're going to have an Asian dealer too.
Mm-hmm.
At that Baccarat table.
Damn.
William Aron said Maxine Waters won her primary too.
But nobody cares. That's the thing, though. It's California. That district is done.
I'll probably talk about this in a video since they want to talk about how high IQ they are. This guy had to go from California to Chicago to cheat two casinos out of almost $250,000 because he couldn't win it on merit alone. That just shows he's not a good gambler.
Yeah.
But they always say don't bet more than what you're willing to risk.
You know, somebody came in my comment thread and said that Diane Yap ain't no racist.
Okay.
She ain't no racist. She just thought I would send them this link now. I'm like, you sure?
Right.
Because she
The
had a
lies you
goddamn
tell.
meltdown.
The lies you tell.
I can't believe that. I can't believe what we just witnessed.
Yep. It's just like I said.
Like
I said, it's just unfortunate we couldn't hear what she said, but we pretty much got the gist of what she was saying based on the responses.
So y'all finally turned on Destiny? Okay.
Oh, God, it's that Ian guy.
Oh,
another problematic individual from
He's
that
gonna get
that part of the world.
November 5th, bro.
I thought he kind of slightly already got his when he got caught up in that little scandal.
You look like just like
He do kind of look like he do kind of look like him. All he needs is the shades, and he'll be good to go.
I think
man, you dress
he
up
do look like him.
Nah, you look like
he sound like him too. That's crazy.
Him and Eric LaSalle should do this video again. That's crazy. Oh yeah. They've been cooking LeBron all day.
What is this?
He was at the game last night and he was sitting next to Jeannie Buss, some white woman, and this white woman kept touching him. And this everybody was saying is wait till you get home, Savannah gonna be on your ass.
Right. You better be. That's why they were doing so close, because Savannah wasn't there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw somebody say he tried to hit her up for an extension. And then you had this.
Of how Adam the first. I highly doubt that's how he looked, but okay, fine, whatever.
You know who that is, right?
Yeah. They said it's supposed to be Adam.
Right. Somebody said in the comments, the first there is, the first there was, and the first there ever will be. Seriously, bro.
It do look like Bret Hart though. now that I see that picture, it does look like him.
Oh my God, no.
But these are the same ones that was complaining about AI.
No, this is Moses.
That is definitely.
Oh my God. I know. Motherfucker got. Oh, I gotta show you this. Since this came up, I gotta show you this. Motherfucker called me a racist because I said I hate Hulk Hogan. Look at this. Because I was defending I said I hate Hulk Hogan, Jimmy Snuka, Carlos Colon. Now Hogan called black people the N-word, and these two killed people or had people killed within their vicinity.
Yeah.
And he said I'm a racist because I said I hate Hogan for using the N-word. I'm racist for hating Snuka, who killed a woman and got away with it. I hate Carlos Colon because he covered up a wrestler's death at his promotion. So I'm a racist for that. Okay, that's fine. What the fuck is that? Oh. Might have to do that one day. Shocking savagery of America's early history.
Wait a minute. Oh, that story I was telling you about with the Asian guy in the casinos. It's two separate stories. Apparently, this is not his first time doing it. So I was looking at it. They said he's a part of a cheating ring that's operated out of Louisiana. He's from California. I mentioned about the ones in Chicago, but apparently last year he was caught up in doing the same thing at some casinos in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean,
I'm definitely talking about this. I got both articles up. That's what I like about having the dual screens now. I can read the article on one screen while it's recording on the other.
Damn. Okay, Torian, I see you. I see you. I see you.
I gotta make sure that the articles are in order because I like to have them in date order.
Hey, who wants an exclusive of Torian setup? Who wants an exclusive?
I wish it did look like. Well, you know what? I don't need all of those screens. I don't need all those screens. I'm fine with the 2 screens that I got. That's all I need. That band got how many screens? Like 10 screens?
Let's get 1. There's 2 there. 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's 8, 9, 10, maybe 12. And he has his servers right here. He watching everything. He said this motherfucker Batman. Listen, don't give Torian no ideas. You know he be getting that YouTube money. Don't give him no ideas. He fuck around. He does like his setup and it's a fucking back computer.
Yeah, I had told that's why when Afro had that Black History live stream, I couldn't come on because I was setting this up. And he said, wait a minute, he said Torian about to turn into Tony Stark. I said, I'm nowhere near Tony Stark's level on any capacity, especially in the financial category. Would love to be, but if I cross that
imagine if Black Twitter showed up in Diane Yap's space. She'd lose her goddamn mind.
She was already losing it.
With just Tariq.
Just Tariq being there.
And Lou Fax.
She can't. The thing is, she can't handle that type of intellectual pushback because she knows what she puts out there is nothing but propaganda anyway, and propaganda is not based in facts. It's based in feelings.
I have a question for you.
What's that?
I want you to rate this Black woman for me one time.
Oh, she's a wrestler, right? I think I've seen her before.
Now, what do you think?
Bianca Belair.
Yeah. What do you think?
Is this based off of them comments?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can tell
she's from Tennessee.
Well, I can tell this is like an action picture right here.
Yeah. But, I could find
yeah.
Let me find a dress.
Find a more calm picture of her.
Yeah. We're gonna find one. Let me see.
Cash already.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Close your eyes, goddamn.
Okay.
All right, you closed?
Yes.
All right, open
it. Her legs. That's the first thing I noticed was her legs.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell that's someone that don't skip leg day.
Nah, she don't skip leg
Definitely not. No. She looked good though. In this picture right here, she kind of looked like Storm Reed in the face a little bit.
I give you this one too. I'll give you this one.
Yeah, she looks good.
All right. Racist motherfucker said that she don't belong on the cover of the new WWE game.
Gee, I wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is? Like I said,
that I was talking to.
That's that genetic inferiority that they got.
Facts. And the motherfucker I was talking to that left that comment for, he was trying to argue that she don't belong on there either.
Well, that's his hang up.
Yeah.
And it's not up to him to put her on the cover. That's up to the game developers.
Facts.
Lord. Jade, what's her name? Carville. I don't know why I was about to say McCaskill. Carville. I said if they ever do a live action X-Men, she needs to be cast as Storm.
I didn't know Torian was in Jamaicans. All right, Torian, you telling me something?
I said she needs to be. I just came across a video randomly of her on YouTube when she was getting a deep tissue massage, and I was like, this woman is ripped.
Yeah, she's ripped
while still looking very feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Like she has a very soft face, like a very soft, feminine face. Very nice smile too.
Yes, sir.
See, there you go. Abs poking through the dress.
Mm-hmm. But nah, the black women ain't supposed to get no type of shot. Like she had to leave social media for a while because they were going in.
Like I said, genetic inferiority complex.
Facts.
That's all it boils down to.
Like the one Bianca Belair has been carrying the company with the others for like a year.
And also another one
can't get it.
Also another one that looks good is Trinity.
Oh, are you into Naomi? All right. We got you, brother. We got you. I like how you put in her name and she's the one that comes up. I like that. Okay, never mind. Let me see. All right, Torian, I see you. I see you. All right. I didn't know she had abs like that.
Oh yeah.
This must be an old.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. It's probably because of her costumes that she wears. She's like always wearing like a one piece. So yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean, how do you hate on this, son? SG Johnson, no, you know Jakara give her a run. But I know you like them big chicks that are like they'll like press slam you over the head, right? I figured. All right, Torian, let me see what you got on this one. Let me see what you got on this. What you got on that?
Who was Jakara Jackson? I don't know if I heard of her.
She in NXT right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she looks good too. And like I said, natural. This is natural. Like this is not them going out to get a BBL.
Oh nah, she wouldn't.
And with their field, I don't think it's recommended that they do.
Nah, don't do that. Don't ruin the vision. Don't ruin the vision.
And I'm glad that there's a lot of Black female wrestlers that are getting shine now, because at one point you rarely saw any of them.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think right now is the most Black female wrestlers that you've seen all at one time within the last few years.
Yes,
and they all look good too.
They all look good.
And you know what's so crazy? Because I used to go to some like physique competitions. The Black women used to wash them white women every time on that stage. Every time.
Yes, sir.
No matter what age bracket they were in, whether they were in their 20s or some of them in their 50s.
Let me see. Let me see if I can get a good picture. All right, what about this one? This is over in the other promotion.
That's the same person?
Nah, it's a different.
I'm about to say she looked different.
Oh, I got one for you. Torian. I got one for you. Woo! I got one for you. Let's see. Let me a good picture. You know what? I'm gonna give you a video on this one. I need your expert opinion on this one.
It's another one that I can't. It comes to mind, but I can't think of her name.
What about this one here?
Who was Jada Parker? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. He said, "Oh my goodness." Here you go.
Same person?
Same person.
Oh, she got the katana thing going on.
Yeah. It's my pa. Get some. You want a second view?
I don't know who's gonna pause it right there.
Right there. I got something better for you. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh yeah, I knew you was gonna slow it down.
You're gonna slow it down just so you can see the jiggle. Look at the jiggle. Woo! Get the jiggle. She's gonna feed generations. Get some. She said, "What's wrong with you?" There go that tongue. And yes, for whoever's about to ask, yeah, she's mixed. Her mama white.
Well, I could look at her, kind of tell that she wasn't completely Black.
Yeah. What's wrong with you? All right, I got another one for you. She's not as ample as this one, but I think you might like her just the same. Is her name? I'll just put that in. I think I spelled it right. I hope I did. I probably didn't. That's why it's still searching. Yeah, there she go. There she go. Let me see. Where is the video? What about this one in the back?
Who is she?
That's Kalani Jackson.
She has a very adorable face.
Yeah. She's gonna be like that white meat baby face, like that good girl.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she go see old Jada Parker, she gonna get that big streak in her.
You know who else also looks good? Sasha Banks.
Oh my God. I'll fight a motherfucker for her. Okay, my wife ain't hear me say that, but she know already. Somebody said wrestling didn't change. Yes. You know, this is why everybody would go crazy, because World Star picked it up. Everybody was like, yo, who the hell is that? They had like I think it was like in 2 days, they had like 1 million views on this video on the website. Somebody said Shawn Michaels since he's running NXT, he must got a taste of the brown sugar.
Is that her finisher?
That's like her signature move. Her finisher is like what is it? Like she flips and grabs your head and slams it to the ground. And that is like a running forearm. Get some. So y'all gonna be big bad because the next 20 years you gotta have number black women on top. So
who's the current female champ?
Damn, who is it? I forget her fucking name. It ain't a black chick. So I forgot her name. I just can't remember it right now. But there you go. Oh, we know Jackie, but Jackie, Jackie's Jackie. We'll say that. Research purposes, Yasuke, NXT on Tuesday nights on what you call it? USA.
I remember back in the day when I used to watch Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown. I think Raw came on Fox and SmackDown came on UPN.
Yeah.
Them were the days, but you know they about to move. They said they about to move Raw to Netflix.
Yeah. And SmackDown's going to USA.
Stay the hell out of Miss Jackson's way.
I don't care about the white girl.
Everyone is gonna know Lola.
Okay, fine.
Jada Parker stays 10 steps ahead of you.
What about her voice?
I wasn't even expecting her voice to sound like that. I thought it was going to be a little bit more huskier. Like
Jordan
on the line on Alicia Keys or something
performance
like
like
that.
you never seen before. Homer is capable.
Now that other one, her voice
Kalani
matches.
Jordan
Her
is going
voice
to give
matches
you a
her.
performance like you
Her face.
never seen before. Ariana.
Yeah. That's the future. That's what little black girls are gonna be like. Hey, I wanna do bumps. Okay. Okay.
And then on top of that, don't forget we about to have black women smoking them in the Olympics.
Oh,
I always said the track star body is one of the best, most disciplined bodies and physiques you could ever have.
Yes, sir. And I can't wait to see the Jamaicans get smoked.
Oh yeah. Sha'Carri Richardson, she says, I'm coming back to claim what's mine.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so is Simone Biles. She said, I'm coming back to claim what's mine too.
And please, for the love of the Most High, please let it be against a Russian. In front of that coach. Please let it be.
Oh yeah.
Let it be in front of that coach.
Yeah.
I can't wait. August is going to be a great month for content.
Yep.
Just to watch the meltdown of all the Jamaicans on Twitter and Instagram.
I can't wait. I like watching the Olympics.
Mm-hmm. All right, fam. I think we no Cash, no. I mean, shout out to those women, but nah. Oh, yes. Oh, I gotta show. Hey, you want to see Kiera Hogan? I think that might be your speed.
He said Kiera Hogan.
Kiera Hogan.
Oh, excuse me, Kiera Hogan.
Yeah, that might be your speed. Yeah, this right here.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, I think that's your speed. Now, this is back in 2019.
Okay, so she looks slightly different now.
She's a little thicker. Let me see if I can find
thicker than what she is right there.
Yeah, a little bit. There you go.
Nice.
Guess so.
I said people better stop sleeping on these female wrestlers.
Oh yeah. Arguably, a female wrestler been carrying WWE for a little bit.
I think it's the thing of when it comes to wrestling, when you look at like the matches and the shows, we all know that the men are going to have most of the matches, and the women only get one match per episode. So that's what makes the anticipation high because they only have that one slot.
Yeah. And you know how they used to be booked.
Yeah. Unless they have those like mixed tag matches where they have the one guy, one girl versus one guy, one girl.
Yeah. What about this here?
I'd rather her do that to me than Rikishi. I'm just saying.
Sure.
With her head.
Yeah, she from the continent.
And she had to hold her head when she did it because she realized she felt that.
Whoa. Jesus. Okay. You did the Tina Turner. All right, that's her actual picture.
AEW.
Yeah, that's right here.
I remember when they came to my job.
Oh yeah.
When they was doing when they had a event there. That's back when AEW was just getting started. Like they was brand new.
What's it with y'all putting white people in my comment thread? I don't want to see no white girls.
You don't want to see the raisin in the potato salad?
No, man. They get enough shine. Well, this is the era of the black female wrestler.
Oh, definitely. Like I said, I've never seen this many black female wrestlers at one time. Like when we was growing up, you didn't see many black female wrestlers like that.
Yeah.
Back then, the main attraction was Chyna, Lita, and Trish Stratus.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like the three main ones people look forward to seeing, especially Trish Stratus, because she held that women's title for so long.
Damn, this match right here next week, Red Velvet versus Queen Aminata. The black girl's gonna win. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
I really like that picture.
Yes, sir. Did I just hear you right click?
No, you didn't hear me right click.
I knew y'all were gonna bring up Nikita Lyons because she's half black. I knew y'all were gonna bring her up. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it for Torian. What about that?
You said this is the one you said she's half black?
Yeah, she's half black.
You know, if you would have told me, if you didn't tell me that, I wouldn't have assumed it. I wouldn't have guessed it. Because she can definitely pass.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, there's that. I got to be careful with some of these females because I know they got OnlyFans. I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh yeah, definitely. You got to be careful with the scrolling.
Yeah. But yeah, there's Somebody mentioned Jackie. I knew if I put in her name, we know that video would pop up when she lost her top at that pay-per-view. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to do it. But there you go. Family, no mas. This was fun. It was.
It was. The stream went longer because of, that space.
Yeah, but you know what? Y'all got a crash course on how they really think.
Oh, definitely.
And the coons. There's no coming back for that using Lyft person. He's going to get clowned on the app.
As he should.
Yes. So in honor of him.
Fuck out of
here. Coon shit, he said. Alicia Fox. I mean, shout out to her. I'm glad she's doing well now because she used to be a big alcoholic. I'm glad she's doing well now. She actually did an interview on YouTube last year. It was actually really cool. Johnny Gibbs, they weren't going to do that. And they let Triple H talk all that racial shit about Booker T, and they still didn't give him the title. But anyway, y'all, we gonna get up out of here. Thank y'all for being here. It was educational. If you learned something, I did my job. If not, I'll try to be better next time. Say this Victorian type commands to drone somewhere. Because that's a lot, but I know why his keyboard is loud. But you got anything to promote, brother?
Just tomorrow I'm gonna be uploading that video on what Elijah Schaefer said about Holly Bailey. The premiere window is actually up right now, and if you are a member of the channel, I will be going over this documentary on Elliot Rodgers. So if you are a member of my channel, then you can come right on over to that stream tomorrow, and that's going to be a midday stream, and it's going to be at 12 p.m. Eastern time. That I can predict we probably going to be on there for at least 2 hours because, like I said, the documentary itself is about an hour, and with me having to stop to give commentary, and I'm gonna stop a lot. I'm telling y'all right now because it's going to be a lot to unpack. I'm telling you, some of that stuff is going to make you shake your head and piss you off with the stuff that he said, the video clips you're going to see, the commentary itself guiding along, and all types of stuff. Because again, when it came to that story, people only knew surface level things, but this one, they really took a deep dive into the mental capacity of Elliot Rodgers. And I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't want to live inside of that man's head.
Yeah.
So, yep, that'll be tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So if you are a member, you'll get the notification.
Cool.
And also my video polls for this upcoming week's videos will be going up at 8 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time, and it'll run until 5 p.m. and then I'll put out what videos go up in what order at 5.
Cool. All right, y'all. We're gonna get up out of here, but always remember, vote the couch. Vote the couch. So y'all take care, stay safe, and you know what to do when the agents of chaos come to mess up your existence. That.
But I want to keep my podcast, Mo. Y'all ain't finna cancel me.
This why.